Banned.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Holds infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Before we move on, does anyone have any questions?
Tammy, I think we heard you.
Horology is my craft. Diggy is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
You're not so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
before we move on, does anyone have any questions?
Oh my god, I'm so tired. I spent all this time on the presentation.
Tammy, I think we heard you.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
The only game we dropped is to Evos, and I think we will come back stronger. To all the captains of the 6 team, I will show you who is the best captain in MPL Singapore, and definitely the trophy is mine to take.
RNG 3v1 Diablo! He might get the kill here, he's going in, he gets the knockup. What's a double kill for Diablo?
Zion Esports, they recognize what Bray's doing and trying to end the game. Can he actually do it? That sneaky play takes them the game.
I'm quite surprised how well we have been doing so far. To my rivals, too bad lah. Just have to deal with me.
The feathered airstrike in return is going to take out Salmon as well as Powerful. Is it going to be another course already being chunked down? And Zion Esports, they close themselves game number 2 and this series.
Despite losing our main jungler, doesn't mean that we are easy pickings. You guys should still continue to watch out for us now.
They need to continue to bring on a barrage! And that's gonna be Evos SG taking game 3. And that is Evos game.
I am highly satisfied with the performance and the result that my team got.
Don't underestimate us. We'll show you something new during the playoff.
Not is still 100%. Look at the TP! It's gonna be on the back line! Giant's gonna go down first! Go for the crystal! Go for the crystal! Evos!
I'm quite satisfied because we are the second team that won Evos. Honestly, I expected much worse from the regular season. Just watch out for how I catch you like how I catch Adamir.
He hops, skip and jump around. He wants to evade himself away from QDX love. The board has been reset. That's amazing. How about the
backdoor?
We said that we wanted to get 7-8 for the regular season. I think we achieved our goal, which is very good. Let's hope that we are all ready to go for playoffs and we'll give you guys a good fight.
Coconut tries to go in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to land his ultimate shot on down to the opponent. Thus, he finds himself down. 4-man down. The high gun comes out also as direct A. It's going to be enough. Aeon is going to get taken down, and it is going to be a GG for Team Flash.
We had a lot of leads, we were throwing our games. I'm here to tell them that that's not going to happen during playoffs. You better not give us early game wins because we won't be choking anymore.
Team SMT going all in. Too easy for Angelo, bringing down Salmon. Salmon goes down. Look at Demonic Force trying to stop. Too easy for Angelo, but look at Babel getting free. The idea was there though, but it seems like... The base is so low. The base. Wrong. It's gonna be wrong. Oh my god, I've been calling it. I was like, oh my god, the base.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 3. We're here live for the playoffs at Grid, and it's going to be amazing. I'm Lysen, I'm going to be hosting you guys on your journey for this playoff to crown the 3rd ever MPL Singapore champion. Of course, today we'll be having 3 series live here at Grid. So if you're in Singapore, if you're watching on the live stream, what are you waiting for? Come on down. We're giving a lot of prizes. The mall itself has a lot of promotions. They're giving away diamonds. They're giving away a lot of goodies. So hop on down. I know it's a Friday. There's still a little bit of work for you guys. But those of you that are already watching, maybe head on down after your work or maybe when you free up your afternoon. But what we're here for today, we have 3 very important games. We're starting off the series with Flash versus SMG, which is going to be pretty crazy because someone's going home at the end of that because it is lower brackets after all. Almighty will not be seeing play today because they have been awarded a bye for their 5th seed. And of course, after the first series, we have RSG Evil will, quote, favorite to win, take down the dark horse that is Team Evil, managing to secure top 4. And of course, we have Evos versus Zion Esports to be wrapping up the day. A rematch from the final day of regular season. It's going to be pretty tough. You heard from the players in the trailer. They all won this prize. They all have different ways at approaching this. I'm personally very excited for Zion versus Evos and a little bit excited for the Evil one. A little part of me just wants to see if they are able to take down the titans that are RSG. Remember, if you're here at the mall, if you are here in Singapore, come down to Grid. There's a lot of things to do. There's a 1v1 tournament. There's going to be diamonds, giveaways. I'll be here all day giving away hoodies, going to be prizes, vouchers, as well as diamonds. So make sure you come on down to the mall all the way till, I guess, the evening. But, got a shout out to all the brands that helped make this happen. We've got Singtel 5G, we've got Frank OCBC, we've got OSIM, and we have PvP Esports. And not to forget our venue sponsor, The Grid, who has very kindly let us use their space for this playoff. It's been a while since we had a LAN event, and I am so glad to be able to host something after so long of staying indoors thanks to the pandemic. So remember, hop on over, guys. This Sunday is going to be the grand finals, and we got a lot of friends coming down. The prizes are going to be crazy. And it's going to be pretty hype. I think the teams this season have been phenomenal. So yeah, that's enough about me selling this. Come on down. I'll be continuously telling you guys to come on down throughout the day as well. We're going to be tossing the time over to our casters very soon because they are, after all, the soul of the party. They bring the energy to you. The games are electric, but the casters make it fire. Let's see who are representing the voices behind MPL Singapore. Over to you guys.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, but before we go through the games, I think that we gotta do his signature real
My signature? No
There's no fire in the background. It's unfortunate. But you know what? What is fortunate is the fact that we are finally done with the regular seasons and we are now in here for what we have been waiting for the most, the playoffs. My name is Abstract. With me here is my man, Vertigo. I cut you off a little bit.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm so excited for it, man. The playoffs is finally here. I'm like waiting for it, ever since regular season. Faster, faster. I cannot take it anymore. I want to go to the playoffs. And then I was like, oh, it's finally here. And then you're so overwhelmed, you don't know what to do about it. You're like, oh no, playoffs.
And
the
then,
dream.
Yeah, and then after the playoffs, you just kind of get this sense of dejection because it's all over and it's just like, oh, what am I gonna do in my life? It's like when you finish an entire series of anime and then afterwards you just don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta look for alternatives too, right? You're like sitting there, MPL Season 3. It was a fun time, you know. Major upsets maybe coming. Just trying to get it out there. Maybe major shade coming. Major upsets, major shade. I'm so excited for it, man.
I mean, I don't know about how the other seasons, when it comes down to the MPL SG, has been like when it comes down to like categorizing them. But I'm pretty sure that we can crown MPL SG Season 3 like the season of upsets. Like, we have been seeing so many different kind of things. We are expecting Evos to kind of go big, but because of the changes to their team lineup, they started to flop a little bit. And when it comes down to the regular seasons, they actually didn't find themselves in the first place. And in fact, it was RSG, the king of the second, that actually found themselves at the first, which we have no idea what went on. But one thing's for sure is RSG have definitely kicked themselves up a notch, and they are definitely formidable. In the meantime, we also have Evil. They came in to step up. Instead of being an underdog, they became a dark horse, and they are here to prove themselves even more, as I believe that they are in the upper bracket.
They are in the upper brackets. They're going to be versusing RSGSG in the second match, but for the first match, we're going to see the battle of the oranges. You know, literal
the oranges.
Yeah, we have Flash, orange color.
Here no more.
No, I mean, it's battle of the orange team. You know, he's like, who is the better orange team?
Who's the better orange team?
Yeah, you know, we have Flash, you know, big, strong fire, and then here we have SMG, still moving under gunfire. So fire versus fire. Orange color. Who's gonna win?
Who's gonna win? Well, speaking of winning, when it comes down to talking about winning, one way that you can definitely win in your MLBB games, after all, is if you are able to unlock yourself with a couple of, you know, lower latency and of course faster internet speed. That is right, you gotta have to unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2 times lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network, of course.
Most powerful?
Powerful
from Evil?
Powerful?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It may be a sign.
It might very well be a sign, right? Get the edge that you need while gaming, of course, with Singtel 5G. Once again, Singapore's most powerful 5G network.
Yeah, and big thanks to them, Singtel most powerful 5G. And not to forget, PvP esports, you know, you've been seeing it everywhere. You're seeing the big banners down at Grid, down at home. You guys get to see it from the virtual background right behind. You know? Thank you so much to PvP esports. You know, PvP esports is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and it's the most important part, healthy gaming, right? PvP esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives, and right here, it's tournament.
I mean, at this point in time, years after years, I've been looking at PvP esports for the longest time ever, all the way from the first season.
The beninging.
Yes, the general beninging, right? It's to the point that I can just remember PvP is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives.
Oh, okay. That's somewhere, and then go on.
But it has changed a little bit. And then it's like take a look at www.pvpesports.gg. Take a look at their community and community efforts as well as initiatives. That was like the previous ad-lib, but this time it kind of changed a little bit.
I mean, the core values are still there.
Yeah, it's still the same thing. Of course, when it comes down to like core values of passion, healthy gaming, and of course sportsmanship, that's the main thing when it comes to PvP esports. So make sure that you guys are guided by that core values as well.
Go on the right path.
On the right path.
Right, and speaking of path, we are on the path of the MPL milestone giveaway.
Oh,
I'm not sure where we're really at right now. I think we're at 40K?
40K? Okay, so when it comes down to a few weeks ago, it was like 37K. Oh, so that was actually tier 1, I think. I can't exactly remember. But, well, we don't really need to remember anything at all at this point in time, because the most important thing that you gotta have to do is just follow, and follow. So make sure you just kind of like throw it all over to your friends, tell them to follow, so that you'll be able to get yourself the epic skin chest. Because why settle for the normal? Why settle for the elite or even epic? Go for the special.
It's a blue color banner at the top, right? It's a blue color banner at the top.
Yeah, but the Fashion Hunter.
Ooh, that's true. Oh, we're at tier 2. Okay, so I mean, if we can hit tier 4 by today, I will do whatever you guys ask me to do. You know, eat spicy food, no problem.
No. We've gone through that.
Go on.
The ghost pepper chip thing before. You're not faced by that.
So not faced.
Let's not care about spicy food. Maybe we'll throw in
I will join I'll join a pro team.
I don't think that's up to you to judge.
I'll try for RSG. RSG, I'm coming for you. I'm coming over to
It's
take
fun.
over Lawsy. See he lands his hook 100%. I land it 0% of the time.
Well,
I just hook the air on
yeah,
the minions.
he's the one that takes the first blood. You're the one that gives the first
Yes,
blood.
that's right. And speaking of first blood,
Exactly.
we have a
do
first blood
have
giveaway.
some of these giveaways to give as
Yeah.
well. The same thing as always when it comes down to the regular seasons. Whenever we witness a first blood, a triple kill, as well as a legendary spree, we will then give away a couple of codes that will be seen at the lower third at the bottom part of the screen, and that is where you'll be able to scan the QR code and then input the code. So make sure once you see the screen, immediately just go on and press the screenshot button, and so that you don't lose it, because that code will only be up for a short amount of time.
I mean, short amount of time. That's the amount of time that we need to share the Facebook stream right now, MPL SG official. We are trying to hit that 500 share. I think it's possible by today. It's always possible by the end of the day, right? You know what's even better? If we can hit it right now. 500 share on the spot.
Quite an overachiever, I would say. You are definitely quite an overachiever. But that doesn't mean that we can't.
That's right.
We can definitely do it with your help. And of course, we all want some stuff.
Yeah.
You guys want some stuff. So don't forget about all of that. And that's not the only giveaway that we have.
We have more giveaways.
We have more giveaways.
So much more.
So much more. So let's pull it up. I believe at the left side of the screen, you will be able to see a graph. Not a graph, but a milestone.
Yes.
So what does PCV mean? It means that pretty much just means concurrent viewer.
Yeah.
Right? So the main thing that you gotta have to know is that once we have the peak concurrent viewer all the way up to 10,000 viewers, that is when we unlock the first milestone, followed by 12,000, 15,000, 20,000, and 25,000. So not only should you be following the page, not only should you be sharing the page,
you should be watching too.
Yeah, you should be watching too. So make sure you pop off to your tablet, your phone, your computer, your TV. Tell your mom, your dad, your sister, your uncle, your dog, your cat, your parrot, whatever it is. Take a look at the stream and just use every single one of the devices to watch the stream.
Yeah,
that
man.
way we'll be able to hit the milestones a lot faster than you would imagine.
Guess what? You can get Lightborn too. You can get Lightborn skins.
Oh, wait,
you
really?
Lightborn, Ranger, Inspirer, Defender, and Count Dracula.
Oh,
That's
holy
the
crap.
Alucard skin. So why wait? Just get all your friends to tune in right now. Watch the MPL SG. Hopefully we can get to that 25k, and then literally hit that milestone. You might get a Lightborn skin for yourself.
Well, Lightborn skin. Let's be honest, who doesn't want it? Perhaps the people live at Grid would want some of that as well. You may be live on Grid, but it would be awesome if you guys can tune in from your phone as well. And in the meantime, hello to these people on Grid. Unfortunately, we are not on Grid. Sad face.
Now we are there virtually. We are virtually at Grid.
Not wrong.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, everyone's seeing all of these on big screen. For those people that are not in Grid, the main thing that you gotta have to know for is that you gotta go down to the Grid.
Yeah,
because
man.
from now until the next 2 days, for the entirety of the playoff, you will stand a chance to win some fabulous prizes. And in fact, you can win 25,000 diamonds. And,
Wow.
OSIM products worth up to $999.
Dun-dun-dun, with the OSIM, with the headrest, and with the MPL.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he has
Can I
the
turn it
massage
on
on.
now?
I got a massage now.
I believe that I'm not plugged in.
It's okay. It's okay. You can imagine the massage going on already. Actually, he's so fascinated by the nice little remote. Okay, honestly, I did try it, but I didn't try it on stream because I might make some weird noises and faces.
Yeah, so
People might
in
just
case
say
that
it.
you guys can't see the
Massage in action.
the massage action, and you guys can't see the remote.
Oh, here we go.
So this is the remote, guys. Ha!
He literally lifts up the chair. It's on the armrest. It's literally on the armrest.
So it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool on that note. Okay, let me sit back down. And yeah, make sure you guys take a look at what OSIM has got to offer when it comes down to the massage chair. You can literally just...
It's 3,000 diamonds.
Am I shorter now?
No, you're not. It's still the same. I mean, if you scan that QR
sorry,
code, 3,000.
I'm short.
No, No, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. The OC makes you feel comfortable. With massage, I heard you can grow taller. I mean, there's just
a compliment.
Yeah, it is a compliment. You're tall enough already, right?
I mean, I mean, it is what it is, but I think that we haven't really quite went through the entire thing for Grid. As much as possible, I want to remember all of this off my head, but there's so many things.
So many.
I gotta have to read it out to you guys so that you know what is going on, right? Because you can spend a minimum of $30 at Grid, scan the QR code found at the stores to upload your receipt and fill in your particulars to enter this giveaway.
Wow.
And also snap a creative photo with any Mobile Legends Bang Bang / MPL Season 3 visuals located around Grid itself. Post it on either on Facebook or Instagram and tag them both Grid Singapore as well as MPL SG Official. Stand a chance to win. And of course, follow them, hashtag Legends Upon, hashtag MPL SG as well, which you can find most of this information on the Facebook as well as Instagram as well, so you don't really have to listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, you get to take pictures with the banners. You know, you have the player banners, you have the team banners, you have MPL SG banners, you have Lysander banner, but we don't have our banner. I'm very sad now.
Well, I believe that it is more about time for us to take a look at teams. Of course, we're looking at Team Flash as well as Team SMG. They'll be coming up with one another, so I believe it's time for them to make their grand entrance, listen to their banter against one another. So let's roll the clip.
I think our matchup against SMG will be very heated because I have a personal vendetta against that team. I'm trying to make my old teammate Ram retire.
I think similarly, our previous teammate, Fenrir, is their coach. We would like to show him that, you know, he's not suitable to be a coach.
KCP gets bursted all the way down as the Lord will be escorted all the way in to deliver the payload. Cleaving on top of the mid lane turret, but AO will be able to burst down too easy for Angelo. Normal retribution, but it's okay because Alpha B9 will be able to chase down Ash, bringing him down to the ground.
I think our matchup against Flash will be pretty interesting because we actually managed to take 2 games off them during the regular season. You know, it's been quite some time since then, but definitely looking forward to that game.
I think also my old teammate in Flash, we are both quite tired of being eliminated. Definitely we will try our best lah. I think both teams. Probably you'll see some new tricks or something from both sides.
Pebble on the lead. Oh, he's gonna be taken down still by KZP. Nowhere for him to go, and they're fighting back though. Team SMG, they're trading out 2-1 at this moment. AP on the run from Davey, and too easy for Angelo. Will they be able to scare him? It's a triple kill for the man.
All right, it is Flash versus SMG. Flash gonna be walking up on stage right now. Both teams fighting for tournament life. Flash coming in here with a lot of hopes and dreams. A lot of veterans on this squad. They'll be looking to take SMG out of the tournament today in this best of 3 lower bracket. Flash Esports looking to take this one. All right, thank you so much, guys. And of course, now their opponents, Team SMG. All right, qualifying from the qualifiers and making all the way into the playoffs. SMG are looking to prove themselves here on the main stage. Regular season hasn't been kind on them, likewise for their opponents, but the 2 orange teams are going to go head-to-head today to see who deserves to wear orange for the remainder of the tournament. SMG up on stage right now. Boys, take a bow. All the best to you guys. You may proceed to your battle stations. SMG and Team Flash is the first. It's tough to watch teams go home at the start of the day, but it has to be done. The lower brackets are brutal. And these both teams have a long journey to go. And that journey is going to be narrated by our casters, Abstract and Vertigo. Back over to you guys.
It is going to be very sad at the end of these matches. But unfortunately, we gotta have to lay down the hammer one way or another. But before we even move on, let's take a look at the lineups coming in from Team Flash and versus SMG. Starting off Team Flash, we do have Reminiscent, A-Peach, Aeon, KCP, as well as Alpha V9.
And SMG, we have Rum. Too easy for Angelo, Ash, Pebble, and a new incomer is gonna be Ace. Wow. What could he possibly bring to the table right here?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here because ever since from the 20th of April, Lightbulb Q has been subbed out, replaced by both Ace as well as Hans. So they can sub in and out however they pleases. But for this game at least, we are gonna be looking at Ace coming in. We still need them to show us what they are capable of, if whether they are able to make any differences to the SMG roster. But at least coming into the first game of their lower bracket games, they're fighting against Team Flash, which they have managed to win before. So it shouldn't be any random game that they're gonna go with. They are fighting against a team that they have won before. So hopefully the morale is high and hopefully they'll be able to move on.
Honestly, right now, I feel the reason why Ace was picked up is probably because of the more comfortable hero pool that that they use to fight against Flash. They did struggle. I think the game that they dropped against Flash, Ace could be the answer.
Ace could be the answer. And of course, when it comes down to Team Flash's gameplay, I gotta have to say that yes, the team, of course, the players, theoretically, on paper, they sound and look really good. When all of the casters were putting ourselves together and we're just kind of like spilling out information to one another, we really thought that Team Flash would have been that force to be reckoned with. But in the end of the day, it kind of seems as though their chemistry and their drafting may have some differences and some obstacles that are in front of them. So it's really unfortunate that Team Flash didn't make it the way that we wanted them to. But perhaps the playoff is where they come in for their redemption by beating SMG, the one that they originally lost to.
Now, honestly, right now, I feel, I'm the only person who actually saw this coming. I was like, oh yeah, it may be good on paper, but then if you think of it, theoretically, they're strong individually. But after that, they didn't perform. Like you said, right? They didn't really perform well. I was like, yeah, you can get the dream team, but if it doesn't perform, then, what's the point? What's the point of having a dream team that cannot perform? But they're in the lower brackets, no problem to that. We have the head-to-head coming out. It does seem like Reminiscence is slightly more... Reminiscence has a slightly better stats. But who cares about the stats?
Who cares about the stats? In the end of the day, it really boils down to how they play as a team. After all, playing MLBB is really all about how you execute things as a team and how you, be flexible enough to play in every single different ways in order to counter different teams, like how different teams may be a kryptonite to some other teams. Like for example, we've seen RSG beat Evil. Evil technically beat Evos. So it doesn't really quite mean that RSG is better than Evos.
There's no solid kryptonite.
There's no solid, cycle all around and so on and so forth. It really just means that a certain team can beat that certain other team. It really comes down to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Right?
I think it's a rock, paper, scissors, lizard spot. Yeah, it's a. Hey, look at KCP waving to the crowd.
Oh my God, KCP being KCP. When are you coming back onto the desk?
I mean, if he loses this, maybe he's coming back. Nah, I don't want to throw any shade to him, right? He's an awesome roamer. He does his job well. He gives insane amount of information.
Man. All of these dudes, they are just preparing themselves for what is about to happen. Of course, this may be their second last time sitting on the OSIM Blue chair.
Maybe
5 of them. I mean, not maybe, but 5 of them
are going home.
Their second last time sitting on this one. Because the last time will be the next game. Maybe. That could be the second last time.
But what if they win all the way to champ?
I mean, then they go all the way.
Then good for you lah.
Yeah, good for you lah.
Good for you, right?
But there will be 5 players that literally will be sitting here only for that one match
series.
Yeah, man.
And I'm really,
one match.
I'm really sad to think about it because it is both Team Flash and Team SMG. I really like these two teams, and when it comes down to organizational level, they are a very established team.
They
If
are.
you think about it, right? Team Flash has been in the esports scene for the longest time ever, and we of course seen Team Flash in many different games as well. So I really love what Team Flash has been doing. In the meantime, Team SMG, still moving under gunfire, has got a great team over at the Malaysia side. Yes, they kind of dropped off in this season's MPL at 6th place, I think.
Yeah,
but
6th.
That doesn't mean that they are weak at any case.
No,
they
they're not.
They were still champions in the previous seasons, and at least this time in the MPL Singapore, there could be a chance that SMG will rise all the way from the bottom to the top, even though the probability is going to be as low as maybe about 20%. But hey, that is still a chance.
It's still a chance, right? I mean, Team SMG right now in the Singapore scene, this is the OG, first generation SMG SG for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Exactly. We haven't seen Team SMG, at least in Singapore, for MLB yet. And them acquiring the current Team SMG right now was a great step. And of course, they are still a relatively new team. There is a couple of players that are technically veterans, I would say.
Majority
of them, right? But there are a couple of them that are still relatively new, such as KX Springs. I've seen him in a couple of the community tournaments.
Yeah, me too.
In fact, even in the Titans Legends, I've seen him to the point that he even has a team name that's under him. It's called We Love KX Springs.
Yeah, I remember them. I did casted their game too. I was like, oh wait, I've seen this name before.
Oh, even in the qualifiers, the name under We Love KX.
Yes. I still remember that name. I was like, oh, that kind of resonates with me. And then I think, you know, this is the whole point about Singapore. We're all
Have a
united.
team name after you?
Unfortunately, no.
Yet?
Yeah. Petition to have a I Love Vertigo.
How about Team I Love Abstract?
Yeah, man. We can go for a.
We are
custom
super. We sound super knocked right now.
Nope, we're not. Not at all. Nowhere close.
Nowhere close.
Nowhere
Yes,
close.
Definitely nowhere close.
It's just a dream, man. It's just a dream.
It's a pipe dream, I would
It's good
say.
to dream.
It's definitely good to dream. But still, back to the topic of Team Flash versus Team SMG. Who is going to be the one to come up on top? Is it Team Flash, who gonna have to, work on their chemistry and drafting, or else they will meet the same fate again against SMG? Or will SMG still take this game away from Team Flash in a 2-1 fashion, or maybe even better, 2-0 fashion with the introduction of Ace? We are still waiting and to see what will Ace bring onto the team, what kind of changes would that bring to the team chemistry, and all in all, what the drafting would really be. Because you know what they all say, drafting makes up half of the game play.
Oh, and Flash are immediately going for that Fanny ban. That is so targeted. And why is Ace so tiny?
I mean, it's always been like...
Why is Ace so tiny? It's okay. No worry about that. But Valentina ban, that's a must. And then Flash banning out away that 1-1. Okay, all meta bans right now.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. I believe that at the start of the playoff, we haven't seen a lot of 1-1. In fact, we haven't seen 1-1 bans as well.
I mean, we've seen Supergirl play 1-1.
Yeah, some of them have started playing, and of course, way before the playoffs, I have been kind of like asking Adamir to actually play 1-1. When he was in his live stream, right? I was just telling him, play 1-1, and I saw him play 1-1, but it didn't look very well.
it didn't actually did well, but Flash here going for that ban on Ram's Dyrov. SMG going for Reminiscence signature link. It all seems very targeted right now, right?
Yeah. In the end of the day, it is always about target bans. At this point in time, Angela as well as Karina is still available on the board. And Team Flash immediately snap-picked onto Karina. That pretty much means that Team SMG, they should be looking out for a tank meta that they should be playing, such as putting a tank into the jungle, or they should be looking at a team that has a lot more magical damage output into the roamer role, or perhaps even in the position 3 role.
Baxia?
So Baxia into the jungle would definitely be great. Hylos in the jungle will also be great. But that pretty much means that we are going to be looking at a Yves, which has been a hot contender for the longest time ever when it comes down to a position 3 role. Thus, Yves in the middle is understandable, versatile. I would say that Hilda is viable in jungle, but not exactly the best jungler. So, roam, being in the roam, yes, that would be great.
putting in the EXP, that would be great as well. But they have to accommodate at the fact that there is a Karina in Team Flash, so they can at least still play around with either EXP or Rogue.
But right now, I mean, that's the answer, right? Like, because you picked up Hilda, Flash is forced to not use somebody squishy. But then that's where the dilemma comes, right? You either pick someone with high damage output but sacrifice on the health, or someone who can sustain. But Flash here, Aeon picking up that Sicilian, and the Franco pick here coming out for KZP. Wow, Mr. Loba hook here. Can he hook though?
That is always the biggest question, right? Can he hook? That's always the big question.
Oh, Baxia, let's go.
Now, good call. That is a Baxia being picked up by SMG. So at least when it comes down to the position 2 role, that is done and dusted. None of these players, or rather none of these teams, have decided to pick up their position 1 player just yet, which is very different from what we have seen in the regular seasons. Regular seasons, they always try to prioritize their position 1 in the first phase of the drafting, such as picking themselves up with Beatrix, for example. We've always seen Beatrix being a hot commodity, but right now it kind of seems like the drafting stages have been changing up a little bit. Team Flash, they have decided to go with a Sicilian as well as a Franco. So with the position 3 and position 5 already fulfilled, as well as the position 2 already fulfilled. None of these echoes as the fact that they want to, they are looking for a way to deal with this tank meta. So it is unfortunate. No Xbox jungle to do true damage. We don't have a Valir coming into position 5 in order to push the tanks away. We don't have any other form of magical damage or other slows such as Angela from Team Flash just yet. So it is really unfortunate because just these 3 picks alone show us that their early game is going to be devastating.
Yeah, I mean, with the Sicilian, you're playing late game all the way, and that Karina though, I think she's okay in the early game to mid game. But as of right now, Flash and SMG, they do have the marksman role open along with that EXP. So Flash banning away, Uranus. Okay.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I understand.
Esmeralda has been taken out as well. So with the fact that if Hilda continues to play in the EXP lane, there can still be a chance for SMG to actually pick up Angela. And that is probably why they've decided to ban out the Esmeralda.
Oh, because it cuts shield.
Yes, exactly. That is one of the possibilities. And Angela has always been a hot pick when it comes down to the other regions as well. In fact, it's such a hot pick that it starts to be a priority pick and priority ban. Immediately banned or immediately picked out. But MPL Singapore has yet to kind of catch up on that. Some of the players are starting to understand that puppet strings is definitely a very playful way of using. And of course, how aggressive you can be in the early stages of the game. SMG's current lineup allows them to be very aggressive in the early game and thus unlocking the potential of Angela. If Team Flash were to pick up Angela, then that is kind of like no way that they can fit.
Yeah, I don't think they can pick up Angela though.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way. So if Team Flash wants to do anything about it, they can actually ban the Angela.
Wow, and for the first time, we finally see a glue ban, and the answer to that, it is gonna be a Marsha pick. I was just about to touch, right? Hilda and Marsha with the new buff, coming in. I was like, it's either one team takes Hilda, the other team takes Marsha. But then SMD is like, you know what? Let's just take both.
Okay.
It's either Brody, Beatrix. No, 1-1 is banned. So Brody, Beatrix, clean.
Beatrix wasn't banned out yet. And I would believe that Team Flash, maybe they would want to continue with their Harif. They have always been playing their Harif on the
Harif Go?
Quite some time already, yes. Harif
so
Go.
much magic though coming out.
That
already
would be
a lot.
Actually, that would be 3 magic dealers from their side. It could be possible. They can definitely see that happening. However, Brody is going to be the final pick from Team Flash. As SMG, they are still looking for their position 1 player.
I think a Clint or maybe a carry though. No, a carry will be too easily
Clint and Beatrix will be the top pick here.
Right? Beatrix would be great. She has a dash, Nimber's passion will just burn everybody down. If Alpha V9 were to land, I'm offended.
Actually, you know what? They don't really have to.
Really?
They can actually kind of go with Balmond Gold Lane.
Balmond Gold Lane? No. Wait.
Game. They're essentially quite an early game player. And of course, they have to ensure that no one will be a target of Karina. At this point in time, Marsha, Hilda, as well as Baxia, they are definitely not going to be the eyes of Karina.
Only Pebble. Only Pebble's Eve.
Only Pebble is for now, but the thing is, he does have a slow. He does have his real world manipulation. So it's not going to be that easy for Karina to actually get close to him. But in the end, it's going to be Melissa. Okay, I get the idea. You got your ultimate to actually push away the Karina. So we've got a marksman that actually have the kind of defensive capability now.
And we haven't seen Melissa for the entirety of the regular season, and it just didn't pop in my head because that didn't happen. So
There's
I was
Ruby,
thinking of-
there's Franco,
Exactly.
there's Karina. Literally, you can push the whole team towards the wall. Honestly, right now, Melissa is the new Arkai.
I mean,
Locked
yeah.
down against the wall.
But the Arkai is the new Arkai as well.
That's true, that's true. Okay, Melissa is the old Arkai, Arkai is the new Arkai.
Except that the new Arkai is still an Arkai because you still have the Hurricane Dance, except that it's no longer called the Hurricane Dance.
What's it called?
I have no idea.
Oh, never do homework.
You also don't know?
I know, it's called Hurricane Dance V2.
I thought you were gonna be giving me something interesting, or rather like an actual perfect thing, but I forgot that you're Vertigo after all. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for game number 1 between SMG versus Team Flash. And of course, without further ado, let us introduce the players in their own respective lane. Coming from Team Flash, we're gonna be looking at a Peach that's gonna be playing onto the side of Brody. In the middle lane, we do have Aeon that is gonna be on Sicilian. In the jungle with Reminiscent onto the Karina. And down in the bottom lane, we're gonna be looking at Alpha V9 playing as the Ruby. And let's not forget, KCP onto the Franco with the rope.
Wow, and on the other side, we have Team SMG SG, Pebble with Yeef in the middle lane. We have Ace on the Rome Hilda, and then we have Too Easy for Angela on that Baxia, but oh, Lethal Wanderer, okay. Lethal Wanderer going towards SMG SG, but I was saying Ram on the off lane, Marsha along with Ash, with Melissa, the one and only pick. I was like, it's supposed to be picked, but why isn't anyone picking Melissa, right?
Yeah, I mean, understandably, right? At this point in time, Ace is just doing his absolute best to just try to chunk off as much health away from Reminiscent, and of course, just kind of annoy as much as possible. His job is not to steal the buff away, but his job is to deal enough damage onto the Karina to slow him down because it forces her to go back home. So if you are going to be playing as a roamer, especially as a roamer that deals high amount of damage, don't focus on stealing the buff away, because if you try to steal the buff away and deal damage to the buff, you're actually helping the jungler.
Oh, Ace here gets some damage done onto Reminiscence. This is the power of Hilda and Marsha, right? You have that early game damage, you have that early game aggression.
Go back home.
You have to go back home, forcing him, using the retribution, forcing the cooldowns, forcing them all the way back home. But look at Too Easy for Angelo. That gives space for SMG SG.
Exactly. So Ace have done his job. He managed to push the Karina away, and thus Too Easy for Angelo will be able to hold his ground onto the turtle, and Ace is still holding back 2 players.
Oh, they're going off?
That's what's Reminiscent.
Reminiscence here, gonna get down by Too Easy for Angelo. Ace jumping all the way in, but Sanguine Claw is gonna be able to catch down to Ace, but look at Alpha V9, gets the 2-man and the first blood. Ladies and gentlemen, Ram goes down to it. It's gonna be a double kill coming out. Reminiscence, solo, Salty's for points. Is it gonna burn him down? Is it gonna be enough?
Oh my God!
Angelo, he's gonna be able to not secure down onto Reminiscent. What could he be traded here? Oh, he gets traded, and that's a 3-0 for Team Flash.
Oh man, Team SMG kind of seems as though they have everything set up perfectly for them. But in the end of the day, that final team fight ended up with a 3-0 in favor from Team Flash. It kind of seems as though the Team Flash, they really coordinated themselves pretty well. Team SMG, they were really just trying to jump themselves down onto their opponents. And it is really unfortunate because if they are able to bring Reminiscent down, that would have been perfect. However, the wrong person is on the move too early into the game, and that is going to be the Baxia, because that sends the jungler for the jungler. And in that case, Reminiscent was so close, almost dying. However, the entire team of Team Flash came to the rescue. I would say that every single one of these players from Team Flash made a significant effort. When it comes down to the stun from KCP, when it comes down to the stun coming from Aeon as well as Alpha
Oh,
V9.
the big hook from... Oh, KCP gets the hook, but all the way in is going to be Reminiscence. Here comes Alpha V9 with the 2-man stun. Reminiscence all the way into the thing of it. He's going to get traded. Can he get traded though? Can he? Can he get traded? Yes, he can. It's going to be a 1 jungler for the other. Ace for Reminiscence. So there's space for SMG SG. They're slowly clawing their way back, finally getting the turtle. First turtle going towards SMG SG right now with 1 trade.
Exactly. So with the turtle acquired and secured, that is going to give SMG a total of 500 net worth all across the board, and thus putting themselves a little bit closer over Team Flash despite having a deficit of 3 kills. It is still pretty early down in the game. 4 minutes in, the protective shields coming in from the first defense turrets has yet to be taken off yet. So every single one of these players will want to get themselves on the move as much as possible. As such, the tanks as well as rather the roamers are going to be very important plays, such as looking at the top lane, onto the Hilda, looking at the top lane when it comes down to Franco as well. They're all trying to set up something, be it in the gold lane or the EXP lane. But because the turtle will only come up in the next 70 seconds, it is all down to the roamers to actually set up the respective kills. But I'm kind of surprised that the mages are staying in the middle lane to clear it up.
Yeah, honestly, Alpha V9 on that Ruby, he's making so much play, right? He's delaying it, he's messing up the position. And then, oh, KZP missing the hook, no problem to that. Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, Alpha V9 on that Ruby, he created so much space for Team Flash in every single fight. Right now, he's so strong as an individual player. I feel he's a key point to the team play right now.
Well, I think that that's something that we're gonna have to watch out for as well.
Yeah.
Even though Team Flash has won in the earlier stages into a 3-0, Reminiscent should have a higher EXP gain. But hold on a second,
Reminiscence look so low, real one manipulation by Pebble is gonna get caught here. KZP, here's the hook, but no, he's gonna go down. It's on about memory for the trade there, tank for tank, no problem. KCP there disrupting the real manipulation, no problem. And then, you know, KCP is like, oh no, I'm gonna die.
It doesn't really matter at the time.
Doesn't really matter.
So it is a roamer for roamer, so there was nothing of value lost coming in from both sides. But of course, that pretty much means that it is tougher for Team Flash to actually open up the fight because these SMGs, they are a lot tankier. And they cannot steal too easily for Angelo, managed to steal away the turtle. But Reminiscent brings him down. In the end of the day, I would still say it is still relatively valuable for Team SMG either way. This gives the entire team massive amount of shields, allowing them to play a lot more aggressively, especially since the lineup is already pretty darn tanky. Team Flash definitely having a little bit of a difficulty, but it is not the end of the game just yet. Their team lineup is, you know, they can definitely scale to the late stages since they have Cillian.
Wow, Reminiscence immediately going for the Radiant Armor. What is he trying to pull off here? On the other side though, Team SMG SG, look at the amount of tankiness, the thick boys, literally going for the Guardian helmet along with that, you know, probably following up with that Curse helmet. It's gonna burn the whole of Team Flash.
Do note that Reminiscent didn't just immediately go for the Radiant Armor. He have decided to go for the Steel Legs. Steel Leg plates as well. So that gives him a good amount of physical defense, and that way it will be able to help him to sustain for the earlier stages of the game. The main important thing that is he wants to stay relevant against Pebble, and it makes sense.
Oh, and Pebble gets some damage here. Reminiscence along with Ace. Ace just trying to scout out some information here, but here comes too easy for Angelo. Team SMG, are they gonna go in on this? And Reminiscence is gonna get stunned up. He's gonna get retribution now. Real World Manipulation is gonna get popped. Reminiscence trying to kite through the other side. KCP over all the way into the other end. He's gonna take down Pebble, but the trade comes in. It's gonna be Reminiscence. Ace runs so low. A-Peach pops the torn apart memory, and he's gonna get 2 for 1 Reminiscent. 8-3.
They took a little bit too long to bring down Reminiscent, and that is just how technically good a creator is supposed to be doing what he should be doing at this point in time, to soak up so much damage. And with the amount of physical damage reduction from the steel legs, and not to forget skill 1 also makes him invulnerable to physical damage as well.
Basic damage, basic attack.
Damage, yeah. So in the end of the day, he's just not too afraid of a lot of things. The only thing that he's afraid of is Pebble dropping down the real world manipulation. That is why he immediately went off.
Too easy for Angelo. Jumps in. Alpha V9, real world manipulation by Pebble is gonna get caught. Aeon all the way in the back. Ace is gonna put some good amount of damage, and down goes the turtle. It's gonna go towards Team SMG. And the killing spree comes out for Aeon, but too easy for Angelo. Is gonna get traded 2 for 2 right now, Team Flash. And yeah, it's gonna be a 2 for 2.
I gotta have to say that Ace, he definitely did manage to open up the map very well for Team SMG. But when it comes down to actually winning in team fights, it kind of seems like they're going all over the place. They don't have someone that they really want to focus down on. Why is this the case? Crowd control. Take a look at this. Team SMG has always been trying to put themselves into the fight. Ace is still jumping onto Aeon, but there's just way too many things going on. HP stuns him down, and not to forget, we are looking at the Alpha V9 with good amount of CCs as well. Reminiscent clears out the waves, or rather clears out the members from the back, and he is effectively the one that sweeps away the rest of the ordeal. So there's a lot of things going on with Team Flash. Who do you want to bring down on? And you can't have one member from Team SMG get too far away because the CC is just going to stack up and the person who initiates is probably going to be burnt to crisps, probably very early in the game.
That's true, and oh, AP looks so low here. Too easy for Angelo, gets the two-man stun, and along with Ace, here comes Ash. He pops, oh, and the hook all the way into the turret, but down goes KCP. All the way back, AP runs very, very low. Ace trying to put some aggression down onto Aeon here. Team SMG, it looks like they want to take this tier 1 turret, or they could take the rest of Team Flash. Too easy for Angelo, gets down to Reminiscent. AP gets stunned up, is it going to be so low? Aeon is still surviving under this, but Ash takes all the turret aggro right now. SMG SG with some good amount of damage, takes down Aeon too, clawing their way back.
Well, it kind of seems as though both teams are technically teetering on a breaking point. It's literally a game that could go anywhere. Team Flash kind of seems as though they had the earlier start of the game and they pushed off pretty nicely with a good amount of kills to themselves. But Team SMG, when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, breaking past the 10 minutes point, they are actually 1,000 gold above Team Flash with quite a lot of fight even in the middle lane.
Reminiscence, it looks low. No, they're not commenting this, right?
I mean,
they will be inting.
Yeah, it's definitely too much for Team SMG, and they know that they are on some advantage here. They are playing on a tank comp, and going into the mid stages is where they get a lot tankier, where Team Flash would have no answer to. Their damage is just not quite enough, and their tank ability is also not quite enough per se.
Oh, and the I'm Offender is going to land down onto 2E for Angelo, but he's going to get so much damage here. Reminiscent trying to stop it. Pebble.
Look at that. Look at that. They spent so much time. They used everything that could just to bring down Too Easy for Angelo. Look at the ultimate.
Tank.
Yeah, only KCP and a Peach has left the ultimate left alone, if I am not wrong, right? And they wouldn't have enough ultimate, or rather damage, to actually spread the damage all across the board on the Team SMG. So that is going to be a problem. The only thing that Team Flash could do at this point in time is to drag out the game a lot longer than it possibly could. 26 minutes, 27 minutes. That is where Team Flash would probably have a better idea onto how to win the game.
I mean, they don't have much Shredder too, right? I mean, you have Aeon for the burst, but all you have to do is just buy one Athena shield and it's done. Along with A-Peach too, I mean, once you get the full stacks and then Torn Apart Memory, it just shreds everybody apart.
That is where things are definitely going to get a little bit scarier. But I think that we have been missing out on one crucial thing, and that is Ash that's playing on Melissa. I don't think that we have covered much about Ash. I don't think that Ash has been in the team fight for much at all.
He's at the back just poking everyone
just poking around, right?
Yeah,
so
that's the whole purpose of the MM.
Yeah, total of 4 assists, while they have a total of 7 kills. So that is almost 50% of kill participation, despite being a marksman. And we haven't really quite seen him popping off just yet. We haven't seen him getting the items that he needed. He did manage to pick up the Berserker's Fury pretty early into the game.
Windtalker.
Now he's got a Windtalker. He also got the Wind of Nature. So with these 3 items in the game, Ash can actually regroup with his team, which you can see right now. He's probably acting as a bait at this point.
Yeah,
Pebble could come in anytime and to help his fellow friend out. In fact, Too Easy for Angelo, they are all waiting for the perfect opportunity to jump right in. With 50 seconds left onto the Lord, they're looking for maybe something cheesy.
I feel SMG SG did look at where they're positioning themselves. They're all the way on the T2 bottom turret. Ash just showing himself on the map right now. SMG SG, they are waiting for this. They're baiting in Team Flash, but is Team Flash going to take the bait here? The suppression comes out onto Too Easy for Angelo. All the way back. Pebble is going to be able to pop the real world manipulation. Too Easy for Angelo is going to get taken down. Ash gets some damage down onto Reminiscent. Is it going to be enough? No, Ace is going to go down first. Pops to go away. Ash runs so low. Look at the burst coming out from Aeon. It's too much to handle.
Well, that went very well from Team Flash.
Yeah, it is.
They went in, dove down onto Too Easy for Angelo. It kind of seems as though their power spiked up quite considerably. They did manage to bring down Too Easy for Angelo pretty early on, and that managed to force Pebble to work up with the real world manipulation without a proper positioning to work with, because everything was just too fast-paced for them to catch up. Yeah. And that was when Too Easy for Angelo is down, and when it comes down to being the frontliners, Ace as well as Ram is probably going to be the last
Ram gets a little bit
left.
too much damage. Too Easy for Angelo comes all the way in. Pebble pops the real world manipulation. Ram is going to get bursted down, and down goes Too Easy for Angelo though, but Ash here with the damage down onto Reminiscent. Is it going to be enough? AP flickers over. Ash, 1-on-1! is gonna take. Oh my god, Ash is gonna go down. Pebble here gets a little bit too much damage, trying to just sidestep here for Aeon. Apex still alive here with the immortality still active, but it is gonna be a 3-for-2 here for Team Flash.
And Ace is not backing down just yet. It's just gonna be coming in for the backside right down. And AP brings out his immortality. Alpha V9 come back for King. And this is just gonna be putting Ash down onto the ground. And AP becomes unstoppable with a total of 17 kills for the entire team of Team Flash. They are literally on a mission like a man possessed.
Wow. And Ace there, what a weird move. Right, Ace went all the way in, tried to secure down to AP, pops his immortality. Sure, no problem, but then it's a 1v3. Pebbles all the way in the back. He's down on cooldowns.
KCP
gets hooked by KCP here, but it's a Marsha. It's very tanky. Segway clock comes out, but here comes remote manipulation all the way in the back. AP is just dodging it. AP jumps all the way back in. Ram. Trying to catch down onto Eon. Is it gonna be enough? So Ram still standing alive all the way back. It's gonna be Reminiscence.
Wow!
Reminiscence gets so much damage. It does go Reminiscence. Ram still alive here. It's gonna be a 1-for-none here. It could be a lot take.
It could be
a lot take here, but Flash, they do have the map advantage. SMG has the man advantage. Retribution still on cooldown though. It could be stolen away.
7 seconds, 5 seconds left on the TSMG side. When it comes to the Retribution, they can definitely try to go for this with 18,000 left on the health, onto the side of the Lord. How about Team Flash? They're just going to be jumping on. Run against Aeon. Aeon, the immortality is going to go straight down. But a massive amount of numbers coming from both sides are just going to be popping right off. Team SMG, they did manage to get themselves the Lord. They did manage to lose 2 members onto their side. But in the end of the day, Team SMG, they got what they wanted. However, this is just going to endure the game for a little while longer. And like I said before, the longer the game goes, the better it is for Team Flash.
It is. I mean, they are late game scaling heroes, and Aeon here, the further you push this game, the more painful he's gonna get. No amount of items can stop him.
Reminiscent has been buying a lot of time in the previous team fight. He has been tanking all 4 members for the longest time ever, just so that AP will be able to reposition himself in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the fact that Alpha V9 as well as KZP just sticking in so close to AP. They're doing whatever that they can to ensure that the auto attack damage doesn't actually land on the AP, especially since his HP was all the way down to 50%.
Yeah.
Reminiscent, still being a tanker he is. He's still trying to do whatever that he can despite being the one with the retribution. Probably a little bit too forward, if you ask me. And this is probably going to make things a lot tougher for them if they do want to take down the Lord. If they continue with this kind of team dynamics, I would say that Team SMG will be able to get Lord over and over and over again. And that is probably the one way that SMG can win.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? Just with that one Lord, they managed to take down 2 turrets here. Team SMG, they're slowly clawing their way back. And look at the goal. It's close to none. It's equal right now.
Unfortunately, KCP as well as Alpha V9 is not as sustainable.
Yeah,
as I thought,
they're not
right?
super sustainable.
Now just look at the health pool at least, right? Reminiscent definitely have got way more amount of health. Alpha V9 focuses more on magical defense, damage go back, such as with a blade.
Alpha
blade
V9
armor.
jumps in all the way, but here comes the Winter Truncheon from Pebble. He's gonna keep him alive. And the 4-man hook, but here comes River Manipulation. Reminiscence all the way in the front line. Down goes to easy for Angelo, but look at Ram. He's gonna be able to take down Alpha V9. Alpha V9 still able to survive this, but Aces go down. Aeon with the burst. It's gonna be a 1-for-2. And it's gonna be a 3-for-1 here for Team Flash.
That was so sad. Team SMG, they literally have a 1-versus. Reminiscent lost to the 4-man from the side of SMG, while Ramaram has only lost a single health bar against the lineup of Team Flash.
Wow.
If you look at an instant reply, that is exactly what you will see. The main thing is that Reminiscent is always in front of the enemies, and as much as possible, he will want to take a fight. But Ramaram comes right in. He goes to the back lines, 1-versus-4. He deals with Alpha V9 as much as he can. Yes, he didn't manage to get a kill, but a lot of the members from the side of Team Flash, they were so low already. And
creates
this
so much
is actually
space.
a place for fight back for SMG, but that didn't work out.
It didn't work out. He created so much space for the team, but in Team SMG, they were just pressured by the one and only. The answer to that is Reminiscent.
Wow. Like I said before, right? If Reminiscent is going to be the one that constantly goes over to the back instead of, well, taking kills away, he's kind of the one that's chipping health off. And that, in my opinion, not exactly the best way to go, especially Team SMG. They don't really have a lot of CCs. I can see why he's doing that. But in the end of the day, I don't think that you should be underestimating the amount of damage from Team SMG. Yes, they don't have a very late game scaling hero to a certain extent, except for Ash, right? However, everyone technically still have damage because they can still pick up armor. They can still scale to the late game.
Too easy for Angelo here.
goodness.
He's gonna get down here, and real world manipulation is gonna get a pop, but it's gonna be a 3-man knockup at the Lord here. KCP runs so low. Immortality is still up, though. All the way in the front line is gonna be Reminiscent, but the go away is gonna be able to push him out. Only victim here is gonna be too easy for Angelo. And Team SMG, 1 for none.
Well, Team Flash, they understood the caveat, they understood the objective, and that is to play away from the real world manipulation.
Yeah.
Once they saw that, they immediately retreated as fast as they can. They did lose. Wait, did they lose anyone?
No one.
They didn't lose anyone.
They
Okay.
didn't lose anyone during that fight. Too easy for Angelo, was all the way in the front line, soaking everything up. No, Team SMG, they want the fight to come towards them.
Oh, and now?
Oh, the hook! And a suppression along with a double hook here onto Ed, but here comes Go Away. He's gonna keep him alive. No, he's not. And monster kill coming out here for Aeon.
That's
Ace
big!
is gonna get bursted
That's
down.
big!
And finally, a legendary coming out, ladies and gentlemen, for A Peach on the Brody. And there's your code. Scan that QR code, key in that key, and get your reward here for the legendary on A Peach 8, 0, and 9.
I don't think that it's even fair for us to say that Team Flash was literally on the tail of Ash. Ash kind of put himself in an unfortunate scenario by being way too forward from his team. They kind of seem as though that they knew that KCP is hiding inside of the brushes, but they happened to just jump right into the trap. And thus, Ash is gone, Ace is gone. The Lord is not marching in onto the map just yet, but Team Flash, they're doing whatever they can to put up as much aggression as much as possible, and they were hoping to bring one person down.
Oh my gosh, and KCP with the play of the game. What a hook onto Ash, no less, and with that ultimate, Ash could have popped it inside, but look at this, here comes the hook all the way, and too easy for Angelo, he's gonna get hooked along with the suppression down, but oh, Immortality is gonna get popped up here for too easy for Angelo, he jumps all the way in. Real world manipulation, not gonna do much here.
And now it is going to be the Lord left with a sliver of health. It kind of seems as though the damage went through from SMG over to the Lord is like a hot knife through butter. We couldn't even comprehend the amount of damage that they can deal. But let's not forget about the fact that the middle lane inhibitor turret is down. The bottom lane inhibitor turret is so close to death. And Team Flash, they're more than happy to have what they've got. They've got the mega creeps that will be marching in from the middle lane, buying them quite a lot of time. And with the bottom lane and the top lane left,
Oh, and the flick hook onto Ash, and here comes the immobilize, and with the killing spree coming out all the way back, it's gonna be SMG. They're trying to trade this. KCP gets taken down. Ace is gonna get traded back in return. Reminiscent so low. Bad boy is gonna pop the real world manipulation. Oh my god, it is gonna be a 3-for-1 here. And oh my god, Alpha V9 with the aggression onto Pepper, popped an immortality, but no matter to that. KCP with the big play of the game on that Franco. Oh my god.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Looks like things went completely sideways for SMG. I mean, at the start of the game, we've got Team Flash that didn't manage to put himself in a really good spot every now and then. So it was a massive seesaw, come and go, tug of war, if I may. We don't really have an exact idea who's gonna be the one that really wins. Because if Flash eventually makes any form of mistake, SMG gets the game. But Team Flash, they knew what they were doing, they went all the way with it, and with amazing play from KCP with a flicker plus hook, ouch. Boy, that was the start of the Millennium fight.
Ooh, the millennial fight or millennial?
Millennium.
Oh, millennium. I thought you were talking about millennials.
The millennium. Once
You're a millennial, right?
I am I think I'm like half in between.
Stuck in an era.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the era. So I'm like half of Gen Z and half of millennials. But yeah, that was definitely a hook that we won't see for a long time, perhaps, I would say. And
maybe lousy?
Perhaps. Yeah, he can definitely pull hooks like that. But to pull off hooks like that dictates the pace of the game. That dictates if whether they are gonna win the game or not. That is something that we won't see for the next millennium or so.
I mean, taking a look back on that replay, Team Flash, they positioned themselves so well. SMG, they want the fight to come towards them, but it's not enough. They want the fight, you know, the fight to come towards them, but then Flash is just like, no, we can see your real world manipulation, right? It's so big. I'm not gonna play in your tiny little box.
Reminiscent is pretty much going all the way in. He really wanted to deal with Pebble.
He
But
wants to.
unfortunately, they knew, like, you can start to see that the way that they play and the strategy starts to get a little bit different here, right? From this fight, yes, they kind of won a little bit by bit. Okay, but the KCP hook completely changed the game, right? So that was just marvelous for them. But we have seen time and time again and how they dealt with the real world manipulation. Sometimes they fight within it, sometimes they went outside to fight, right?
Yeah.
So most of the time they actually played within it. In fact, they pushed Reminiscent to take up the role to deal with the Yeet. But I think that it didn't work out a few times.
Not
And
really.
thus, there was that one fight that they actually withdrew themselves. They didn't lose anyone, and that was before the Lord fight. And because of the fact that they withdrew themselves away from the real world manipulation, it allowed them to go for the Lord. It allowed them to bring down a kill onto Ash. So they really understood the grave power of the real world manipulation, how to bait it out, and how to be safe after it's been baited out.
Yeah, I mean, SMG, what could it possibly change here in the next game?
I think that when it comes down to the entirety of it, they should be looking at more, well, it kind of sounds weird, but I feel that they're gonna have to work on more on the communication as well
really?
as their team priority, right? Because at one point in time, Too Easy for Angelo he is supposed to be the position 2 player.
He was.
Yeah. But he kind of became a position 5 player, whereby he's the one that actually chases after opponents, despite the fact that there are, 2 other people with the low HP player, which is Reminiscent. That is early into the game. And that is also why they have lost quite a lead in the early stages. They did manage to climb up a little bit with the objectives, but can you imagine if they didn't give off those 3 kills? They got the objective. That pretty much means that they have got the grasp of the early game. They can snowball. The
Yeah,
game
that's
would
true.
turn out so differently if they didn't give that first 3 kills over to Team Flash.
I mean, the first blood especially, right? It was just so messy.
Yes, it
SMG's like, wait, go, wait, no, back, and then no, go, and then, that's the victim of it. 3-0. Ouch.
Well, it's okay, because maybe this time SMG would understand the taste of defeat now, especially since this is the first game of the series. We've seen them pulling off a 2-1 scoreline before, so they're not out of the game just yet. Their morale may be a little bit lower than previously, but this is not gonna deter them. I know them. They are definitely gonna keep playing like normal. Nothing's gonna stop them.
With the power of JJ Lin.
Yes.
With the power of JJ Lin, I feel SMG can come back from this, but it could go either way, right? But I think we do have our MVP rate.
And that is going to
Aeon?
Aeon! I mean, we have seen the amount of
Yeah.
damage that this guy is able to pull through. He's got the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glaive. Oh,
Athena Shield and Immortality.
As a
He
mage,
doesn't need.
As a mage, we don't. I'm sorry. For a mage, we actually don't see 2 defensive items that much.
We only see 1.
Usually 1, right? But to see 2,
Build different.
literally built different.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally and liberally built different. With a match KDA of 9:2:19.
Wow.
100% kill participation.
He was there for every single fight. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Sicilion, or you would play the support emblem, higher cooldowns, you get that HP back, and then higher movement speed. Wow. Higher movement speed, higher cooldowns, you can literally stack. You don't even need much damage item.
Wow. Your damage just keeps scaling over
Yeah,
and
it's free scale, free world,
as well.
free damage estate.
Yeah, so I can pretty much understand where that's coming from. But hey, congratulations over to Team Flash for being able to get themselves the first game done and dusted, and they must be really happy with what they have got so far. But what do you think of this entire fight, at least in a nutshell?
I mean, I feel it's a little bit too scuffed. SMG, like you said, they have to work on the communication. The draft was perfect, bro. The draft was great.
I love the draft,
It's just the timing, right? The timing was just a little bit off. SMG's like, no, you should go. No, I'm gonna go. Wait, no, we're supposed to back. Wait, no, I'm low. And then Reminiscence is here. No, I'm taking down, Aeon. And then it just goes everywhere, right? It's so like, I don't know how you put it.
Crisscross?
Yeah. It's so much
tangled.
closer.
Yeah,
Tangled.
Kind of tangled.
Tangled
down the
communication,
course
yeah.
of communication. Well, it is pretty unfortunate, I would say, in the end of the day. Maybe they will be able to resolve this when it comes down to game number 2, which will be coming up next after this short little break. We'll be right back.
Titans from the Supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Ling.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest. Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's break in the mirror. Peace out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before.
Alright, we are back once again after a short little break. The previous game ended up fabulously, or would I say fantabulous?
Snowbally.
I wouldn't call that exactly snowbally. I wouldn't really say that it's snowball. It was kind of like a back and forth tug of war between SMG as well as Team Flash. When it comes down to their economy, they kind of like went up and equal, up and equal. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel it's like a tug of war with one strong man and then like one tiny little boy.
That is, well...
Just holding it like that.
Well, at least that
Holding it
is
like
his
that.
perspective. Yeah, that is his perspective, right?
I mean, like Flash was like holding it like this and then like, yeah, sure, yeah, keep going. Oh, you know, more energy, and then just one tug, and then after that,
I think you've been watching a little bit too much Korean
Games.
films.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, close enough, right?
Close enough. But we do have a new, we have something new for you. Moonson just gave us this 515 party. We have a nice little short animated film. I love the skins.
Ooh.
You have the Link skin, you have the 1-1 skin. Wow, it's so amazing.
Well, make sure you guys take a look. I believe that you guys have kind of like had a short little glimpse when it comes down to the holding screen. Of course, you guys can take a look at more of that in a while later, because what's gonna be coming up next is gonna be game number 2 between Team Flash versus Team SMG. Of course, Team Flash did manage to get themselves one game away from Team SMG. The question is, will they be able to keep up at it and go for a 2-0? Or would they unfortunately lose 1 point over to SMG and make it into a stalemate?
I feel it would be a stalemate, right? It's the playoffs, right? But right now we're gonna go straight into the stage, as you can see how confident or how nervous the players are.
Well, I am nervous. If I'm nervous, the players will be even more nervous.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that whatever that is happening here is live at Grid.
Yeah,
They're
man.
playing in front of live audience. And we haven't had that for the longest time ever. I wouldn't even be surprised if some of these players are actually experiencing a couple of
Jitters?
stage frights. Yeah, jitters in their... I can't think of anything that rhymes.
Jitters, fritters,
in their
glitters. Oh yeah, we're rappers now. Not only we talk fast, we rhyme. You know what rhymes with got? G-O-T?
What?
Dobie Gots. And that's where Grid is. So if you guys ever want to head down using public transport, you can head down to Dobie God MRT station, turn right, turn left, all the way straight. Yeah, I remember the route. But
someone get me out of this panel. Please.
But SMG here banning away the Link again. They just don't want to deal with the Link at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much understandable. Nowadays, we are definitely not wanting to see any Links in the game. We don't want to see Grok in the game. And sometimes we even do not want to see 1-1 in the game.
Sir,
But,
what's your command?
but I mean, right now, Fanny being banned out by Flash as well.
Targeted ban.
Targeted ban, indeed. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we are starting to see a little bit more targeted ban because of what has happened in the previous game as well. We should be understanding that Grok would probably be out. SMG would probably want to ban the... No, they wouldn't want to ban the Karina because they are first pick now. And nowadays, not a lot of people actually go for a Karina ban unless Team Flash themselves go for the Karina ban.
Endure the pain.
That's true though.
So Team SMG now, because of the fact that there are 2 more bans available, it really depends on what they want to ban. If they ban the Grok, it will give Team Flash the chance to ban the Karina. So now they ban the Hilda.
Yeah.
That means that Team Flash gotta have to focus on either banning the Grok or the Karina.
What about the
yielding
Marsha?
the other team other hero over to SMG. Marsha is not exactly, in my opinion, not exactly that big of a deal.
Really?
Yeah, it really isn't a big of a deal. Because when it comes down to the laning phase at least, Marsha doesn't win the lane entirely. Marsha is really good when it comes down to being super tanky in the team fights. But imagine a Marsha that doesn't have a good time in the lane. How is he even supposed to scale accordingly to the tankiness in the team fight?
That's true. You do make a good point, Abstract.
The Dyrolf is also available right now.
I mean, I feel Flash should ban away the Dyrolf, right? If they don't, SMG is going to be immediately picking up the Dyrolf. Immediately.
I think there will be some play around.
Really?
With the Grok being banned now, right? The first pick is very likely going to be Karina. I don't think that they're going to first pick Angela. As much as I want to see that, I don't think any of these teams is going to pick Angela first until maybe one team in MPL SG starts to prioritize onto the Angela, shows what Angela really is good at, then all the other teams will start to probably pick that up as well.
I mean, Flash did pick up Angela once or twice, if I'm not wrong. Aeon played the Angela mid. Full-on damage Angela.
Yeah, but I don't like that.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like how you don't like Khalid roam.
Yeah, that's trash. That's trash.
I'm just triggering you now.
But at least when it comes down to now, I think that Khalid roam is not too bad because of the damage.
What?
But Franco first pick
What?
SMG.
What is
That means
going
Karina and Yves is going to be available for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, Karina and
why?
Yves will be open. Why would they want that Franco? It's a free potential pick-off though. But Flash picking up their Dyro. They don't want Ram to have this, right? They don't want Ram to have this.
I don't understand why they prioritize the pick onto Franco. I really do not understand. Maybe they just don't want to give it over to KCP. They're giving some good respects over to Team Flash. And maybe if that is going to be their thinking, then yeah, that is probably nice to hear for KCP. But Team Flash now is going to be looking at the Xavier pick. They're also going to be looking at the Boxer pick. Once again,
Team SMG.
I want to see a jungle Xborg.
Whoa. KCP on that Atlas. I mean, I just showed Abstract a clip of people playing Atlas. I feel this would be very, very devastating.
Oh crap, this is actually a pretty good pick here.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, SMG, they have already fulfilled their position 5 role.
Yeah.
They have fulfilled their position 3 mid laner. And nowadays, we're starting to see Diggy more onto the mid lane as a position 3 / position 4. Yes, Diggy.
Why?
Is more of a mid laner now than being a roam player.
You are playing in a different server, Abstract.
But no, this is for real, right?
Really?
So
Diggy?
even if Singapore wants to play a Diggy into a roam scenario or a mid scenario, that can't be possible here anymore. And if as much as they will want to deny the Atlas being picked out here by picking up the Diggy, they can't do that anymore. And that is why technically a lot of teams doesn't immediately fulfill the role of the jungle, the roam, and the mage. In fact,
that's true.
They've moved more into one pick, which is going to be the marksman. Because marksman right now is less flexible. It's either Beatrix or Clint, or maybe sometimes even Popol and Cooper, sometimes Brody as well. And there's not a lot of play around here, right? Carry can be possible too.
The Angela ban. SMG do not want this at all. I mean, because they do left the mage role open, right?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't want to see Angela in mage. But maybe Aeon does it well, so they don't want to see that. But all in all, we're not going to see that. Yves is still open, like I said before.
Taken up.
They're going to pick it up, though I'm surprised that they picked Yves on the second drafting stage, and no one actually banned the Yves instead. And SMG actually focused on to a Sicilian ban instead. I would get an idea why, because Atlas plus Sicilian, the bad attack is definitely painful.
One more combo.
Yep, I can understand that.
It's so targeted though.
It is pretty targeted, yes. I gotta have to give them that. But Team SMG right now, once again, they don't really have a team that deals true damage. They don't have someone that can push all of these frontliners away. Because Valea is definitely good when it comes down to a team that has a lot of melee characters, melee heroes. And Team Flash currently have 3 of them, and all of them are rather pivotal. Team SMG now picks up the Yuzhong and the Clint. Yuzhong fighting against the Dyrov.
It's a wet noodle fight.
Dyrov actually wins the lane.
I mean, but Yuzhong creates space.
Yuzhong creates space, yes. But that also means that Yuzhong won't be able to do very well in team fights to a certain extent.
Really?
If you are thinking about a head-to-head between a Dyrov as well as a Yuzhong, you can technically say that Dyrov can deal, yes, heck a lot of damage, but I mean, yeah, okay, it's kind of hard for me to say.
Yeah, it's a very balanced.
Okay, it's more of like Dyrov wins against Esmeralda. Yuzhong can still out-heal some of the damage from Dyrov. So in the end of the day, yeah, it's kind of like depends on who has the fastest fingers, who does it better. But innately, actually I don't know anymore, you know. Sometimes as a Yuzhong player, I feel that I'm pressured by the Dyrov. Sometimes playing as a Dyrov, I feel pressured by the Yuzhong. I don't know what's going on.
You're
Maybe
like
I'm just a
everywhere.
bad player, alright.
You're just everywhere, man.
Yeah, I'm just a bad player, okay? Don't listen to me.
Wow, but KZP on that Atlas. Wow, I can't wait to see some nice little suplexes. 5-man fatal links.
Oh.
Maybe?
That would be amazing.
He would jump in. I'm probably guessing he's trying to catch off Pebble.
He won't want to catch off everyone.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to catch out Bucks here, right? Tortoise Boys would just burn your whole team down.
Well, yes but no. Yes but no.
Yes and no, yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no, yes and no. So now, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 between Team SMG versus Team Flash. Who's going to be the one to come up on top against one another? Is SMG going to pull it off at the stalemate? Or is Team Flash going to make this quick and dirty with a 2-0 victory? Introducing the players once again, when it comes down to the Team SMG side, we have Ash that's going to be playing onto the Clint. We're going to be Do Easy Angelo as the Rolling Thunder, and that is going to be that Boxer. Well, the savior is going to be played by Pebble. Down in the bottom lane is Rumbling his Yuzhong, and finally the Franco. Not on KCP this time, but is going to be on the opponent side, Ace.
Wow, and on the other side, we have Team Flash reminiscent on that nice little Karina tank, but as we speak, it's going to be a flicker hook over, no problem to that. And Alpha V9 on that Dyrov, we have KZP on that Alice, can't wait to see that. Aeon on the Eve and A-Peach on the Brody.
Well, when it comes down to just the composition alone, what can we expect here? Team SMG, they have early game kind of like firepower as well as team fight. When it comes down to controlling.
Yeah.
Too Easy for Angelo can dive pretty nicely. Well, it kind of becomes a confusing scenario from Team SMG, if I may. But for now, Ace is the one that wants to pull the enemy towards the team, while Too Easy for Angelo is the one that wants to jump onto the back lines. So this team composition is probably going to be very similar to the previous game that Team SMG has played, whereby it is going to boil down to a 4 versus 1 in the early parts of a team fight. And Reminiscent playing as a Karina once again, that pretty much means that we can expect the same result. Too Easy for Angelo winning sometimes? Oh no, sorry, that was the Marsha.
Yeah, it was the Marsha.
4v1ing. So Reminiscent and Too Easy for Angelo, who will win in the 1v4? That will be the biggest question, and that will dictate how a fight is going to be like.
I think Reminiscence would win, but then at the same time, I think Too Easy for Angela,
right?
yeah. I mean, it could go either way, right? It all comes down to macro, but Aeon here pops the real world manipulation. Ace gets down, and there you go first blood. Ram trying to stop it. Alpha V9 gets the kill. Fatal Link comes down, and no answer to that. Alpha V9 runs very low, and Pebble is going to get traded for it. It's going to be a 1-4-2 here. Is it going to be a 2-4-2? Yes, it is.
Completely slipped up my mind.
Why?
What
slipped your mind?
That Team Flash has an Eve, and Team SMG picked up the Yuzhong. The Black Dragon form essentially is just a drive-by.
Oh my
just
god.
A drive-by to deal with Aeon.
Yeah,
and that way, no more real-world manipulation where they had a problem with. They were the one that played the real-world manipulation. So they technically knew what is the extent of the real-world manipulation, right? In order for you to win the opponents, you gotta have to know how it feels for the opponent.
Yeah.
So SMG identified that. They realized that, yes, our team come here, we can't have the real-world manipulation slow us down, especially since we are a team that is very much in your face.
Yeah. But at the same time, Aeon on the Eve though, so Team SMG answer is to disrupt the real world manipulation, right? You have the Iron Hook from Ace, Too Easy for Angelo with the disruption, Pebble with the stun, Ram with the Black Dragon form to push everyone back, especially that Eve. No problem, real world manipulation out of the equation. Whoa.
Team SMG, none of them also have got a Purify. They don't have anything that allows them to resist the crowd control from inside Team Flash. Team Flash is a team that is very likely want to play in a grouped up scenario. Team SMG, they have some form of, hold on a second, A-Peach, KCP going in for the grand suplex. He did manage to bring quite a lot of them down, or rather bring quite a lot of them to submission, but not quite enough for them to eventually bring anyone down. With H-Peach being down, with KCP down to a low amount of HP, the rest of the players, when it comes down to Aeon, is gonna go straight down, and 4 members from the side of Team SMG moves up to the top lane, allows Reminiscent to bring 1, bring 2, and very potentially bring 3 down all by himself, and thus unlocking a code for you all.
I mean, triple kill coming off for Reminiscence here, and even going for the tank build. This is the early game Karina that we have all been eyeing, but if we take a look at the EXP lane right now, still a wet noodle fight. Just slapping each other. Just like, you, oh.
Yeah, it is here and there, right? I do like Team Flash's lineup, definitely. When it comes down to the sustainability and the tank side, at least Reminiscent deals true damage, and I love to see what is going on here. And Team Flash, unfortunately, they lost 2 man here, allows his SMG to follow up, and that is gonna be a bite right down on top of Reminiscent. His HP is still pretty much okay. Brings Ram down, and from a 2v3, become a 2v2, and SMG realizes that we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, we can't take him down. He's too tanky. You know, he's just soaking every single thing that we throw at him. He's like a sponge, right? He's soaking everything up. All that damage coming towards Reminiscence, and then Reminiscence like, yeah, hit me some more. Come on.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
He's like what, you know what Jace loves to say?
What does he say?
Spiky durian.
He say that?
Yeah, I mean, he calls Gato a spiky durian because the more you hit, the more it hurts. And then, you know, Karina,
I mean, yeah.
she's definitely gonna build a blade armor.
Yeah,
sooner or
okay.
later.
Okay, I understand the analogy.
spiky
I'll
durian.
take it. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. KCP.
Oh my god, and here comes the real manipulation from Ace. Aeon. Oh, he gets so much damage. Oh, and down goes KCP, but he's gonna get traded here for Aeon along with Ace. To get all the way back, Alpha V9 forced to flick over the wall. He gets a dash, but no, it's gonna be a 2-for-1 here. Team Flash. They're kind of flopping a little bit.
Oh, too easy for Angelo. Now, just gonna be assuming that the position 5 Roma just gonna be jumping right on top of the Karina. Not like it's gonna do anything at all. I believe that he was just hoping that he'll be able to bring someone down along with him, perhaps. I don't know. But all in all, that is going to be a 9-9 scoreline. Pretty much on a stalemate. And when it comes down to economy, Team Flash have got a tiny little bit of an advantage here.
Just a small little bit, right? But, you know, during the team fight, it's just back and forth. It's either Flash takes all or Team SMG takes all. But here comes the conceal play from Team Flash.
Not gonna be big.
Not gonna be big, right? But I was saying, look at the top lane. Tier 1 turret has already been taken down, but Tier 1 mid turret has been taken down too. But Team Flash, they're gathering all over. Here comes the Fatal Link. Ace gets a little bit too much damage here. Torn apart memory used. And real world manipulation used too. So it's gonna be a 2-for-none here. Monster kill coming out.
So this is gonna be KCP stuck in a small little corner, but it's not gonna be stopping anytime soon just yet. He's just gonna be splitting himself in an uphill form. He finds himself running away, but too easy for Angelo is the one that would not be able to run away instead, as Reminiscent picks off a small little bits and pieces of his little body, and of course, fed it to himself.
It's cleanup crew, man. Reminiscence on the cleanup duty there. Wiping everybody out.
Exactly. That is the kind of Karina play that I was hoping to see in the previous game. The previous game, it kind of seems like he had to play a completely different role.
Yeah.
And I think that their team composition doesn't allow him to play how he is right now.
Now it's complementing him.
Now it is working.
Yeah.
Now it's working. Main thing is that when it comes down to initiation, KCP can initiate pretty darn well, isn't it? While in the previous game, Hilda, not exactly the kind of initiator that you were looking out for.
No. Oh, Fatal Links along with real world manipulation here for the follow-up from Aeon, but here comes the Iron Hook all the way back, and oh, the damage from Xavier is going to be too much. Aeon is going to get bursted down, too easy for Angelo, all the way in the thick of it. Here comes Tortis for points, he's going to be able to burn down one person, and there's going to be Alpha V9. Aeon gets taken down in the meantime. It's going to be a 4-for-none here. Pebble all the way low, and it's going to be a team wipe. A Maniac coming up for AP. Team Flash on the roll right now.
Before I break down what has happened in there, let me correct myself a little bit. KCP played as a Franco, not a Hilda, so my apologies.
No worries.
Completely got out of my mind. But congratulations to Team Flash. That was a very dominating and a menacing play all across the board. And Reminiscent just did exactly what he wanted to do. However, most of the kills actually didn't go to him. He actually didn't get a single kill from all of that team fight, if I remember correctly. So with the instant replay, we'll be able to tell what's going on. KCP focused down onto the Roma first. This loses that initiation, but the Dawning Light comes out from Pebble, not gonna do quite much. He stays behind, doesn't really do much except for just popping a couple of magical bolt, if I may. But the rest of the team, which is too easy for Angelo, he's just tanking against 4 other heroes. And from that point in time, it becomes 3, whereby Ash is completely out of position. This is the problem from SMG. Once the front line is down, then the entire team is gone.
Yeah, as that clean, there's no way to burst down Reminiscence, KZP. or Alpha V9, right? And the positioning was just bad from Ash.
Yep, that is one thing. Ash has
Oh,
to find
Evos.
himself. Oh,
Okay, gets hooked up, but here comes the fatal link.
Oh! That was untimely. That was very untimely. Not exactly sure what exactly has happened there. But hey, it is what it is. We've got a pause, a technical pause between Team Flash as well as Team SMG here. Now, we can take this time to kind of break down as to what has happened so far. How has it been looking like for these two teams? Are you actually, or maybe are you surprised that Team Flash, they have been playing a very different way as compared to the previous game?
Yeah, I mean, it totally changed the tide, right? I mean, Flash, they were a little bit scuffy in the first game, and then, you know, by the means and the ways of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, they are going to snowball, they're going to be out-damaged, you know, they're going to out-damage SMG. But this time, it's more smooth flowing, right? That Karina is complemented along with KZP's Atlas.
Yep.
I think it's overall balanced, right? Along with Alpha V9 on the Dyrov, that's a good pick. And the Yeef on Aeon, perfect.
I think that when it comes down to Team Flash, they have a very, I wouldn't say very, but they have a different philosophy when it comes down to playing the junglers. Because I've always been hoping that they will be able to play Xbox in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Xbox playstyle is understandably very different from a Karina's playstyle.
Yeah, that's true.
And Xbox, he'll be able to deal massive amount of damage throughout one small little team fight, right? Just because of
Last
his
Insanity.
explosion. Yes, Last Insanity. So that is kind of like a one-hit wonder from Xbox, and it continues spewing fire, that kind of stuff, true damage all across the board. But one thing that we shouldn't forget, and something that I didn't quite highlight this to the viewers, although I would say that the viewers very likely already knew this, is that Karina's also has true damage, right? When it comes down to the passive, she still does true damage. She evades massive amount of physical / basic damage. So he's pretty okay when it comes down to basic attacks. So bringing down tanks is something that he can definitely do. Only if the tank has been dwindled down to a lower amount of health. That is why Karina is more of that cleanup machine, not exactly that kind of initiator. So the amount of potential in a Karina, if you initiate a fight, it could be as low as a value of 30, for example.
Ooh.
But if you have the Karina come in and sweep, the value skyrockets over to 80. That is
80.
Yeah, that is an exponential increase when it comes down to how valuable a Karina is in difference of a fight, right? Because Karina deals more damage and of course comes in with the true damage the lower the opponent's health is, if I remember correctly. So that is just what Karina is really good at. And that's why Reminiscence is starting to get more crazy here.
Yup, and Dawning Light comes out and Stopper will come out all the way, but Rum trying to create some space for his team here, all the way into the front line. Does not get that petrified out by Remote Manipulation. Is gonna get a pop too easy for Angelo, gonna get all the way in, but KZP is gonna get traded along with Alpha V9. A Peach runs very low, and Pebble is gonna get a 2-for-3 member here on the side of Team SMG.
And with that all said and done, 15-21, Team Flash. They have got, well, almost a 3,000 gold lead. They're pretty darn happy about this, but they don't actually have a control of the Lord. So that is kind of concerning, but at least Reminiscent don't really care about that because too easy for Angelo is actually dead. So when it comes down to a Retribution battle, he's not too afraid. And even when it comes down to an actual Retribution battle, Reminiscent is level 13, while the level of Too Easy for Angelo is level 12. So Retribution battle-wise, Reminiscence still wins.
Reminiscence, how do I put this? Oh, hi Pebble. I feel Reminiscence, Retribution, his Retribution button should be humongously big, and you know, he hits that Retribution every single time. And KZP on that Atlas though, he's literally a, you know what, I can tell his spirit animal is a snapping turtle. Yeah, like he's like sitting there, waiting, and then just bam, bam. Yeah, literally bam. I'll just snap on you.
Okay, so this is the passive ability from Karina. Shadow combo.
That's
right?
the true damage stacks, right?
Not stack, but it increases, right? So the third attack on the same target deals extra true damage equal to 7 with a bracket of plus 2% total magical power. So 7% plus that innate 2% total magical power of their lost HP plus 50. So the health of the target, the health of the opponent's left is very crucial to the damage output of Karina. So all in all, Karina is really good when it comes down to cleaning up. That's why we all know Karina is good for cleaning up. But maybe when it comes down to the technicalities and when it comes down to the numbers, not a lot of people truly understand how important these numbers are. And with lost amount of HP. Now, this one comes down to be a little bit confusing, right? Because when it says lost HP instead of lost HP percentage.
So it's per HP, not the percentage overall.
Yeah. So this is where maybe there will be some kind of translation error or something that we don't know. But if it really is HP, which is hit points, that means that the higher HP the opponents have, the more effective Karina will be. But if it's HP percentage, it doesn't really matter if whether the person has more HP or lower, high health pool or lower health pool, because it is percentage instead of points.
I think percentage is better than points though.
Points is actually better than percentage.
Oh really?
Points is better than percentage. That means that, okay, so there's pros and cons in that, right? Pros and cons. If you're looking at hit points, which is its raw value, that means that the damage of Karina onto squishies are technically lower in terms of true damage. But it will be higher on tanks that has more health pool, if you see what I mean. Because if they have, let's say, 50% of a tank is maybe 3,000 health points, and then 50% of a marksman's health pool is maybe 300. What is that 7% damage?
Don't try to math me, man. I can't math, right?
But all in all,
I'm looking at it. It says lost HP plus
lost
50.
HP, right? Not HP percentage.
Lost HP.
So this is where a small little revelation to us, which we are supposed to know for the longest time ever, just that, there's so many heroes. No, we don't really know like the in-depth stuff until we actually go and look at it. So if you think about it, that's the reason why nowadays the players are picking up Karina despite what's going on here. Despite the fact that there is tanks. Because Karina does well with tanks in terms of true damage.
So it's 7% plus a 2% magic power.
Yep. But if we just don't care about the total magical power, because nowadays we're looking at a Karina tank, right? So the magical power, we don't need to care about that.
Wait. It's a percentage, it's not lost HP. You know why? Because it's combined into one sentence, so it's equal to 7% of their lost HP. You get it now? You read the whole thing in a sentence. You read that whole thing in a sentence and then you understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 7% of their lost HP will be converted into damage.
Yeah, and then plus a nice low 50 for a consolation prize.
Wait, hold on a second. 7% of their lost HP. That means the higher health pool is still gonna deal a lot more damage.
Yes.
It's still, so it doesn't matter.
You're still right. You're still right. But it's just a little bit more on the technicality side. It's more of percentage. So the higher your health is, the easier you get bursted down past that free
with 50. The true damage coming in, right? So technically speaking, Karina still does pretty... okay, so TLDR, Karina is still definitely very viable against tanks. And
look at
I
the crowd.
have to say, right? Probably all the crowds in Grid probably will be like question mark at what kind of math they're talking about and what's going on. I wouldn't even be surprised if some of them just kind of face palm themselves because Abstract is just talking stupid stuff sometimes.
Oh, look at the crowd, guys.
Say hi! Come on, guys.
Give some noise from the
wave.
crowd.
Come on.
I
can see you. You can see me. But I can see you. So give us a wave and we will know that you guys can actually hear us because I have no idea whether you guys
can they hear us.
Yeah, there we go.
We got our first wave.
We got our first wave.
Woo.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at the crowd there down at Grid. I mean, we do have cafes too. We have that nice OSIM chair. Everyone watching it live for the first time ever. This is the first ever time that we have a live
Yeah, it's been a long
event.
time, isn't it?
It's been a long time.
It really has been a long time, and I am thrilled to actually see crowds going around. I want to be there, but I can't be there.
We are there virtually.
Don't give me that crap.
Yeah, we're in the crowd, right? We are in the crowd.
We are...
Wait, no. It's just... Okay, never mind. Take it back.
Yeah, I mean, we are not bona fide in with the crowd. It would have been awesome. if you're actually in the crowd. But hey, you know what it is? What it is? Maybe someday we'll be able to see the crowd ourselves with our eyes and just really like interact with them. That would be great. But the technical pause is still ongoing, and it is rather unfortunate because I believe that we have to wait until that everything stabilizes for the player. That is the most important thing because we do not want the players to be playing with some latency spikes or anything that could happen of that nature, because sometimes you would never know what happens to the server every now and then.
I mean, it can't be a latency problem, right? We have the most powerful network right there and there at Grid.
Yeah, it
but
usually comes down to
maybe
the
the
servers,
device
right?
problem.
Sorry?
Maybe it might be the device problem, right?
Oh, definitely. I would say definitely.
Because it can't be latency. We're using Singapore's most powerful 5G network already. Thank you so much to Singtel. What?
Cross promo!
Cross promo!
Oh man. But hey, you know what? I'm still hoping to see how SMG is gonna turn this game around, right? Because in the end of the day, we are suckers for stalemates. we want
love.
to see 1-1 scoreline. We want to see that big final game 3. That is what we have been waiting for. That is what we have been hoping for as well. Because when it comes down to MPL SG, this is a series of underdog / dark horse. We can see anything that could happen. Team Flash, they didn't come on to the regular season on a great start. We gotta have to agree with that.
They were rocky.
They were very rocky, especially when it comes down to week 1. We had a lot of expectations on them.
Yeah.
But they kind of failed us at that point.
They kind of failed you guys. I saw it coming, man. I saw it coming.
Okay.
You know me?
But when it comes down to week 1 of the regular season,
that's right.
yeah, we were kind of sad.
Yeah.
But day 1.
Day 1, week 1?
Of the playoffs. Of the playoffs.
It's a totally different team.
Yeah, they're definitely showing us something a little bit different. When it comes down to the drafting, I definitely appreciate this drafting a lot more than what I've seen in, I think, week 3 or was it week 4? Because that drafting was kind of
when they draft Angela Mid?
Yes. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I didn't like some of the other things, definitely.
What else do you not like? The Khalid Rome?
Yes.
I know you don't like that Khalid Rome, man.
But if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Khalid Rome in this current patch, in this current meta,
wait, hold
it
up.
can actually work.
Yeah. Now come to
So
think
I
of it.
don't exactly hate it anymore because of how...
He's just a meta chaser.
Yeah, I'm a meta chaser. And if it makes sense and if there's logic in it, I'm down for it.
Yeah, work. It will work.
The main thing about the Romans nowadays is about being aggressive, about disrupting the jungle. The thing
Khalid
about
would do well.
Khalid that may not work to a certain extent is because when it comes down to his Desert Sandstorm, which is his Desert Tornado, which is his spinning thing, it deals damage in an AoE, right?
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like, yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it, for team fights?
Yeah.
But it's not good for harassing the opponent's jungle. Because now, when it comes down to Romans, your role has been redefined to be the harasser for the jungle. To slow them down as much as you can. It's either you prolong the health of the jungle,
or you force
such
the
as
retribution.
a Franco coming into hook, or a Tigreal pushing away.
Yeah.
Or you bring the damage down onto the roamer, onto the jungler, so that they go back home to waste time. That is the thing. And if Khalid were to go in with his Desert Tornado to try to both harass the jungler, he would in turn do damage to the creeps. And because of he deals damage to the creep, he actually contradicts the role of a roamer. You help the opponent's jungler instead.
So that's the con.
Yes, that's the con.
I mean, Hilda, it's essentially same like Hilda.
It's essentially same as Hilda. Yes.
But not the same.
Not the same. Not really the same.
I mean, with 5 players on the map right now, it's going to be very difficult to overcome this difficulty.
Yeah, if you're talking about team fights, then it's going to be like, boom, Khalid's probably slightly better because of CCs when it comes down to
Raging Sandstorm? I mean, I'm not a fan of Raging Sandstorm. It's just
good.
meh.
It's a good initiator.
It's a good initiator. It's not a good sustain.
And you can sustain together.
That's true. Close the gap. You close the gap, you go close and you start spinning with a Desert Tornado.
And if you're dying and then you just
pop that S2.
Yes.
And heal up. And you know, in the meantime, we want to heal up too. We're going to go for a short 5 minutes break, some little technicality. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right here and, see you guys soon.
anyone have any questions?
Oh my god, I'm so tired. I spent all this time on the presentation.
Tammy, I think we heard you.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages. The group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow #SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
And we are back. Once again, we were in the midst of a game between Team Flash versus Team SMG, but unfortunately, with some technical difficulties, we have to pause it for a little bit. But don't worry, we will be right back with you guys with the amazing action between these two teams. The main thing that I'm worried for is maybe some of the momentum that Team Flash has been carrying.
Are they a momentum-based team though? Are they?
Good question.
Yeah, I don't think they're a very momentum-based team because they're veterans. I don't think they ride on momentum. I feel a team that rides on momentum is like Almighty or Almigity that you like. Almigity. There's no I in team. Oh, there's no I in Almigity. Sorry, but I think you shouldn't face them.
Well, we shall see eventually whether that is going to make a difference or not. But once again, let us just go through and of course talk about our favorite segment. And of course, that is going to have to thank whatever that we have at the top side. Starting off from the roulette stops at Singtel, of course. Unlock the ultra-responsive gaming, of course, with the 2 times lower latency when it comes down to Singtel 5G, Singapore's fastest and of course most powerful 5G network. And if you are gonna be playing a lot of MLBB, if you're gonna be playing a lot of games, even when you are on the go, well, Singtel is the one for you. I've been running on Singtel all the time, and of course, you can see that it's like Singtel. Oh wait, Android no longer has that. Never mind. But yeah, I've been on Singtel for the longest time ever. And well, technically speaking, I have been with the competitors before, and when it comes down to the trains, it's just
I think Singtel has been more consistent.
It's always consistent when it comes down to even when you're on the go, on the trains, at home, this kind of stuff. I never really have any problems up to date, to be very, very honest.
Yeah, even in whenever the train goes underground, no lag, zero lag. Because I spend most of my time traveling and then
you literally have like Mobile Legends on your like hot bar.
Yeah, it is in
so
my hot
you
bar.
actually play it.
The moment I open my phone, I just press one button and yep, the grind
never stops.
The grind never stops. I'm the coach, The coach is the one who doesn't do his homework, that just plays.
You mean that you are the coach that never do any homework, because definitely some other coach is doing a better job than you.
Ooh, petition to show my skill as a coach. I'm a drafting beast.
Oh, sorry.
Whoa, what was that? Ouch. Emotional damage here.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage. But you know who won't give you emotional damage? PvP Esports, because they are the ones who are holding all these tournaments for us.
Let me do this
so much. Yeah.
PvP Esports, the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. You can continue.
Guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, PvP Esports seeks to continually grow the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and MPL SG tournaments and many other tournaments too.
Make sure you guys head on down to www.pvpesports.gg to find out more about their community initiatives and of course the events that they are pushing out. And speaking of events, well, this is an event after all, and I am looking forward to see how Flash versus SMG is gonna be like. And with the Stinger in place, that pretty much means that we are more or less about ready to jump right in. How ready are you? How excited are you, Vertigo?
I'm so excited, man. I'm ready to jump out of my seat, but it's too comfortable to sit on right now.
Oh, you mean on the U-Throne?
Yeah, man, the OCM U-Throne, but we are gonna go back into the game right now. Game number 2. 10 minutes, 30 seconds in. Team Flash, they do have a pretty commanding lead with 3,000 goal lead, not too bad.
Well, with the 3,000 goal lead is definitely not bad. But in the mid stages of the game, who has got the advantage here? Actually, Team Flash kind of have a small little advantage there.
Yeah.
I can't see them having too big of a problems, especially in the mid stages. But Team SMG, let's not forget about the fact that they have a Xavier, they have a Yuzhong, as well as a Clint. So we can definitely start to see them going all crazy and all ham when it comes down to, well, contesting for this fight over at the Lord.
Wow, Tuzi Angelo there with the fast thumbs. Oh, as of right now, Team Flash, they're just trying to bait Team SMG right now. They're pulling off a Game 1 SMG, right? SMG, they want the fight to come to them, and then this time Team Flash, they want the fight to come to them, and and then we have KCP, the one who closes the gap, but here comes the concealed play, KCP jumping all the way in.
He's big!
This is gonna be big though. Here comes the jump. He gets immobilized here, KCP all the way in. And a big fiddle leg! and the legendary is going to be coming out right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's your QR code. But in the meantime, Pebble and too easy for Angelo is going to get taken down all the way in the front line. It's going to be a rum. It's going to be a 1v5 here. No, he cannot survive it. It's going to be a 3 for nothing here in favor of Team Flash. Reminiscence signaling, he's like, yeah, guys, calm down. We got this. Let's take the Lord right now.
Wow, looking at the bigger picture, that was what KCP was doing. They did manage to grab hold of Too Easy for Angelo because he kind of overextended himself. He thinks that his shield unity is allows him to go in and out very simply. Unfortunately, because of the fact that Xavier locked him down in place, they don't really have to care about having KCP do the Fatal Links. This is the time where he brought the Fatal Links to Too Easy for Angelo. So who cares about using a Fatal Links on one person to fortify and bring down the one with the Retribution? When you can bring 2 other people and the one that is already straggling behind to get themselves a bigger lead into the game.
Wow, best roamer in SG?
Best roamer in SG.
Oh, that's the agreement right there. It could be the best roamer in SG.
Well, Lordfield will definitely want to contest against that.
Has to.
JPL definitely want to contest against that as well.
I mean, these are the three kings, right?
Yep, I would say that they are the 3 roaming kings when it comes down to MPL SG, and I would love to see what they do for their games because they are playing a very pivotal role and the rover plays a very big part.
So this could be big for KCP though. Dawning Light comes out and the Lord is not going to be able to get the jump on to the turret, and Rum gets a little bit too much damage from Aeon there by the real world manipulation.
Game is now going to go on a slower pace. A little bit of a slower lead, if I may. But Alpha B9 did manage to bring down the second tier defense turret down at the bottom lane, forcing every single one of these lanes right into the doorsteps of Team SMG. This is going to give them a little bit more farm, but it's not that big of a deal. The main thing is that Team Flash would want to gain control of the enemy's jungle as much as possible, keep Team SMG at bay, and be really afraid of every single brushes that they tread upon. Take a look at this. They're just watching out for every single one of these brushes, expecting an ambush. But it's not going to be that way. The rest of the members from Team Flash, they have decided to play things a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah,
and do
more
not want to
passive.
play too forward into the match.
They're playing it so passively right now. Team Flash, they're just trying to gain momentum. They're trying to secure their Lord, gain more map control right now. But taking a look at the items, nothing out of the ordinary.
Although although I gotta have to say, I'm not too sure how I feel about this play from Team Flash, whereby they don't want to play aggressively, right? Because it kind of seems as though they can definitely do that. In the meantime, too easy for Angelo.
Jumps in, here comes the Fatal Link, and the Legendary comes out. Here comes Rum trying to hold the rest of the backline back. Is it going to be enough? So the hook comes in, and Alpha V9 is going to be the victim of that hook. Oh, and the counterpart memory is going to take down Rum along with Too Easy for Angelo by the means of A-Peach. Torn apart memory, the insane unlimited range.
Well. Too Easy for Angelo unfortunately has been putting himself in a really bad spot. It kind of seems like as though Team Flash, they are really chowing him down like a hungry toddler time and time again. And Team SMG, well, they are 10 kills down from Team Flash, 7,000 gold down when it comes down to a general economy. And that is definitely going to put them in a really bad spot because Team Flash, their itemizations are have very likely transited over to the later stages of the game already. Maybe some of them has even got themselves 6 items.
Yeah.
Some of them maybe even 5 items. So honestly, at this point in time, Team SMG is playing with a massive handicap, and they gotta have to play this perfectly if they will want to win the game. Unfortunately, Too Easy for Angelo, this is not what I mean by perfectly, or is it?
The flicker over from KCP, but not gonna land that Fatal Links, and Too Easy for Angelo's gonna get down. KCP too. Here it comes, real world manipulation. Can they catch up? Rum all for V9, all the way into the front line. He does a good amount of damage. He takes down. Oh, and Ash gets taken down by A-Peach all the way from the other side. Pebble, is he gonna be able to survive this? No, he cannot. And it is gonna be a 4-for-3 here on the side of Team Flash.
Oh man, that was grim.
It's gruesome.
Even though Team Flash had managed to get a lot of those kills, in fact, they may be able to get a team wipe. They will be able to do that. All 5 members from Team SMG down and dusted. However, they wouldn't be able to immediately take down the Lord. They would take this time to actually push in the middle waves as fast as possible. But I don't think that too easy for Angelo is gonna let that slide. He'll want to rush in as fast as he can, but despite being as fast as he can, the Creep, Aeon, and Peach were faster.
Yep, 100% faster, and it looked like they want to go for this Lord though, but they do have the information that too easy for Angel is still up and it could be contested. So look at KCP. Look at how he's positioning this.
He's got his flicker.
He has.
On 30 seconds cooldown. So it is about time for him to do something, but he focuses down onto Ram. Not exactly the person to be in the front lines, but now Death Timer, Death Counter has been staggered. KCP does not have the Fatal Links and SMG knows.
Oh, too easy for Angelo all the way into the front line, but here comes the suppress down onto Alpha B9, and the Tonopod Memory is going to take down Pebble too. Look at Reminiscence, he's going in, and down goes Ash. Is the last one left, and now the second team wipe, and a triple kill coming up for AP Cheer. There's your code, ladies and gentlemen, and Team Flash, they're looking to end this.
Oh man, oh my. The big mistake from Ram.
Oh my god.
The first one down, the first one staggered, no one to stop Aeon anymore. And then afterwards, Team SMG thought they would be able to win the fight because they don't have the Fatal Links. But in the end, they don't need a Fatal Links to bring 4 men down. It all boils down to what they have on hand. And Team Flash brings themselves the win against Team SMG, and they send SMG home on the day 1 of the MPL SG Playoffs.
Oh my gosh, that was such an insane play though. KZP with that pickoff on Ram, he's like, you know what, let's beat the Lord. And then Ram is like, oh guys, they're here. And then Ram is just a little bit off position, and then that's where the number games come, right? He just got outnumbered 5 against 4.
Well, what can I say? Time and time again, Team Flash kind of showed themselves, or rather showed us, just what are they capable of. Historically, they lost against SMG, but in the end of the day, they showed
why
what
they're better.
capable of.
Yeah.
They showed that they are the better team. They showed us that even though they lost in the regular season, it doesn't disqualify them in a repeat fight, in a grudge match, in a revenge match against the opponents.
The amount of damage from Dawning Light wasn't enough. We took a look at the replay. Oh, the aggression from Team Flash is just too much to handle. PCP created so much space, gave the team information. Yeah, just like that.
I gotta have to say, KCP, he definitely made big plays.
Big plays.
He definitely looked above and beyond. It was generally, I would say, a pretty risky move for some of the plays that I've seen. But the main thing is that he made it work.
He made it work.
That is very important. Reminiscent played a pivotal role when it comes down to being annoying as hell. And he does what he did best, sweeping. And of course, clearing up. Now, that was a risky move that I was talking about.
Flicker,
It was beautiful. I gotta have to say it was beautiful. Yes, it's not like a 5-man Fatal Links beautiful.
It's critical.
It's critical. It really made or break the upcoming team fight. And let's not forget the rest of the teams here. Aeon, Peach, Alpha V9, they played as the secondary role of the team. And despite being the secondary role, they still play a very big part because their damage comes in a very important factor. Alpha V9, the damage, the zoning. Let's not forget Aeon's zoning when it comes down to the real-world manipulation as well. A Peach with the passive damage, just going to do basic damage all across the map all the time. That is just wonderful. And just like that, Team Flash find themselves wins after wins. And even in the mid stages of the game.
Was this the big fight?
Yeah, they didn't let SMG stop them.
Yeah, this was the big one.
One after another.
Down, torn apart memory, jumps in all the way and an instant wipe. Flickers over the wall though, but at what extent, right?
5-man team wipe.
Wow.
They waited for the mid. They waited for the mid wave to push. And even though Ram is back alive, but what can he do?
Nothing much.
Nothing much at all. So congratulations over to Team Flash once again. They managed to beat SMG. Not even gonna give them a second to breathe. Not even gonna give them a chance to fight back. Ace, too easy for Angelo, Pebble, Ram, and Ash, unfortunately, will go back home and will not be able to see the next seeding of their team.
I mean, they're going to be going home, but instead of going home, they might be staying there at the grid. So if you guys want an opportunity to meet them, you can just head right down to grid, you know, say hi and give some words of encouragement to them. And yep, we're going to take a look at the post-match stats right now. It's definitely going to be all red-sided. Look at the amount of damage dealt by AP. 125,000. Damage taken highest is definitely going to be too easy for Angelo on that box. 141,000, and the total assists from Aeon, 25. Wow.
Ooh.
That's a pretty big number.
That is a pretty big number. And I wouldn't be too surprised if Aeon once again had like 100% kill participation.
It's 25 assists, why not?
Okay, 25 assists, right? And I think the total kills. Okay, actually, I have no idea.
Yeah, not much.
I think that they had like 30 plus kills, something.
Yeah, around there, there.
And as a Yves, I wouldn't be too surprised if he even gotten like those 5 kills to himself. So we gotta have
zero death.
Does he have zero death?
No.
I doubt so, right?
No.
Yeah, he definitely had a couple of deaths to his name, especially since Ram is playing as a Yu Chong, his natural rival. But MVP-wise, though, is it going to be a Peach that is playing onto the Brody?
Yeah, I think it would be a Peach, right?
It should be a Peach, isn't it? But, well, in the end, it is going to be a Peach with a kill participation of 72%, 16, 1, 10. And that is his KDA.
Very positive number.
It's a very positive number. And, well, he may be the MVP in terms of number, but I think that when it comes down to being the MVP of my heart, I'm gonna have to say it's KZP.
Yeah, me too, man.
KZP, I mean, you're the roamer. You're like the roamer main, so
yeah,
I believe that you'll be able to appreciate some of these roaming plays, right?
Yeah, the plays was, to summarize it all in one word, KZP was just juicy.
Juicy, huh?
Yeah, 100% juicy.
100% juicy.
Yeah, KZP made so much plays with the fatal links. Like, no matter what, people's like, hey, don't catch the tank, right? And then KZP is like, I'm built different. I catch the tank, my team follow up, and we have a numbers advantage already.
Yeah, especially since Franco is kind of like a pivotal player from the opponent's side. If they're able to bring that down, then the frontliners, they don't really have a lot to work
Not
with.
much.
And it becomes too easy for Angelo to be the one that becomes the frontliner. But it kind of falls in a different territory. You can be the frontliner, yes, but you don't stretch yourself out so far ahead.
So far ahead, yeah.
Right? Because ultimately, you are still the one with the retribution. You still have a role to play, and that is to contest for the Lord.
A role to play? Pun intended, because he played Baxia, he's rolling. Okay, no
Get
one.
me out of business. But yeah, it's like that. It's like that. But congratulations once again over to Team Flash and SMG. I hope they will be able to see them again in MPL SG Season 4. With that all said and done, that is the time for us, at least for match number 1. We'll be back again for match number 2 after I push it over to, I believe, Lysander and for the
Throne for Champions.
Yes, let the interview begin.
Hey guys, thanks casters, Abstract as well as Vertigo. I'm live here at the grid for the Throne for Champions winner interview brought to you by OSIM. I'm here with MVP, match MVP, AP. Crowd, please give him a round of applause, everyone. All right, lukewarm, but he actually had a lot of kills in that game. AP here, 16-1, and I gotta say, very honest, for those of you guys that didn't follow the regular season, this is a very new Flash we're looking at. Very coordinated, helping your teammates, getting them out of trouble at 10% HP. What changed from regular season to now? What was the practice? Was there like scolding from the coach? What happened?
I think leading up to regular season, the pre-patch, then afterwards they announced the post-patch. The very big change. There's a lot of big changes mainly to Masha and Hilda, and we didn't adapt well to that patch because we didn't have much time to train. Oh, and especially since everyone is working, plus my baby just came out, we didn't put a lot of time to study the meta and understand the meta. Then moving forward, during regular season, we obviously, results didn't show, and we took the entire 4 weeks to really learn and understand the meta more. And I think what really changed in the past week was we up our training volume, and we heavily penalized on our early game mistakes. So that will really sort of like kaizen our entire gameplay from early to mid to late.
Yeah, I think that is something the cast was talking about, how you guys can close out games. And, you know, you guys have been closing out really nicely. And of course, shout out to the baby here in the crowd. Baby buff is real. Will they be coming back tomorrow for your games as well?
Will Alessia come back tomorrow? Yeah.
All right, mom says yes. Mom says yes. All right, so tomorrow, your game will either be against Almighty, Evil, or RSG. Which of these three teams would you prefer?
I would prefer RSG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grudge match.
Because eventually we have to meet them lah. So before we show anything else, might as well we face them next round.
So by saying RSG, you're saying they're losing to Evil in the next series. Is that what you're saying is happening? Because that's how it's happening next series if they come down.
Maybe.
Okay. I like it. You know, it'll be cool to see because I mean RSG are very favored to win this season. For you to take them down would be a big deal on your rise to champion. All right, final question. Did you expect this result this morning? Did you come in here thinking this is going to be a 2-0? Do you expect like a tougher fight? What was that?
I think the week leading up to playoffs, which was last week, scrims were very smooth and quite straightforward for us. So moving into today, we have a lot of different strats, and I'm glad we only showed one. So we are pretty confident moving into playoffs.
All right, we're very confident moving to playoffs. We'll see who you face tomorrow. But thank you once again, A-Peach from Flash. Everyone give him a round of applause. We're at the Throne for Champions live here at Grid. If you're at home, remember to come down and watch. We still have two series. Evil versus RSG, Evos versus Zion Esports. It's going to be happening for the rest of the day. Come and join us. But for now, we'll be taking a break. I'm Lysander. See you later.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Hi guys, today is finally the start of MPL and we are at day 1. So let's go interview some people. Hi! How's MPL Season 3?
Yeah, it's good, and we're very busy. We have a new team this season. We decided to do anime, so we're gonna get all the players to do cringy anime poses and try and make it look cool. And we even designed the new set this season. It's gonna be some kind of like a dual academy kind of thing. It's very cool. Yeah, there's going to be a music video, anime music video. We got a J-Rock song composed for this season specifically. And yeah, you know, normal stuff. We're gonna take photos for them. Downstairs, we're gonna get all the poses, the team stuff, and go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Not looking too good because it's so early in the morning, but I'm actually pumped up for the photo shoot lah. This season we'll do our best and we will get the champion.
It's not like you're about to die, right?
Can add some.
Got food, got place to stay.
What is chick hub ah? Never hear before. Delicious naturally. Wow, bro. Wow, the sponsors. Looking good, huh? Wow, still got Singapore flag. Wow, bro, Singapore also sponsor them. Where's ours?
How do you feel about your new team with your new members this season?
With the new atmosphere with Jocks and Nick around, it will definitely be different since we are currently missing the leadership that Potato usually gives up, but I'm very sure that Adam is capable of replacing him.
Okay, very good. Very good. And next.
We have just ended a photo shoot and video shoot. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. I'm feeling very happy. I've seen some of my good friends from the previous teams because I was originally from Evos SG, and then now I'm with Zion. So meeting new people, playing against them, I'm excited to fight all of them again.
Wow, 我们进来我
Today is the talent photo shoot, so it's finally the casters and hosts, like myself and you, and the other casters. We're going to do our photo shoot and some video shoots. We're dressing up as lecturers for the fictional Kindergarten Academy.
Grappling 1-1. Can ban 3 heroes. 1, 2, 3. Ban Xavier. Ban Xavier. Ban Xavier.
I was suggesting to them to do this trend.
Hey! Apa ini? Hey!
Hey guys! So right now we're filming outdoors in this super hot weather, and let's go and find out from Lysander what are we doing today.
We're going to be filming some outdoor scenes for the music video, and Paul Reminiscent, he's going to have to run a few laps.
We asked for no rain, so they gave us no clouds too.
Then you like, a bit and you fall to the side, okay? You fall down. Make it real. One go.
No, too fast. You must slow mo.
You also slow mo.
You fix slow mo.
Both of you slow mo.
Come on, let's light the sky with our spirits burning bright. 'Cause you bring me together, you shall forever. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting up to the stars tonight.
Never much makeup before he still looks done. Yeah, I know, right?
And welcome to MPL Singapore Season 3. It's the first day of regular season and currently it's about 11:30 AM waiting for the players to come in to start their matches. I'm very excited. It's my first time hosting this and I'm also looking forward to the matches that we played out with.
Official game will start in 1 minute.
3, 2, 1.
Playing against Almighty today. Won't be too hard.
before we move on, does anyone have any questions?
Oh my god, I'm so tired. I spent all this time on the presentation.
Tammy, I think we heard you.
That time of the year again, where the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang teams from the tropical region of Southeast Asia converge together. The MLBB Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC 2022. Who shall conquer and who shall be conquered? Which team will soar above the clouds and be crowned as the king of Southeast Asia? Like the Zodiacs, a total of 12 teams from the region will compete in 2 stages. The group stage and the playoffs. Each group of 3 teams will fight against each other in a best-of-2 match, where the weakest of each group will be eliminated. That leaves the remaining 8 to continue their paths of glory. To facilitate the epic battles between the giants, the MSC 2022 arena will be held at the City of Contrast and Diversity, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Witness the clash of titans from the supreme MLBB region from June 11th until June 19th. Follow hashtag SupremeAC for more updates. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, where heroes make history.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
The game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yi. Name's Ling.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's break in the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow. She falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me. Us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me. Us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces.
You're not so loud.
To call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
Hey everyone, Dev Pow here. In this video, I brought fantastic news. MLBB is releasing a new system, Creation Cam. Without further ado, let's take a look at the system's 4 major features. Today, I'll be recommending a few of my favorite gameplay. Watch carefully and make sure you don't miss a step. 1. Hide and seek. This gameplay allows you to fully experience the thrill of one against many. Now that it's hide and seek, we first need to assign the roles of the two teams. You can configure the size of each team on the configuration screen. First, I'll set 1 player from Team A as the seeker, and 5 players from Team B as hiders. Next, I'll check the hide minimap avatar option so the two teams can't see each other on the minimap. And then I'll adjust the two teams' attributes. Since there's only 1 seeker, I'll give them a major boost on damage, defense, and HP, but lower their movement speed. For hiders, I'll increase their cooldown reduction and movement speed, but take a chunk.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again for the second part, or rather the second
series?
Second series sounds about
We're like
better.
halfway through.
Yeah.
This is the benchmark.
Like the second, third.
Second or the 2 out of third, right? The second or the third series.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've got still quite some games to go, but don't worry, we will be able to get back on track really soon. But before we go on with anything, my name is Abstract, and with me here is Vertigo, and the both of us are gonna be your caster for this series between RSG versus Evil.
Woo! And you know what? They're running on Grid. They're at Grid. They're running on Singtel 5G, Singapore most powerful, no pun intended to Evil's powerful, 5G.
They should just sign Powerful under the name.
Singtel sponsor Evil?
Yeah, Singtel sponsor.
Because that's powerful? Nah.
Because powerful, just because of his name, right? You know,
Yeah, it's
you know,
powerful
that kind
to
of
show
stuff.
how powerful they are.
Yep.
Yep, and thank you so much to Singtel 5G.
Yep. Unlock ultra responsive gaming with the power of 5G, thanks to Singtel, of course. Whether you are on the go or at home, this is what you want. Singtel's 5G, so that you'll be able to get this kind of the edge that you need in gaming as well. Magnificent. And speaking of magnificent, PvP Esports, of course, is the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. Absolutely magnificent of an organization, of course, when it comes down to community efforts as well as all forms of
Tournaments?
events. Yep, tournaments as well. They are, of course, guided by its core values of passion,
healthy gaming.
Yeah, sportsmanship, and of course, healthy gaming, like we said just now. You can take a look at www.pvpesports.gg to take a look at what they have got in store for us and for all of us as well.
We are going to be starting the game really soon, but before that, we have stuffs to give away, man.
Yep, the giveaways.
Giving you free things. Singaporeans, we love to give away free things. You know, we have the MPL milestone giveaway. So all you have to do is just follow MPL Singapore on Facebook and, you know, stand a chance to win incredible prize. Each milestone hit will release even greater rewards from normal skin chests all the way to epic skin chests. Why wait at special when you go to epic, get that purple border on your skin whenever you're in that loading screen? So why wait? Grab your friends and hit that follow button right now.
And speaking of call to action, which is needing you guys to follow the page, we also need you to share the live stream as well. As you can see down at the bottom side, all the way from the left side, all the way to the right side, we have got some milestones that we'll need to achieve when it comes down to the live stream sharing. So we've got 200, 300, as well as 500 all the way on the other side. And of course, when you unlock all of these milestones, we will give you some amazing stuff. And speaking of amazing stuff,
200 shares, woohoo!
That's the way.
Yeah,
Make sure you
man.
guys screenshot right now, like now. So in the meantime, a little bit.
Oh man, I didn't know you were posing, man. I was staring straight at the camera. I was like, and I stared at the camera. Why is there silence?
Yeah, and of course we do have some kind of we do have other giveaways, in-game giveaways. Whenever we see First Blood, we see Triple Kill, we also see Legendary. We do have the lower third that will appear at the bottom side as well. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. And the final giveaway that we gotta give out for is the peak concurrent viewers. It will appear on the left side of the screen, of course. We also have this.
Yeah, we have the live playoffs.
Okay, this one is a better one that we can take a look exactly what are the breakdowns. I'm not even gonna care about a 10,000
Light bond.
I don't care
all the way.
about 12,000, but on the 15,000, you got the random elite skin box. On the 20k one, you have the 1-1 eagle skin. And 25k, you've got the random epic skin box, which will have a couple of light bond skins from Alucard, Granger, Tigreal, Harith, Fanny as well. And let's not forget Bane, which we have the Count Dracula. So what are you waiting for? Grab your friends, family, cat, dog, cat, parrot, all of them up on the stream.
Start
on
watching.
every single one of your platform, on your phone, and your tablet, whatever it is. Run right through them. Make sure you check it out and every single one of the streams.
Yeah, man, just keep watching, and keep watching. And we're almost there. The players, they're getting ready down at the grid. Yeah, man, they're all down at grid. Dobigon MRT is the nearest MRT station. Turn right, turn left, and all the way straight.
Yes.
We're gonna be on your left side, opposite Prinsep Street. Used to be beside Kaplan.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a navigation expert.
Yeah, he's literally a GPS there. But you may be wondering, why make your way down to grid, right? Well, there's a lot of things that you can do there. You can watch the show there. You can win up to 25,000 diamonds and awesome products that are worth $999. And all you gotta do is shop there and spend a minimum of $30 at the grid and of course on the respective stores. There you can scan the QR code and then submit your receipt and of course your particulars. And that way you'll find a way to, well, get yourself a chance to win all of that. And of course, you can also snap some creative photo at any single one of the visuals that you'll be able to see around grid, be it MPL SG, be it PvP Esports, and of course, just tag on Facebook, do everything that you can. You can find most of those information on the Facebook and the Instagram
Yeah,
page.
man. And speaking of visuals, let's take a look at the team. What do they have to say about each other?
That's what I want to watch. The banter!
Let's go straight into the video.
I bring out like unorthodox picks, I would say. That time we got caught off guard lah. But once beaten, twice shy, you know. I don't think we will lose to them again. So I hope they do well in the lower brackets.
Not that pressure to play against them.
But it feels like the Evo will actually try to jump all the way in. The members of RSG, they will actually ignore Evo right now. They want to actually penetrate down to the core. But the members of Evo is jumping like flies, but RSG takes this series.
Against RSG, it will definitely be a very tough fight, but we'll still try our best nevertheless. They are forced to be reckoned with, but we won't give up.
The most threatening player for RSG will be Diablo. I've seen how his TXP has been playing and he's outstanding.
Evo, they have a lot of problem. They're flashing on top of it. Last Sandy would not be able to pop on top of the right target, but Jason the Carrot would be able to deal with Dex. Jackson all the way to the floor, and Coconut comes in for the re-engage, 3-man down for the side of RSG.
And of course, with that said, RSG versus Evil, tell me, what is your prediction?
What is my prediction?
Okay, actually, you know what? I don't need to know because I already know that you're gonna pick Evil because you are the one that usually likes to risk it.
Yeah, I'm
go
a
for
big
the
risk
underdog slash dark horse.
Yeah,
that's your philosophy.
Yeah, that's my philosophy because you never know what they're gonna bring to the table, right? They say the strongest card is always the Joker in the castle because he's the most unassuming one, right? But the only thing we can assume right now is the brackets, and we can see what the teams are, where the teams are right now.
Woo. Okay, so we have already concluded the bottom of the lower bracket, which is the Flash versus SMG. Flash moves on, SMG, unfortunately, going home. We're looking at the first part of the upper bracket, that is match number 2, between RSG versus Evil. The winner would then move on to match number 6, and the loser would then go over to match number 4, where they are gonna face against Almighty. Oh, sorry,
Almighty.
Thank you, Lolsey, for making that meme.
Yeah, I mean, big shout out to Lolsey. We get to see them right now. Yeah, they're gonna be walking onto that live stage right now. So please give a warm round of applause. Give your loudest cheers. Please don't throw any food onto the stage. Don't throw anything on the stage. Throw your cheers, throw your voice out, but don't throw anything physical, right? And we're gonna get that walk in and woo!
right, it's going to be the first round of the upper brackets. RSG versus Team Evil. RSG looking strong this season. Team Evil, can they take the throne against them? RSG's always been impeded by Evils in the upper brackets, but now they get to carve their own journey. They're up on stage now, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a round of applause. All right, the boys in blue, you may proceed to your seats. And now, their opponents, the underdogs that came all the way from the qualifiers, Team Evil. Let's look at their profiles. Okay, it's Team Evil. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the underdogs of this season. MPL SG Season 3 has been extra exciting thanks to these guys. A lot of cheers from the crowd as well. A lot of friends. Keep that energy coming, boys and girls. Thank you so much. Yep, all of them on stage. All right, boys, take a bow. They'll be going up against one of the big ones from this tournament, RSG. Who will take the first round of the upper bracket? Evil to your seats. RSG versus Evil. It's going to be pretty exciting, casters. Back to you.
Oh, well, started at the bottom, and now we're here. Let's take a look at the statistics of RSG as well as Evil. But first, the players that we have got here. Starting off from RSG, we have Diablo, we got 505, Bray, Baby Cakes, as well as Lolsey. No signs of LY4 just yet.
Maybe. Not yet, but on the other side we have Evil. We're going to be having Powerful, Carrot, Salmon, Coconut, and Zan. Zan, the last minute sub in right now. No Jaces though. No Jaces. No problem to that. What could Zan possibly bring to the table?
Well, he's gonna be pretty mysterious.
Yeah,
even with
haven't unlocked.
Yeah.
You haven't unlocked this character.
Unlocked character, right? Even the name has been, cut into half because he has like a whole lot of N's to his name. Zan, if you can hear me, please change your name.
Too many
N's. That would be great, you know. I've been seeing his name all across when it comes down to the local tournaments. I've been seeing him play. I've definitely seen him a lot of times. So when it comes down to the playing and all this kind of stuff, I'm excited to see what he has got to offer for Team Evil, and of course, what kind of impact he will be able to bring on to against RSG here.
Team Evil. I'm so excited for RSG too. I mean, they're putting out all full power right now. The young bloods, the aggressor, the speed, the reflexes, all coming out from RSG. Diablo, we got 505, Bray, all these, and Lolsey, he could be the potential playmaker right now.
I'm looking forward to that. Well, now we're gonna be looking at the head-to-head between these two players. Of course, the statistics between these two players, and of course, these two teams. What we're talking about. So, total of 13 games played by RSG and a total of 16 games played by Evil. So, technically speaking, you can say that Evil has got more experience in these season's games, and of course, when it comes down to the meta itself. So, hopefully that they will be able to go back home with these valuable experiences and learn how to deal with RSG. Because RSG is one of the teams that also knows how to adopt the tank meta, and we have seen just how painful Diablo can be when it comes down to playing as a Grok. We have
Yizong?
And well, I haven't seen.
At least Diablo does well on the Yizong.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to the tank, right? Definitely onto the tank meta, because Evil, they do prioritize onto marksman jungle, assassin jungle quite a bit. That's kind of how powerful goes for.
Full meta.
So yeah, so when it comes down to the tank meta, I would say that RSG probably will have the game in their hands.
Really?
That's in my opinion.
Let's look at the head-to-head here. Roamer up against Roamer. Kill participation. We get 24 here coming out from Carrot. MVP count 2. Goal per minute. I mean, it's a tank. You can't really rely on that much. But Lolsey has the more positive KDA though. So this could be very possible that, Lolsey has a better positioning, better pickoff, better
maybe
coverage.
More aggression as well.
That's true. But maybe the more aggression you have, the higher depth you have. That's why you have a more negative KDA.
Though one thing I'm curious about is the MVP count. 2 MVP counts for Carrot and 0 MVP counts for Lossy. Now the thing is, when it comes down to RSG, they have a lot of very strong potential players, or not potential, very strong players. So when it comes down to who gets the MVP, the chances of Lossy getting an MVP is much lower because he abides to his job about creating space, he don't really take kills, and team participation, he's mostly there, and of course, maybe always there at least.
Forever there.
Sorry?
Forever there.
Yeah. So what exactly did Carrot do differently? Whereas he's able to get 2 MVP counts to his name. Is it just the fact that he's so much better as a player as compared to his other team, or the other way around?
Oh, I just noticed something. Sorry to cut you off there. We have a full crowd.
Yeah!
Hey, we have a full crowd and we're going to go straight into the drafting right now. It's going to be RSG on the first pick. And whoa, the crowd just got bigger, guys.
That's the thing.
Noise from the
That's
crowd.
the stuff.
If you guys are cheering for RSG or Evo, make some noise. RSG here banning away the Zyroff. So that's very targeted towards Zen, I feel.
Well, I'm not too sure how it is going to be at this point in time, but when it comes down to the drafting, the banning, and all that kind of stuff, we should be expecting the kind of the usual stuff. We should be expecting bans onto perhaps Karina, maybe on Karina, Angela, Grok, I don't think I would want to see Marsha being banned. I don't think that is that big of a deal.
No, not really.
Yves may be banned. Kagura may be banned because Kagura has been seen as the player, or rather, the hero that consistently is able to deal burst amount of damage, and it is a great hero to deal with a 1-1. That is if a 1-1 even leaks through.
But not to forget, there is a sleeper hero waiting in Evil's bag right now. It might be that Loi. The big Loi play that we all love here in Season 3. I feel like that's the play of the season, right? Not play of the game, play of the season. But PCP contesting it with that Fatal Links. I'm really flustered right now. RSG though, batting away Baxia on the B2. Yeah.
Yep, okay. So Baxia banned. At this point in time, most of the heroes that I have said is also still available to be banned. Selena is being thrown out of the picking pool with 2 bans left. The banter is actually moving on pretty fast. With Hilda being banned on the side of RSG as well, let's break this down, right? We have a position 4, mix when it comes down to the Hilda, and the Baxia, which is commonly played as a position 2. Most of these are kind of all across the board, right?
Yeah.
They're not targeting a single player, they're not targeting a single role. They just want to get away heroes that they find to be an annoyance.
Yeah.
And with all these heroes being banned out, looking at Dyrov being banned out, the main thing that we can think of is gonna be, very high sustainability heroes over at the side lanes. That is something that we can imagine. And with Baxia as well as Hilda, they are trying to will down the amount of tanks that is available onto the board. And with 1-1 being banned out, well, it's a very different philosophy coming from both teams, isn't it?
Very much different philosophy. I feel Evil still has that old meta thinking. But RSG here with that first pick, and it is going to be a Karina.
Yep.
So Bray is going to play Karina in the jungle right now. So what has Evil answer for this? I feel the Loi would be a great answer, but it's too early to be shown right now, right?
Yeah.
It's too early. I feel if they want to pick Loi, they could pick it in the later stage of the game, after the second phase of draft banning. But as of right now, Evil, I feel they need to secure somebody strong with high CCs, good sustain. Grok would be great.
I would say that Grok is very likely gonna be a favorable pick for them. At least it makes sense at that point, right? Because at one point in time, you're either thinking about Karina or a Grok. If you take Karina, you give the Grok. If you take the Grok, you give the Karina.
Yep.
And RSG has been picking the way that I have been expecting, and of course, the way that I want to see, such as picking up their position 1 in the first phase instead of position 1 in the second phase, which is what Team Flash and Team SSG has been doing. A very different philosophy, like I said before. This allows RSG to play a lot more diverse with how they would want to play in their position 5, which is going to be the roamer. The roamer is understandably very important in this current scene. How that also dictates the kind of playstyle you would want for your team. What kind of roam wants to annoy the heck out of the jungle? because at least for now, the Grok still don't have a very... Okay, never mind. Now with a Hellcat out, we know what's going on, right?
Like that.
Hellcat is gonna go over to the jungle, level 2 power spike. That is
Super
where we'll
spike.
see his deadly stingers come in, literally deadly to the members from the side of RSG. And Grok is very likely gonna go over to the EXP lane. We know about that.
We know.
But position 1 from Evil is not out yet. When it comes down to a head-to-head between a Karina versus a Hellcat, Karina understandably wins because of the physical damage negation.
Yeah.
They're not too afraid. And if they were to clash against one another, that would be great. But RSG's lineup at this point in time looks pretty squishy. And it's just left with the position 3 and position 5 to fill up the role as to who is going to be the prime target of Hellcat.
I think the more balance, RSG is looking for that balance right now. They're looking for Karina to build semi-tank. I mean, she already has that damage and she wants to negate all of Hellcat's damage. So RSG, you have your 2 main core bursts, but as I speak right now, Evo, they're going to be banning away the Cho because they're very afraid of, Hellcat being isolated or maybe,
This is also a
Salmon being...
respect ban to Lolsey, I'll say.
Yeah, it is
You
a very
wouldn't really
respectable ban.
just ban out the Cho for no reason, but because Lolsey plays the Cho.
Yeah.
And they are afraid of that, I would say.
The Franco might be a threat.
Franco could be a threat.
Big threat. I mean, if he lands the hook onto Powerful, all could be over for Evo, right? And Hellcat would just be a feeding machine.
Okay, so both sides, for RSG and Evil, position 5 has yet to be fulfilled. And unfortunately, RSG is going to be the first pick coming in from the second phase.
Yep.
That means that they will not pick their position 5 first.
Nope.
They would want to pick their position 3 first, unless the position 3 is someone that can be flexed between the roam as well as the EXP lane. Vice versa.
Wow.
So at this point in time, they do not want to whittle down the amount of tanks or rather the roamers that is available on the board. But Evil is doing that. They're making sure that the Cho as well as the Marsha that can flex between these two lanes are out of the board so that they don't have to think as much.
True. I mean, that
Okay,
Marsha can
so
literally
Evil is the
one-on-one.
one that starts first for the second pick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but RSG, so much respect. Ban here coming out towards Coconut. And they're gonna go for that carry because they
Carry.
want to burst down, that Karina or maybe someone tanky or thick on the side of RSG. But RSG, they're afraid of being shredded, so they ban away the Clint, they ban away the Pupo. No
Holy crap,
CCs,
Natalia
no
is good
crit.
here.
Sorry?
Natalia roam is good here, but I hear the Franco.
is picking.
Oh, and the Uranus pick from Diablo. Look at this, man. I told you I can predict the future.
Yeah. Franco it is.
Yep, Franco it
And,
is.
I mean, this plays along with their playstyle. It's not exactly that risk that I'm looking out for, like a little bit of unorthodox picks, such as Natalia into the roam, so that you have a very aggressive start.
Pick off.
We can't see something along the lines of Angela and roam also aggressive in the early game that will play pretty well with the Karina. We won't see a Valer roam because, well, understandably, the side of Evil they don't the side of Evil they don't really show to be very aggressive in the front lines.
But they're very squishy though.
They are slightly squishy, and they are pretty annoying.
Whoa!
To a certain extent. Akai jungle? Oh,
No, it's
damn it.
Akai tank.
Oh man, I want to see Akai jungle. God damn.
But look at this. Akai as a tank, Evo, their draft composition right now is a full pick-off strategy. 100% full aggression. It's a totally different Evo, man.
Oh man, I was really hoping to see.
Okay,
Akai
you know
jungle.
why Akai jungle can't work?
No, it
Because
won't
I
work.
did ask the professional players from MPL before, why can't Akai jungle work? Because they say the clear is too slow. Yes, it may be strong, but it's
It's
literally...
the new Akai though.
Yeah, with the new Akai, the clear is too
Akai?
slow. Yeah. But the teamfight potential
Have you
is
seen the
there.
other regions?
You don't bring the other regions to the equation, man.
Hey, let's be honest. Singaporeans, we look at other people
and we
and
copy.
we change it.
No, we hybrid it.
Yeah, we
5
hybrid it. Yeah,
seconds till the enemy
an
reaches
archetype,
the
if I may.
battlefield.
So maybe,
Smash them.
hopefully, sometime, one way or another, we'll be able to see an Archive jungle
Welcome to
soon. But because of the fact that we have a Hellcat on the side of Evil, that means that the Hellcat is understandably gonna go to the jungle instead. So let us take this time and introduce the players that we have from both RSG and Evil. Starting off on RSG, we have Bray gonna be playing under the Karina as a jungler, 505 in the middle lane as the Yves, Baby Cakes in the gold lane playing as Beatrix, Diablo onto the EXP lane as Uranus, and finally Lolsey under the roam playing as the Franco.
And on the other side, we have Evil Zan playing that Grok on that EXP, and then we have Salmon on that Xavier for that mid lane, Powerful with the Hellcat in the jungle, Coconut with the carry on the goalie, and not to forget Carrot on the Archive role.
Now, it kind of seems as though both teams have got a pretty fair balance in between of when it comes down to the phases of the game, right? When it comes down to the early stages, RSG's Bray will definitely seem to be slightly more of the scary one, with Lolsey starting to be Lolsey to be the one that starts up fights, 505 to deal massive amount of magical damage all across the board, allowing Bray to step in at the last minute to sweep up. While Evil early game, they've got a lot of early game actually. When it comes down to Zan, he's got crazy amount of damage when it comes down to the power of nature. But hold on a second, it is gonna be Lolsey being the first person taken down, because almost immediately the Dark Knight falls and the deadly stingers penetrated through the bodies of Lolsey, bring him down almost immediately like a hot knife through butter.
And that's the power spike you were talking about, Abstract, along with the lights out, but oh, Diablo, okay, no problem. With the lights out, Powerful on that Hellcat would be snowballing so hard, it would cause an avalanche.
Well, I'm gonna be looking forward to how things are eventually gonna be like, as RSG, they have got themselves at the back foot, and thus, they do not have the control of Turtle. For now, at least, Lolsey is in the frame, Bray is in the frame as well.
Well, I mean, as of right now, Evil up against RSG, the goal is so... Okay, just a little bit more. They did get the first blood goal, but Evil, they could contest for this. I mean, Powerful is known to snipe away retributions with ease, right? And on that Hellcat, you have massive amount of mobility, but it does seem like Evil does not want to contest this. Lolsey with the hook.
Bray immediately brings down Carrot. Even the dawning light comes in from Evil. They were hoping that they will be able to just kind of scare away the opponents, but let's be honest here. RSG's members, they do have quite a lot of health to their name, and they're not particularly afraid of that.
Not too afraid of that, but as we speak, Diablo right now is cutting waves, so that's just Uranus things, but Powerful. Could he be powerful enough to spike?
It will definitely happen every now and then, right? Powerful is currently at level 6. Ray is at level 6, and Powerful, together with Carrot, made their way down south of the map, and they're hoping to be able to give some support over to Coconut. But unfortunately, it was Baby Cakes and Lolsey that was hiding within of the brushes, and they were pretty well prepared if anything were to go down south.
I mean, in the late game, I feel Coconut will be so strong, but Diablo, he's gonna be punished for this. Here comes the Purify, he comes right out, pumps the Consecration, but no, he is gonna go down. But, they're looking for the trade here. Coconut, can he get away from this though?
Yeah, and they have identified, RSG identified that most of the players are all the way up to the top lane, and a flicker from the side of Lolsey immediately biting down on the Coconut ensures that he will be unable to leave from the midst of Bray as well as Lolsey. Brought him down almost immediately. It is a 1-for-1 trade. In fact, a position 1 going down versus a position 4 coming in from Diablo. Definitely very important here. And I would say the RSG definitely won in that fight. And not to forget, they have also managed to whittle down every single one of the armor down in the bottom lane. Carrot dispels everything, goes into the dance, a frenzied fury from Carrot, and pushes Bray all the way away, making sure that he stays alive, at least for this point in time. But the fight is not over just yet. The real manipulation coming from 505. He's going to be untouchable. Stand in the midst of it all. HP down low, but it doesn't seem to matter at all because 505, he still have got a real manipulation, drops down a couple of missiles when it comes down to mystical attack, brings him down nice and tight. 2-for-2 trade, both RSG and Evil, they are both equal to one another.
Honestly, that was so... What a outplay there by Powerful, right? On that Hellcat, if we take a look back on the instant replay, he literally flanked the whole team, went all the way to the other side, did not get touched a single HP. No HP dropped at all coming out from Powerful. Wow. That's the power of Hellcat.
Yeah.
Mobility, running around like a mad mouse.
Yeah, he's a true speedster, especially when he activates down like balls. Nothing is going to be stopping him at all. Lolsey makes his way. He's trying to defend a little bit down in the bottom lane, and Carrot immediately with a quick little dash, and in all, Baby Kicks juked out away from Carrot, ensuring that his gotta be able to see the light of the day.
Oh, here comes the flicker. Powerful pulls the lights out though, but Lolsey takes a little bit too much damage. Powerful, he gets the stinger, but he's gonna go down. 505 here. Oh, the hook! Oh, Coconut!
Oh man, Coconut finds himself going down at the end of it all with 1-for-2 trade. RSG is definitely pretty happy about all of that, right? With Lawsy going down to position 5, they brought down position 2 as well as position 1.
Wow.
For Evil, it is unfortunate that their top 2 position heroes has been taken down. This could pretty much mean that their frontline is either super tanky or they're not tanking enough.
You're not tanking enough, man.
It's kind of tough to say in the end of it all, right? Because RSG, they have Karina that dives over to the back lines. 505 that doesn't even have to care about who's in front of him. He can deal damage over to the back lines. Baby Cakes deals an abnormal amount of damage in a cone in front of him when it comes down to Bennett's Rage, or perhaps even when it comes down to the submachine gun attack.
Neber's Passion.
Neber's Passion, yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you go. And yes, as you say, Baby Cakes, I think he heard you, man.
Yeah, it's like, this is how it sounds like.
Unloads the whole clip.
With only 7 seconds left on the total, though.
They could contest this, but RSG, their positioning is so good right now, right? RSG, you know, they have the man advantage, they have the gold advantage, slight gold advantage.
Kind of a stalemate, actually, if you were to ask me.
6-6.
Yeah, Bray as well as Powerful, they're both equal in terms of level.
They can, honestly, right now, they can bring it to lights out, but they can see Lawsy with the conceal play. They are not going to contest this, though, because they do not want to get caught out. Evil, though, they drafted good, but it's a pick off full damage. Oh, yeah, it's a pick off full damage composition right now, right? And in the late game, they're going to suffer. They're trying to look for that early game snowball, but it does seem like, you know, they're kind of hitting a wall. But oh, here comes the hook onto Carrot and the lockdown. Coconut not being able to do nuts to Bray.
Understandable, right? This one is really understandable. Coconut doesn't really have anything that really helps him at this point in time, right? We've got the Wing Gokya, we've got the Endless Battle, but none of that is going to help him just yet.
He needs the Malefic Rod.
RSG, remember how I told you before? RSG is a snowball team, and if they're able to take control of the early game, that is where Evil needs to understand and identify how to get themselves out of this whirlpool. And if they still get stuck in the whirlpool by the mid-stages of the game, RSG will then be able to create a massive lead in front of Evil.
And not to forget, Bray on that arena. Thunderbelt and Anti-Curious. That is so directed towards Powerful right now. He wants to slow Powerful down. He wants to tank every single damage. He's probably going to go for a Blade Armor next. Who knows? Because Powerful actually kind of scales on the basic attack and a basic attack speed, you know, and then proccing that Stinger.
Both teams, they're very disciplined at this point in time.
Very.
They are ensuring that they don't make any wild mistakes. They're ensuring that they be as cautious as possible, even when it comes down to bringing a couple of objectives down.
They're sticking together, but Lawsy misses the hook. It does seem like Evil is desperate for this trade, but they do see Bray all the way on the other side, though. Are they gonna go?
Oh no! 505, the Rebel Manipulation is gonna be slowing down every single one of the members from the side of Evil, though, with the Dawning Light that's gonna be blasting in the face of Baby Cakes. Brings him down to his sliver of health, but not that important. But in the end, Powerful goes to the back. His daily stingers did not quite cut down the 505. But how about the rest? It is gonna be Baby Cakes. The sniper comes in action with a boom boom power right onto the head, and that is gonna be a lead in between of his eyes and bring him down almost immediately.
Wow, boom boom pow indeed, taking down Zen and Powerful, though. I mean, Evil, they were desperate for the trade. They are going in, they're trying to get their T1 turret because they're so far behind on money right now. But as we speak, the Lord is going to get taken down for RSG.
One lot down for RSG. And the lead has been increased to 4,000 gold.
Wow.
And that's not going to stop. With this lot marching in down from the top lane, that would allow the members from RSG to eventually push a little bit more pressure down in the middle lane as well as the bottom lane. That is something that we gotta have to expect. However, you should not forget that Evil, they do have a pretty strong composition when it comes down to clearing up creepways as well. At least that is one of them.
The damage output from Evil is so much right now. You have that carry, you have Hellkit along with that Xavier. Zenith, gets the wild charge. Only one bar though.
It's not that big of a deal. It is going to stop Baby Cakes in his tracks for a moment in time. But there's not much follow-up, so I wouldn't see that it was it wasn't really a initiating fight. It's more of a Zen trying to run away and might as well just push out the ultimates here kind of thing.
Trying to get some utilities out, baiting it from RSG SG. As of right now, Evil, they want to fight this in their base, but It's going to be quite dangerous right now if RSG were to overstep it, but here comes the lights out Coconut all the way on the other side. Diablo still tanking all that damage though.
But the thing is, Bray, he did manage to bring down the inhibitor turret up into the top lane. RSG did not sacrifice anyone just to bring that turret down. Evil wasn't able to find the right way to enter. And Carrot, unfortunately, is going to be the initiator. If Carrot does not make the start of the fight first, then nothing is going to be happening for Evil. You can't expect Zen, that's playing on the rock, to eventually just walk over to the opponents. You know, like it's just kind of like you're holding on to a giant pillar and just telling your opponents, "Look, I'm going to swing this super wide into your face," kind of like an anime thing, right? And then they were just like, evade,
just sidestep, just walk to the side, right? It's like when someone when someone actually levels up to such a high level and then they just dodge it with a slight body movement and then they're like, what? Wait, what?
We're kind of like a sidestep, you know?
Yeah, big old sidestep. But Evil, they could beat these though.
Diablo, I don't think he's gonna be trying to set up a fight here. He's really just trying to zone out the members of Evil. And like I said before, the way that they play is snowball. And they want to increase the lead from them to the opponents because now it's only 12 minutes into the game. We are just entering mid-game. And if they are able to keep Evil's economy at bay, keeping them in the mid-game stage, and by the time Evil have maybe a cumulative amount of 35,000, RSG maybe would have 45,000. And with 45,000 gold in terms of economy, that means that their items are pretty much geared for the late game already. And that is gonna help them a lot. Like, look at Baby Cake's damage.
Wow. BOD, you got a Malefic Roar along with that Hunter Strike. Wow. So much damage coming out from Baby Cakes. Like, as of right now, Evil, if they can last throughout the late game and RSG doesn't end this, there is a fighting chance for Evil. But RSG, if they want to win this, they better close this out immediately.
Yup, this fight at the Lord is going to make or break the game. If RSG does take this Lord, it's going to enable them to be a lot more aggressive and be in the faces of Evil. Evil has got a lot of wasted movements at this point in time because they don't have an avenue to farm. When it goes down to their own jungle, there's nothing much going on as well. They did try to take the jungle, but Lolsey as well as Diablo, they just come into the fray and will stop anyone that tries to do anything. Even though RSG is not exactly signaling like, yo, I'm here to fight. Ultimately, the fear factor is still in.
Yep, there is still a fear factor of Lolsey because they do not have any information. But honestly, that Archive pick, it's a good pick, right? It's a good pick. But RSG right now, they're trying to bait in Evil, but Evil not biting. Still waiting around, and Zen, along with Salmon, going all the way to the other side. As of right now, on the side of Evil, this could be devastating.
He was really looking for a bite down on Powerful, but at least he managed to bait out the Dark Knight Falls. He defined Carrot, he found him, he tries to go for the hook, not gonna land unfortunately, but because of all of that chaos, that has allowed RSG to eventually take down the Lord without even using a retribution, by the way. Not that it's gonna make a big deal out of it, but hey, the main point is, the Lord marches up to the top lane, middle lane and bottom lane is gonna get some immense pressure, and Evil, they're gonna get a really bad time here.
Big bad time here. So Evil, Dawning Light comes in. Diablo all the way up in the front line. They're trying to stun this up. Ray and Lolsey get stunned up. Diablo takes a lot of damage though.
Yup, you gotta have to respect the damage coming from Carry. After all, Diablo is understandably probably gonna be the one that initiates first. But Carrot, all the way in the midst of the enemies, he's trying to get himself right into the heart of it. He did manage to push Lolsey away. Let's Coconut get himself the single kill. Blocks Brace and Sit Path. But in the end of the day, he still managed to get himself a single dash away past the Guardian Wall. And that manages to give Evil one kill. And that is Lolsey. However, they did not manage to defend the inhibitor turret in the middle lane and the bottom lane.
And that's a 7,000 goal lead already coming out for RSGSG. As we look on the side of Evil, take a look at the items, man. Malefic Roar, Blade of Heptasy, nothing much coming out. But Coconut though, going for that Athena shield.
They gotta have to end it fast here from RSG. This is the point in time whereby they have got the biggest lead. And this is the biggest time that they can actually end the game. Any time from now, the longer they drag, the probability of Evil winning is just gonna get higher and higher. And with them getting a hook down onto Zen, it makes things a lot easier, a lot more simpler. And they should be able to get a push down on the mid and bottom.
As of right now, Evil They're waiting for everybody to come online right now, right? But RSG, they are more of the early game / late game, because you have Diablo. Once it gets to the late game, he's impossible to kill, right? Lawsy with a pick-off potential, Baby Cakes, early, mid, and late game, crazy amount of damage. 505 late game damage also.
Look at Diablo, freezing the middle lane just so that they have a bigger wave to just push right in. But they're not respecting the damage that Xavier is able to bring upon them.
Yeah, I mean, it could snowball and possibly come online right now, but it takes time.
It takes time. This Lord is a pivotal one. If they lose this Lord, or if they do not make full use of this Lord to end the game, I think the RSG is going to get a tougher time. Because
now or
look at
never.
this. It was 8,000 gold lead, right? We're starting to look at close to 7,000 gold lead. It will slowly dwindle down, or maybe wouldn't even dwindle down, but Evil will get to the point whereby they max out their items, like how RSG has maxed out their items, and then they will end up being in the same playing field. So what's the point about all of that snowball advantage in the start, getting themselves all of that economy advantage, when in the end of the day, the final fight goes down to having them with the same item economy.
Evo drafted for that early game pickoff, but then RSG SG had that answer for it. They're like, you know what, let's play balance. Early, mid, and late. I'm gonna dominate you, I'm gonna snowball you. If you don't snowball, I'm gonna take advantage of that and just start steamrolling down all the way.
At this point in time, right, looking at their drafting, it is really boils down to execution, isn't it?
Yeah, 100% down to execution. But as we say, Bray is picking up that Winter Truncheon for that Karina. So RSG right now, they have all the waves coming in. Evo, the conceal play from Lawsy. With a big wall coming in.
And Diablo is going to make the first initiating fight, gets himself right into the heart of the enemies, but HP all the way down to 50%. But it's okay because he still have his ultimate to eventually get himself the HP all the way up. Powerful, finds himself taken right down. How about Coconut? Coconut tries to run away, but it's okay. He's still whacking all around. But in the end of the day, it is still RSG that managed to find himself a decent amount of survivability to eventually bring down the throne. They don't care about who's at stake. They don't care about who is around to defend. In the end of the day, they just want to deal damage onto the throne.
Yeah, and powerful on that Hellcat though. On that last fight, lights went out, he went in for the kill, but then RSG, they're already in the late stages of the game. There's no way to actually execute, right? That Hellcat, looking for the early game snowball, didn't get it.
They didn't get it, yes.
And then they suffer.
It's really unfortunate, right? Because it kind of seems as though that RSG, they kind of gave Evil some chances to break away, you know. RSG, they were aggressive, but I'm not too sure whether their aggressiveness has toned down in the mid stages of the game, or are they just playing in a very disciplined way. They do not want to be overly aggressive for no reason, despite having a lead, because maybe for the side of RSG, they're just thinking, if we were to go aggressive now and we lose this fight, there could be a chance that we just lose whatever that we have did in the past 10 minutes.
I'm not really a fan of Evo's draft right now. I mean, they did draft for the pickoffs, but they didn't get any pickoffs, right? It's been always constantly traded back again and again and again, and then RSG is like, I'm just gonna play late game, I'm gonna steamroll and snowball you all the way, and then Evo is just, just getting eaten over and over and over again.
Well, it is unfortunate for Evil, nonetheless, but I still gotta have to say that RSG, they took this game right into the palm of their hands. They did not allow Evil to make mark a comeback, and that is the most important thing. It is almost sliced like a shredder from the side of RSG.
Hot knife through butter?
Yeah.
Like you always say. I mean, Hellcat is the hot knife through butter.
But
yeah, the knife wasn't hot enough.
Yeah, they didn't really quite microwave it for long enough, you know. It's pretty unfortunate. But you know what? Let us take a look at the post-match stats and see what Evil has got to say with those statistics that pop right out. And that all said and done, Xavier, the highest amount of damage in the team, followed by a carry. While from RSG,
not much. It's well balanced, right?
It's balanced, but
69k. 69,000 damage. Just so much damage already coming out.
Yeah, and if you're just gonna put these two teams neck and neck,
Yes.
RSG's numbers just seem so underwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, they're more objective based. That's why the numbers isn't so nutty. But yeah, Evo is just very funneled towards Salmon right now, right? He can deal out the damage. But the rest, what about the rest? Hellcat, 14k. The Grog does more damage than the Hellcat. What? Wait. The Archive does more damage than the Hellcat.
Yeah.
Apa ini? It's insane. The amount of damage is just lacking coming up from Powerful, right? He's just there for the clear, for the retribution. I feel rather play somebody tanky, the tank meta jungle, could go for a Harley tank jungle.
He could, wait, what?
Yeah, it's the thing. In other regions, and Evo played it before, a Harley tank jungle.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay, that's interesting. I would love to see that coming up in the game actually.
It's just there purely for the retribution, to tank, just a little bit of side distraction, like how Evo
Kind of like
uses
a
the Kufra.
weaker Karina then.
Yeah, kind of a weaker Karina. She dishes out damage, just a little bit, can tank, here for the retribution, only purely that, that's all.
Okay, now let us move on and take a look at who is the MVP coming in from this game. Because at this point in time, it's kind of tough for me to understand who, except for Baby Cakes. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, it is Baby Cakes.
Oh, he didn't die a single one.
Yeah, 3, 0, and 5. Did you notice how well Baby Cakes positioned himself? Yeah, discipline. He's like, wait, my team is going in. I'm only gonna go in at the extent of my range.
Yep.
Not I'm here to face you, I'm gonna use my shotgun on that Beatrix. No. Nuber's Passion, shred it down, sniper all the way from the other side of the map, no problem.
Yep. That is the kind of thing that allows, that's the kind of thing that a Hunter Strike alongside with the the Renner allows you to do, right?
Yeah.
Just go in, poke, run away, and until your cooldown is back, poke, run away.
Yeah, that's the whole point of that Baby Cakes.
I love it.
Yeah, BOD, Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, Hearth's Claw though. Wow.
Oh, Hearth's Claw?
Yeah,
okay.
Hearth's Claw,
Okay.
in case. In case,
yes.
he just needs more lifesteal.
Yeah, it can definitely make a very big difference in a fight. Like, can you imagine an entire team, okay, maybe not an entire team, like, can you imagine if maybe a Hellcat jumps on top of you when your HP is technically low, and he feels that, you know what, 2 stingers ought to do the trick.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you see that, okay, I don't have time to stack up the damage, right? So let me just unleash my deadly stingers, however that I have at this point in time. And then a single shot of a Renner gives you a good amount of lifesteal to sustain against that 2 deadly stingers. That's the kind of mind game.
Adding on that Hearth's Claw?
Yeah, exactly. Because of the Hearth's Claws, you get that kind of lifesteal back.
Ah, Baby Cakes with the 200 IQ item build.
Galaxy Braid.
It's like the higher level of thinking, right?
Yeah, correct.
Higher level of thinking. Baby Cake, congratulations.
Something that I don't have.
Yeah, I mean, your head is kind of small. But as you can tell right now, we are so ecstatic, and I'm sure you guys are ecstatic as well. Because we have reached 300 shares, ladies and gentlemen. Please take a walk. Give yourself a pat on the back, right?
Yep.
300 shares already. We might be able to hit that 500 shares right now.
Looking forward to it. So make sure you guys go on, share away. And when every single one of you that shares, someone may share. And because of that someone that may share, it will reach another 100 more people, and then someone will share. And it's just a sharing spree.
So that's a snowball.
Ah.
And hopefully, RSG, can they snowball this all the way though?
I'm very positive that would happen. I would feel that Evo probably is starting to feel that intense pressure of playing against a top-tier team. And that is probably going to be what RSG is able to bring onto the board. Because, well, we've seen RSG fighting against Evo time and time again. And this time, even though RSG doesn't even have LY4, they're still doing pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're pretty solid. They cleaned out Evo like a chip off the shoulder. And look at the crowd right now. It's just got bigger.
Wow.
Everyone cheering on from the crowd. And the players are standing by right now. Everyone is getting ready. Woo!
Yay! That's the hype. That's the hype.
That's the hype. Can anyone give me a sheesh?
No. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. What? I see. The
Did
guy
someone
in-
sheesh?
Yeah. Dude,
Yay!
the guy in the white and blue shirt, the one on the left side, no, on the right side for them, right? That guy sheeshed for you. So you might want to go and find that guy and
Thank you for the
actually,
sheesh.
High five him because he's the one that entertained you.
Yeah, thank you for the sheesh. And we have waves from the crowd. Take a look at the camera, make some noise. Oh, and the players are walking in right now. As you can see, RSG
That's
walking
Bray,
in.
that's Diablo, that's Lolsey. And of course, we've got the rest of the team that eventually... You
forgot their name, right?
No,
That's Baby Cakes.
All the way at the back, Baby Cakes is the last one.
Yes.
Yeah, lah.
And who's the second last?
I couldn't see the face lah.
No, you don't have to see the face. No, you're cheating. You're looking at the name. It's 515. You're looking at the back
I
of your
cannot
jersey.
see much. Don't throw me off like that. Well, this customer throw me into a pool of lava. Yeah.
Not to forget, we do have legendary members too. On the screen right now, we have Sana, the one and only.
Hey,
the man,
Sana!
the myth, the legend. And look at Evos zone.
Yeah, the mood. That's literally mood for them. They are revising as to what has went on, how they should be able to fight back against RSG, and that is all they're thinking, right?
Let's go Evo!
Because at this point in time, right, they gotta have to devise a new strategy,
yes.
Or maybe pick up an ace in the pocket that maybe they didn't want to pull off early in the game.
I think they have to. I think they have to
They're in
pull
the upper
something
brackets.
out.
They're in the upper brackets. Let us not forget about this. Evil came in from the qualifiers. They came in as as an underdog first, and now they are the dark horse. And
That's right.
All I can say is Powerful is probably just thinking about something right now.
Powerful is thinking about me, right? But as of right now, Evo, they need to pick themselves back up. They need to have that motivation, that determination. They need to remember that, hey, we are Evo. We have won Evos 2-0 before. We have beat bigger teams before. We are Evo. We can do this.
Not wrong.
Yep. And RSG, they're like the wall right now.
Yes.
It may be hard to fight back against the wall, but look at Bray.
These bigger titans.
These are the titans, right? Hey, we look at Diablo is hiding
don't
away
hide
from
lah.
the. Hey, stop hiding. Diablo is hiding away.
Yeah, they're hiding.
Oh, and the crowds is just keep getting bigger. Everyone is marching in, walking in, enjoying the booths around.
I hope that you guys have managed to spend a minimum of $30 at the grid. And of course, additional to the $30, I hope that you guys have scanned the QR code in the stores and upload your receipts and of course fill in the particulars. Because that way, you'll be able to enter the giveaway. And that means that you'll be able to stand a chance to win 25,000 diamonds. And not to forget, awesome products that's worth $999. And of course, there are many other visuals all across grid. You'll be able to see some 3 visuals, I believe. Sorry, it was a couple of visuals, right? From MLBB or maybe the MPL Season 3, all around grid. So you can use that time. Take some of these creative photos, you can play around with it, and kind of seems like you're holding it from far, that kind of stuff, and post it on either Facebook and Instagram. Make sure you tag Grid Singapore as well as MPL SG Official in order to stand your chance to win even more prizes.
Yeah.
Hashtag Legends are born, hashtag MPL SG as well.
Ooh, so excited. I mean, I just saw some Evo fan supporters in the crowd. Everyone is cheering on Evo. Everyone is cheering for RSG SG right now. I'm so excited for the second game, man. I am so excited. Evo, they're gonna pull off something weird, right? I can smell it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight.
Is this supposed to be a lyric?
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I think you're too young for this. When you're older, I will let you know.
I have never had people calling me young for the longest time ever, so thank you so much about that. But you know what? Speaking of young, the day is still young, and thus we are gonna be moving off to the next game between Evil versus RSG. With Evil being the first one to ban and the first one to pick, what kind of drafting will they be able to show us, and if whether there will be any differences? Will they ban the Karina, or will they pick up the Karina for themselves?
Oh, they ban away the Selena instead.
Nothing out of the ordinary, actually.
I mean, the Selena is so versatile, right? I mean,
it is.
She can go for the roam.
Yep.
She can go for the mid.
Yep.
She can go into the jungle. Okay, maybe not jungle.
I was about to smack you.
She can go into the EXP.
I didn't.
No, she can't. I'm just kidding, man.
is banning.
And RSG forced to ban away the Valentina. I mean, on the red side, you always must ban the Valentina, right? 100%.
You always want to throw these away, right? But the question is, how much of a different kind of drafting do they want to do as compared to game number 1, right? Because we have seen bans on to Baxium, we have seen bans on to Hilda coming in from RSG, leaking away the Grog, leaking away the Karina as well. So what's coming up next? 1-1 might be banned. Ling might still be banned as well. I'm not too sure whether they will even ban Ling, to be honest. I don't even see
If
that
they
as
don't
a
ban
priority
Ling,
pick.
RSG would pick it up, I feel.
Will they though?
But Grog getting banned out by the Evil. They know their stuff.
That's good.
I mean, right now they can leave Karina open, right? Since they are first pick. It's priority pick right now. But RSG making a good call because they might ban away the Bucks. They might pick up the Bucks here too.
But RSG, they are probably going to be keeping to the status quo. They are going to be banning out the Hilda next. Nothing out of the ordinary because you know what they say. If it ain't broken, why fix it? So just keep on with what you have. Allow the Karina to go over the Evil. Perhaps RSG have an answer to the Karina and how do they want to deal with it. Are they going to bring out a magical damage assassin? Are they going to bring out a roamer that is able to deal with this Karina? Are they going to pull off a position 5 Valia? Are we able to see maybe a tank shredder when it comes down to dealing true damage, such as an X-Bog in the jungle? These kind of stuff can definitely happen. And with the Franco being banned out from Evil, now that's respect.
They banned away the Karina, so I think...
Hilda's available.
Hilda's available, but...
Is that a priority pick?
No, it's not. It's not a priority pick right now, I feel. Right now, powerful, he could go for the X-Bog, but... the Hilda pick. Okay. You just gotta...
Okay.
Just gotta suck it up.
Okay.
You're right. Power through.
Okay.
Powerful. Power through, powerful.
But it's going to be played as
the roam.
It could be, but it is still a flex pick. It's still a flex pick right now. So they do not yield any answers over to RSG. And thus, RSG have decided to go for a Yi pick as well as going out for a 1-1 pick.
Wow.
1-1 has been leaked out from the drafting stage, or rather the banning stage, allows one of the players to actually harbor onto the 1-1. Yiv has been a hot commodity time and time again, but not worth enough to be banned, I would say. So it is always gonna go to the second pick when it comes down to Yiv.
Honestly, the Natalia pick right now will look so good.
I think it's still too early. It's still too early. You gotta, if you want to play the Natalia pick, you gotta have to go for the second phase of the ban. Oh, so second phase of the pick.
Oh, it's gonna be a Paquito jungle.
Oh, I would prefer a Paquito EXP later.
Really?
Yeah, I will prefer that way more. I'll feel, at this point in time, it kind of feels that Paquito in the jungle kind of falls off quite a bit, unless someone is gonna prove me wrong. And I really want to see that. I want to see someone prove me wrong.
I remembered one time that I think I was casting with Hungry Cast and the Paquito literally just one-shots everyone.
It's a snowball hero to us.
It is a very snowball hero.
Right? If you get the snowball, you deal the damage. If you don't get the snowball, at least you have a couple of survivability. And not to forget, you do have pretty decent CC when it comes down to knockout punches.
Knockout punches, yeah.
It could work, but I feel that there are still so many other available heroes onto the fray. And RSG now have resorted to picking up a Ling for themselves, because now that the Evil has already shown their hands on who is going to be the position 2, picking up the Ling is not necessarily going to be that scary, because they do not have to face against a Karina, which has already been banned. Boxer has been banned, so we wouldn't be able to see that. But unfortunately, none of these players, or rather none of these teams, are going to be looking at a Hylos jungle, which I absolutely adore.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm more of a Hylos EXP guy.
Hylos jungle is good, buddy.
Really?
Yeah.
Really that good?
I love it.
Okay, as of right now...
Yeah, speaking of love, I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
Oh, I don't get it.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
Roger? Clean?
Isn't that Franco?
Oh, yeah, it's very... Yeah, I thought it was Roger because gunpowder.
Gunpowder, huh?
I mean, I thought it was a Roger, you know. But no problem. Beatrix banned out here. Evo, they're thinking... Honestly, right now, I would like to say Evo can pick up.
Nice ban. Nice ban.
Smart ban.
I've been asking it for a long time now. But unfortunately, they banned it. So
It's okay.
Oh, man.
Chivalry is dead.
That is going to be cleaned out of the board. RSG respecting a lot down the coconut, ensuring that he would not be able to pick out the marksman that he entirely needed. RSG have yet to fulfill the position 5 roamer, as well as the position 4 EXP lane. So, who is it going to be? How is Evil going to be banning things out? Are they going to play something a little bit more interesting? Because even for themselves, position 5 is not exactly in play. Because, like I said, Paquito could be a jungler, it could be an EXP lane. In the meantime, Hilda could be an EXP lane, could be a rogue. So we still have a lot of question marks on the side of Evil. They're so flexible that I don't even know what is going to be in store for us and what kind of curveballs Evil is going to show us.
Oh, the Atlas ban. I mean, maybe Evil was like, I know Lozzy is going to contest for the best roamer in SG. And he's like, I'm going to get that out of the equation for you. But it kind of makes sense, right? To ban the Atlas away with the deadly links, along with Tempest of Blade comes down, and then real world manipulation. There's just too much for Evil to handle.
Your team
Okay.
It's a Chow. Oh, it's a Chow roam.
Yep, Chow roam.
Alright, RSG, they're just missing out on a EXP laner now.
RSG's lineup is not exactly very tanky at all.
No.
Evil is not particularly scared.
Slightly tanky.
Yeah, they're not. Evil is not particularly scared about all of that. And if they are dealing with a link, it kind of makes sense for Evil to actually play a Hilda roam, unless they're looking at someone else here.
Kufra?
And this is where picking up a Kufra?
Yeah, Kufra counters literally every 3 members of RSG.
Yes, good point.
Right?
Good point. Good lookout.
You have 3 dashes. Oh, Brody is picked up, and it's gonna be Minisita.
Minisita.
Okay, so Minisita was picked up by Evil, and they managed to make it work. 1 pick, 100% win rate, right? So it's gonna be a Hilda roam. Honestly, the Kufra would be great right now because 1-1 has a dash, Ling has a dash, Cho has a dash, and you know, when real world manipulation gets popped up, you can instantly cancel it with your Tyrant's Reach.
They have the same idea as to what a Kufra is able to do.
Yeah.
Instead of a bouncing ball, you set up the Colosseum.
Yeah.
That is what Minisita is able to do, ensuring that all the blink ability, anything that comes down to transportation, when it comes down to mobility, that is cancelled out. And RSG's EXP lane is gonna be the last pick, and that is gonna be a high loss EXP.
Diablo heard me. I think he heard me, right? Or maybe the coach heard me. He's like, hey, I mean, he did make a good point. We should play high loss EXP.
Yeah. High-loss EXP is going to be the case, but the thing is, the thing that I really like about high-loss EXP is that everything mixed up together, together with your Dominance Ice, together with your Oracle. I mean, Oracle's not that important.
But you need the healing.
Yeah, you need the healing, but it's not that important.
Yeah,
because the main thing is about the debuff that you're able to apply onto your opponents, and that means that you're able to slow them down a lot, even in attack speed. And that is one of the massive things that Hylos is able to bring onto the battlefield that is completely invisible to the enemy.
But not much attack speed coming out from the side of Evil though. So.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Evil do not need that much attack
5
speed.
seconds
And
till the
thus,
enemy reaches
Hylos
the
coming in here with those debuffs is not going to be that big of a deal as compared to some other marksmen that really relies on the
So you're not a fan of the Hylos EXP?
I'm a fan of it, but probably in not exactly the best situation here. Because pulling off the Hylos right now, does not bring out his true potential.
That's true. You do make a good point, but we are going to go into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. RSG SG up against Evo. RSG SG up by 1 game, second game of the day. Let's go.
Let's take a look at the side of Evil and introduce the players one after another. With Cat that's gonna be playing as a Hilda, as a Roma. Powerful that's playing as a Paquito that is gonna be taking quite some punches on the side of Lovelcy as the Paquito. And of course, we've got the Xavier in the middle lane playing by Salmon. In the meantime, Bray decided to go a little bit aggressive into the opponent's jungle. Not like it's gonna be that big of a deal because it's just very happily jumping from one place to another.
And that's the orange buff gone for powerful.
let's not forget about Zan that's playing on the main sitar, as well as Coconut that is on to the Brody as well.
I'm not sure how the mini sitar is going to come to play, but I feel it's very, very team fight orientated though. On the side of RSG SG, we have 505 on the oh, okay, the hook. All right, no problem. Diablo can survive this.
Not going to be a problem at all.
Yep, I feel... Okay, Bray on the lane, we have Baby Cakes on the 1-1, Lozzy on the Cho, Diablo on the Hylos EXP. 505 and Bray, I feel they can backdoor, right? Bray can backdoor, there's a very high chance to backdoor, but oh,
I wouldn't say that they should be backdooring. They're not exactly a composition that will be that will enable them in a very successful backdoor. Because even sorry,
it can be.
They can attempt it, but I wouldn't see any value in doing so.
Yeah.
Evos lineup, well, I do have a couple of questions at least, but I think that the game will eventually play out to answer those questions for me. And I believe that a fight is about to erupt as Carrot goes onto the back. Unfortunately, it does seem like Dawning Light is not going to be connecting down the Bray because with the Tempest Ablaze, he managed to evade from all of that. Powerful continues down to Lozzy with a sliver of health. Unfortunately, with the Retribution burning him down, that is going to be Evil, getting themselves the first blood. Moving on to the second kill down onto Diablo. And RSG went with a 0-2 scoreline, 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the game.
RSG prioritizing that turtle though, but Evil, they saw it coming. Powerful went all the way to the other side of the oh, look at the damage from Carrot! What is this? This is why people play Hilda, right? Because of that pick-off potential for the mid lane, along with the marksman. I mean, 1-1's a little slick, but... Oh, Bray?
No, he's not going to be doing anything here, unfortunately. He kind of made some wrong movements, I'll say. Probably stopped his animation a little bit too early. So I think that he missed 2 chances of attack. It's relatively sad, but it's okay. They'll always come back again and try it again.
$1 3 tries.
1 token 3 tries.
1 token 3 tries.
Yep. Meantime, up to the top lane, it is going to be Lozzy getting a kick down on the Carrot. He finds himself not in a good spot, but it's okay. He still have a lot of mobility because of the fact that he is a healer after all, and he got himself away with just a sliver, even though we've got the crossbow of Tang erupted by Baby Cakes.
Wow, he pops the sprint, pops the S1, and just starts running like his name was Barry Allen, and Carrot 2-0-1 on the hill though. Wow, wow, wow. 505. 505 here, Powerful going for the kill, and that's 4-0 on the kill score for Evil.
Powerful is big, very aggressive right now. The kind of positioning that he puts himself into is just going to be right in the face of Diablo. The stun from Zan is just going to put Diablo down onto the ground. And unfortunately, Diablo, I don't think he'll be able to do much. But in the meantime, let's take a look. Right now, Powerful going on head-to-head against Carrot. Oh, sorry, against Diablo. He finds himself down. Tempest Ablaze sends people flying up in the sky. But Lozzy, sliver of health as well. He returns back with a kick down on the Carrot. Almost bring him down. But I don't think so he can because Coconut, he's the one that steals the kill. But it's okay. It's a team play after all, and Evil 7-1, managing to bring 3% down so easily. RSG, they found themselves in quite a chokehold, and Evil, they're really happy about this.
3-for-1 kill there for Evil. What a outplay. I mean, it kind of looked like, RSG were supposed to win that fight, and then Evil was like, you know what, let me just take the words out of your mouth right now. Let's take a look back on the fight, right? Powerful went all the way in. Zan and Carrot, okay, Zan kind of missed a couple of hooks there. Diablo gets a little bit too much damage there. Dawning Light from Salmon comes out. Powerful on the flank. Tempest of Blade comes down, dodges it. Lozzy managed to survive. Okay, this is where the fight went down, right? Lozzy, Way of the Dragon, over to Carrot. Zan misses the hook. Lozzy gets taken down, and then Bray just gets caught out.
The movements coming in from Evil is what really allowed them to get that win. The Coconut, he moved all the way from the gold lane down to the bottom side in order to provide additional artillery barrage down into RSG, but it did, hold on a second, that is going to be quite a lot of things that's going on, and Powerful, he did manage to push people right into the nick of the battle, but there are 3 members from Evil, their HP is not, 2 members of Evil, they're not exactly doing that well, and the most that they can do is just retreat and retreat and retreat, but it's okay, Powerful, he almost managed to bring him down from 100 to 0, but in the end, 100 to 20.
Yeah, 100 to 20 only, but not big of an issue right now, right? Not much of an issue, but Powerful, he's getting that spike, as you can see, slowly but surely getting stronger and stronger by the minute.
there is a 2,000 goal lead that Evil currently has. And this is the kind of early game that I want to see from Evil, so that they will be able to break away from RSG and make sure that they do not lie in the grasp of RSG. Because we know how RSG plays, very snowbally, and they would like to get themselves a massive amount of lead. If Evil constantly keeps themselves and of course their head above the water, then there's no lead that RSG can take. And thus, they won't be having too big of a problem.
That's true, but RSG right now, they can claw their way back if there was going to be a potential pickoff. As you can see on the top lane right now, here comes the dash. Lawsy, we have the dragon. Dawning right now going to be able to do anything. Evil right now, they're so desperate for the trade.
Good position coming from 505. The Void Crystal slows down Carrot. Then even with his ultimate, he tries to do whatever he can into Carrot. In the end of the day, the Tempest of Blaze is what really mattered. Coming from Bray, brings one man down, and I believe that he will want to steal the purple buff as well. Not going to happen. But at the end of the day, RSG, they managed to catch up just by a bit.
Just by a little bit.
It's quite monumental.
Yeah, it's quite monumental. I mean, Evo, they do have that kill lead, but 21,000 to 20... Come on, move. 20.9, 21,000. So as of right now, the goal is very, very equal right now.
Both teams, they're ready to shatter with any wrong move. Because at this point in time, we are slowly transitioning to the mid stages of the game. It's not going to be that big of an impact, I gotta have to say, but both teams, they want to win in every single team fight. Like I said, get yourself the advantage, and that advantage is going to allow you to have a lot of a better time. But hopefully, they don't get complacent. Lawsy goes in immediately with a Jacundo plus the Way of the Dragon combination. It did manage to push one person into the fray, and that is going to be Coconut down. Carrot's the next one down. But in the meantime, it is going to be Diablo. He's in the midst of it all. 1 versus 3. He managed to tank quite a bit. Zen pulls him right back in, but unfortunately, he goes down. But how about Zen? HP Sliver. He gets himself away, but back to the main fight. Powerful down by the name of 505. 4 members of the side of RLG takes the ground, and they managed to bring down the first tier turret in the middle lane. And I believe they are in a very good spot with a couple of that gold advantage.
Wow, RSG with the super fast aggression and Lawsy with the big catch there to isolate out Coconut. And that was just a play on its own. Contest for SG Best Roamer?
Well, I don't know about that, but I gotta have to tell you this. Take a look at the objectives that Evil has managed to get. Nada.
None.
They didn't get a single turret. They didn't get a single turtle. But when we look at the gold deficit, they are only roughly 1,000 gold short.
Yeah.
So if Evil has managed to just kind of collect themselves and decide to, let's break some turrets down, that would be great. But I believe that Evil right now, the main problem is that their front liner is just not tanky enough. Yeah. Because at this point in time, RSG, they're able to split the fight into 2. And Diablo's moves are going to be very important. The main thing about Evil is to bring one person to them, to bring them down. And Lawsy is going to be the first victim. But unfortunately, RSG must come back. The testament of Blaze, and just trying to hope that he will be able to bring the members for Evil. But Baby Kicks, he went down with the crossbow of Tag. One after another. That is 3 members down from Evil, and the only one that had to sacrifice his own life is going to be Lawsy.
And the triple kill coming out from Baby Kicks there. Hopping that Inspire. What a solid play coming out, right? I mean, Zen, it was kind of a knee-jerk reaction, right? He managed to catch out Lawsy, but then, you know, let's take a look back on the instant replay right there. See, Lawsy was there.
I think we gotta have to keep an eye on the Baby Cakes most of this time, right?
Yeah, look at Baby Cakes.
He's all the way at the back. He tosses right out. He did manage to pop off the weakness point, and from this point onwards, he conducts his own medley of death.
Yeah.
Because of his positioning, allowing to get himself even closer to Sabbath.
That was so quick, so fast, coming out from Baby Cakes. 5-0-1, that's the snowball that RSG needs. The kills right now though, 10 to 10. Evil falling behind bit by bit. If we can take a look at the graph right now, it's going to be 2K difference.
This is a deja vu now.
It is a deja vu.
We're starting to see RSG getting themselves back on the momentum. Yeah, they will be trying to suffocate Evil as much as possible. Salmon got himself out of the real world manipulation, but Coconut did not. The most important player coming from Sada Evo, which is going to be the position 1 player, is now currently unavailable. As such, they are left with 1 ranged attacker, and that is going to be Salmon. Thus, RSG understands that this is actually going to be the best play for them. The blinding light, the dawning light was hoping that he will be able to snipe out someone behind. But the main point is, he deals enough damage over to the back lines, and that connected onto Baby Cakes. And because of that 1 dawning light, Baby Cakes is unable to enter the fight because his HP is less than half. And anything from that point in time is going to put RSG in a really bad spot because they cannot underestimate the power of Mr. with the hook. They also cannot disrespect Carrot's mobility to eventually jump onto Baby Cakes.
That's true. I mean, it's gonna be a big risk and a liability if Baby Cakes were to get caught out right now. Yeah, I mean, I could have seen a Kufra doing so much better here, jumping all the way to the back lines.
It could definitely happen,
Right?
yes. But hey, they did drop the Minster in the end.
Yeah.
We gotta have to work with that one.
We have to work with it, and Diablo is gonna get a hook here. Real World Manipulation is gonna get a pop all the way back into the back line. Dawning Light.
Oh, Baby Cakes!
Down, Baby Cakes, but look at Bray all the way in the back. Pops the Tempest of Blaze. Sama is gonna go down right now. But look at Bray down to Bray. So much damage coming out. Baby Cakes hiding again. He pops the combo attack. He gets 1, he gets 2. Double kill coming out. Is it gonna be a triple? No, Zen trying to run away, and a mega kill coming out for 505 and a triple.
Another one. And another one. And another one.
And another one. Triple kill coming out. Oh my gosh.
That's
Triple
the end,
kill
isn't
again.
it?
That's the end.
That's the end, isn't it?
That's the end, ladies and gentlemen. RSGSG right now is going to be 2-0ing onto Evo. Congratulations to you guys. RSGSG takes the game away, knocking Evo down to the lower brackets.
A climatic, anti-climatic game, I would say, perhaps. It's kind of like we knew what is about to happen before it's eventually done and dusted with. We can definitely believe that Evo could have done something there, but we gotta have to give the respects over to Lossy. When it comes down to the dawning light, I don't think that is possible to actually bring down every single one of the quick waves. But hey, that was still eventually an effort. But I gotta have to say, Team Evil, unfortunately, would now be relegated down to the lowest bracket, and RSG will continue on in the upper brackets.
Let's take a look back on the highlights right now.
This is going to be
This was the good fight, right?
This is the match highlight, yes, the game highlight. This has been a good fight all the way through. Evil, they started off amazingly well. But that also, unfortunately, how can I say this? Evil took fight against RSG when RSG weren't prepared the best way possible. 505 ended that team fight without the real manipulation. They also didn't have a 1-1. In the meantime, Evil actually got the ability to traverse the map all the way down to the southern side to apply a bit more backup.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Cakes shredded the rest of Evil down, right? No matter how tanky you are, no matter, even if you can't use your any sort of mobility or dash, that Minnesota was the answer, but the answer just wasn't answered.
The answer wasn't...
you get it? Oh, the question wasn't answered.
Yes, that would be good. But it is really about Baby Cakes, isn't it? I would say that Baby Cakes really took up the medal, and he really showed what it does to be, what it means to be the marksman of the team. He showed absolutely valiance all across the map. He showed what it is to be the marksman, even though their team was eventually kind of like losing-ish. And of course, we even have Bray sacrificing himself in order for this 1-1 to go downtown. Once again, conducting his own medley of death and pretty much cutting the entire team like a fresh pair of scissors.
Cutting the entire fresh team like a pair of scissors?
Cutting the team like a fresh pair of scissors.
Because the team is paper?
Like fresh pair of scissors, so it's like very sharp.
Oh, fresh. Why not sharpened?
Same lah.
Same lah.
Same but different.
But 12 minute 43 seconds game from RSG. I think that's one of the fastest.
Probably.
I mean, we've seen a 10 minutes game, right?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised with how RSG handled this game, right?
Yeah.
Because this game was definitely seemed to be a tougher game for RSG, isn't it? It didn't have the early lead as compared to game number 1. But somehow, they closed this game a lot more convincingly than the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, Evo, they put up a good fight. They show RSG was like, okay, you gave us a small battle, I'm going to win the war.
It's kind of like a game of mentality, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like when you know that you are ahead, you do not want to overextend yourself. You do not want to give your opponents any chance to to capture your mistakes.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this game, RSG becomes on the opposite side, the flip side, right?
The flip
we
side.
are the one that would want to catch on to your mistakes. And whenever they found that mistake, they will punish it and punish it and punish it. And at that point in time, when they found that one play that team-wiped them, they went downtown, closed the game because they do not want to find any more of that mistakes.
Yeah.
They will want to capitalize on that and destroy.
They want to finish it quick, finish it fast, close it out. You know, the moment they see the opportunity, they have to go because if it goes to the late game, Evil, they're gonna struggle back, right? They are gonna kick you hard if you drag it into the late game.
It really boils down to the team fight in the end of the day. Evil, their composition was actually pretty decent, I gotta have to say. This really works out for their early game, right? Because Hilda has got massive amount of damage to herself. When it comes down to Paquita, also a very snowbally hero. Xavier just doing Xavier stuff, and exactly why Fizika say ban Xavier, ban Xavier. Mr. as well as Brody, the two of them starts to get a little bit more iffy. I understand that Mr. is really there just so that he will be able to block off some of these mobility skills from the side of RSG, but Brody though,
lacking damage.
This is lacking a lot of damage, right?
He got caught out too many times.
Yeah, because in the early game, they have got the control. Am I right?
They did.
They got the control. They've got the snowball. They got the sum of that goal advantage. A lot of time has been bought in order for this Brody to farm up.
Yeah.
But that
Just
did
not
not
enough.
prevail for him.
Yeah, it did not prevail because he keeps getting caught out by Lawsy, and Lawsy recognizes this, right? Lawsy is like, hey, we keep losing these team fights, let's look for the pick-off potential. But speaking of picking off, let's take a look at the MVP right now. Who is it going to be? I think it's going to be Baby Cakes.
Yeah, of course, right?
9-0-2, 69% kill participation here with 774 gold per minute. Yeah, look at that. He's only 3 items up. Or 4.
4.
Malefic, Windtalker, Demon Hunter, Corrosion Sky.
Exactly.
Along with that Inspire, did you see when he popped that crossbow attack? It literally went mad. I can hear it ringing in my ears.
Yeah. It's almost it's as fast as the wind.
As fast as the Windtalker. Aha. Wind of nature. Okay, I'm sorry with the bad puns. But
All in all,
that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
To wrap it up, I really enjoyed that team fight coming in from RSG. I did not expect the kind of fight, or rather, I did not expect the kind of team play that they managed to show us.
Yeah.
This is a fight on 2 fronts, and the way that they presented themselves is like a 2-sided coin, but with the same face. Right? In the end of the day, they have someone that deals with the front line and another guy that pushes away everyone else. Diablo did a really good job in absorbing a lot of those damage. And then he pushed the entire team away. That will allow 1-1 as well as the Link to eventually do whatever the hell that they want. And with all of these teams, or rather all of these players that got isolated by Diablo, this allows Losey to come in with a random Jukundo plus the Way of the Dragon combo. Because they played into the chaos that they created. And Evil was not able to understand where Losey is coming from.
I mean, could that be the strat that RSG is leaking very, very early in the stages?
I think it's still too early for us to say that. This could just be their comfort play. And that could be a possibility that I would even say that this is probably not even a strategy. This is probably just their chemistry. They just knew in their guts that they gotta have to do that.
Okay, you do make a good point, right? The strategy, the chemistry, it's not about any sort of weird strats coming out, right?
This isn't a weird strat, but Evil is the one that went for a little bit more unorthodox strats. That is where we understand that something needs to be done specifically to work in this lineup. But for RSG, that's just comfort. Yeah, nothing is unorthodox.
Comfortable.
Yeah, so they knew what they wanted to do.
Speaking of comfortable, right now, let's take a look at the playoff brackets and how comfortable RSG is sitting at the top. Right?
I'm pretty sure that RSG is, they managed to seed on to the next part of the upper bracket.
Not super comfortable yet.
Not super comfortable yet.
Just a nice little OC Mew throne.
But you know what? Speaking of not comfortable, I'm not really comfortable with seeing what the next game is about. Zion versus Evos SG.
Wow, and let's take a look at the playoff brackets right now. All the way up, RSG is going to be moving on to match number 6. If I'm not wrong. Yes, they are going to be moving to match number 6.
And
Zion, Evil dropping down to fight against Almigity. Almigity, and then, Zion versus Evos. After that, Flash.
But RSG, they gotta have to prepare themselves for the next game, and that will be happening tomorrow. But that is also dependent on who is going to be the one to eventually move up. Is it going to be Zion? or is it going to be Evos? Because if Evos moves on to the next part of the bracket, we can pretty much expect to see RSG dropping onto the lower half of the bracket because this is just a game of rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah.
RSG technically can't win Evos, and they embedded themselves.
Yep.
But they can definitely win against Zion, right? Maybe. You know, rock, paper, scissors once again. There's a lot of hidden factors that we do not know. Maybe Zion has changed something. Maybe the players changed something. Maybe RSG, whatever it is. When it comes down to the playoff, something has changed.
Something has changed.
These players will have to show us exactly what it is today and tomorrow.
You know what else is changing?
Us.
Yes, that's right. He got it. Finally, guys, he got my segue. What else is changing is going to be me and Abstract being taken over by Hungry Cars and none other than Physicast himself. I am so excited. We're going to be throwing over to Yuno for our interview or Lysander. I'm not really sure. But we're going to sign off for now. This is Abstract, the man, the myth, the legend.
And this is Vertigo, the man, the myth, the tie.
Hey! Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. We will be throwing it over to our interview.
All right, thank you, boys. And that was Vertigo as well as Abstract, always with their colorful stories and entertaining us all the way. They have been your casters for the first 2 series, and I'm here with RSG's Diablo. They just won 2-0 over Team Evil. And you got a lot of fans in the crowd, Diablo. You know, I heard a lot of cheering, right? Diablo fans? Is there any Diablo fans?
Don't be my
RSG fans? Or they left?
RSG fans.
RSG fans, it's fine. All right, so I want to ask you straight away. Evil, I think they have been a really strong dark horse team. A lot of people have been saying that, wow, they might take out some of the big teams. You guys dropped a game to them in the regular season, but now, sweet 2-0. Have you figured them out?
I think we weren't disciplined during the regular season against them, so we dropped again to them. But today, we came in disciplined, we do what we needed to do. Even though we lost the early game at game 2, but we knew we could come back if we play correctly. Yeah.
Okay, and of course, taking this energy back into the next series, match 6. Like the casters were saying, Abstract was being a doubter to RSG. He said, it really depends, if Evos or Zion takes the next series, because if it's Evos, then we'll see RSG in the lower bracket. Now, I want to hear your thoughts on this. If your next game is Evos, what's going to happen? 2-0, 2-1, which way is it going?
I will hope it will be a 2-0 because Evos, whenever they get a game, their momentum will be very high and it will be very hard to 2-1 them. It's only through a 2-0 sweep that you can win them.
So, crush them while they're down, take them in game 1, and then beat them in game 2. Is that what?
I think what we need are confidence because we have not won them before. So hopefully tomorrow, if it's Evos we are facing, maybe they can go to the lower bracket for once.
That will be a nice change. Now, I want to ask you, if Zion Esports, because they're going to be Zion Esports versus Evos is coming right up. If Zion knocks Evos down for you, will you be okay with that? Or do you want to take down Evos yourself?
I believe Evos will meet us at the grand finals if Zion knock them down. Yeah.
Okay, either way, you think Evos are going to come back to the grand finals. All right, very nice. All right, so with that said, Evos, Zion, what's your scoreline prediction?
I think I will favor Zion more because I think they weren't playing their best during the regular season, but this time coming in with, I think Potato might tell them more about Evo's threat, and there might be some counters here and there. So I think it will be a 2 Zion, 1 Evos probably.
Okay, some fresh takes here from Diablo. We'll see if that comes to pass. Anything to say to the fans here in the audience and back home?
To all the IIG fans, thank you for supporting us. And today, I hope Baby Cakes did you all proud.
Really, all of you guys did them proud. And okay, once again, it's RSG's Diablo here with me at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview brought to you by OSIM. I'm Lysander. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, we'll have the final series for today, Evos versus Zion Esports. It's going to be great. Stick around.
meter. 3. Go, Franco, go! If you like mischief, you must not miss this one. The rule's simple. Hit the opponent with your hook before they hook you. For the configuration, set the available heroes to Franco only and adjust the hook's range. Ooh, caught you again. Think you can run away from me? Alright, that's all for today. Be sure to check out the system after it's released. There's so much more fun gameplay awaiting you to explore. Customize your own gameplay, team up with your friends, and don't forget to share your lobby codes. This time, everyone is a game designer.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
You're not so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
The subterranean secrets will be uncovered. Belonging is my elixir. Alchemy, the arts of the miracle. Breaking limits, that's alchemy. Infinite potential. Turn the unknown into the known. Sorrow can be transmuted into joy. One man's stone resonates from the buried ores. I extract the visions of the future. Turn the unknown into the known. Resonate! Resonate!
Legendary!
Keep moving forward.
Before we move on, does anyone have any questions?
Henny, I think we heard you.
Horology is my craft. Dicky is my name. First blood. Late? Just slow down the time. Time is science. You have slain an enemy. Time is science. Time is science.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
Alright guys, hi. This is not part of the stream. I'm just here to give some good news because we are actually giving away a lot of diamonds today. I know a lot of you guys just...
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces.
You're not so loud.
To call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Before we move on, does anyone have any questions?
Oh my god, I'm so tired. I spent all this time on the presentation.
Tammy, I think we heard you.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill,
falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill. Go, Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go, Muddles! Is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go, Muddles!
Didn't your mother ever tell you an enemy? Too close to needle?
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the last best of 3 for today. I'm Hungry Cast. Alongside me is Fizzy, and don't be surprised, it's not week 4, day 1. We're not looking at a rematch yet. This is in fact still going to be Zion going up against Evos. And how are you feeling, Fizzy? Because I think this is the first time I casted you this season. You know, we did some prep, we were looking at this match, and we have differing ideas of how this best of 3 is going to go.
Yes, correct. We really do. First and foremost, I'm good. I'm feeling awesome.
Nice.
Being able to cast with you today.
Yeah.
And for me, Zion and Evos, there's a lot at stake.
There is.
Right? We were talking about there's a lot of similarities, but also there's a difference.
Yes,
Yeah, and
it's like two sides of the same coin, right? A spiritual successor in one way, and a brand trying to hold on to their legacy, looking for their third sort of MPL win. It's tough. It's tough on both ends. But before we even get into the match, before we even jump into the best of three, we want to give a very special shout out to our sponsors. One of which is Singtel. Singtel 5G, unlock ultra responsive gaming with 2x lower latency on Singtel 5G, Singapore's most powerful 5G network. Get the edge you need while gaming on the go with Singtel 5G. And of course, another sponsor being PvP Esports, the ultimate regional platform where gaming lives. Guided by its core values of passion, sportsmanship, and healthy gaming, PvP Esports is continuously attempting, or at least successfully growing, the regional esports ecosystem through its initiatives and tournaments.
Yep, and not forgetting free stuff for the viewers out there. So MPL Milestone Giveaway, what better way to start off your MPL SG than the giveaways? Follow MPL SG on Facebook and stand a chance to win incredible prizes. And each milestone hit will release even greater rewards, from normal skin chests to epic skin chests with guaranteed skin drops. So grab your friends, hit that follow button right now.
Not just follow, but share as well. Our live stream right now on Facebook as well as YouTube. We are currently already at 500 shares, so I feel like this is almost a moot point. In fact, if anything, it's a celebration of you guys, right? The code on your screen right there is your reward for sharing the stream and getting the message out to your friends, keeping the community growing, as it were, for MPL SG.
Correct. We can do so much as casters and production team, right? But the viewers out there need to help us as well.
Oh yeah.
Help us. Help.
Oh man, you sound like my in-shape for army, help me help you, right? And I think they've helped us a lot. They've helped us a lot. We've grown the community so much to the point where, right now, we even have this live viewing at the grid going on. If you guys are watching from home and you want to partake in the action, maybe you missed the live sort of esports feel, or you want the feeling of a LAN event, go down to grid. I believe it is at 1 Selegi Road. Where the players are playing live. We have Lysander as well as I believe on site, giving away prizes in between games. It's a hustling, bustling environment. I wish we were there, but unfortunately we're still here casting.
Yeah. All right, sweet. Not forgetting the PCV giveaways as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the playoffs, we also have PCV milestone giveaway. The more viewers we have, the more rewards you will get them. In fact, if we hit 25K, that's the magic number. 25K PCV, you'll stand a chance to redeem a Lightborn Inspirer. Lightborn Ranger, Lightborn Defender, and Count Dracula.
These were things that I think we kind of had going for a while in Season 1, and then, this sort of giveaway, again, just goes out to show our appreciation to all of you guys supporting MPL SG. And the players are, more or less trying to get ready right now. They're almost at the mode where they're going to walk out, they're going to play these best of threes. We were deliberating on the idea of Zion versus Evos SG because, like we said, on one hand, you have a spiritual successor of sorts with Zion bringing in Potato. Some might consider, top 10 anime betrayals, leaving Evos SG and then going to coach Zion. And meanwhile, another storied brand in the form of Evos, two-time MPL SG winners, now hunting for their third, three-peat almost. A three-peat finish for this season. It's going to be all stakes here because the winner of this is going to play against RSG, and that's another tournament favorite, as it were. Let's take a look at the brackets, right? Because I'm going through all this. It's kind of theoretical, but if we bring it up for you guys, it shows the stakes in a very objective way. Whoever wins this is going to be playing RSG in the upper bracket finals, and that's again another tournament favorite waiting for either Zion or Evos SG.
Yeah, I mean, teams will want to stay in the upper bracket, right? That's the way to go. Lesser games, you have your buys and all that. You got more time to rest and train. But then again, if Zion were to win this, they're going to go up against RSG. If they lose, they're going to go up against Flash, which is...
Again, I think Flash might be still one of the teams poised to make like a perfect lower bracket run. Just looking at their performance earlier today against SMG, a clean 2-0 coming in. They look very dominant. Even I think Peach on the winners interview, formerly Pokemon, of course. I was doing the winners interview and talking about how they had time to prep, time to reset and get the practice in and really look like viable contenders for top 3 at least, if not, first place in MPL SG Season 3. To go back to your earlier point, both Zion and Evos are 2 best of 3 wins away from ending top 2 in the season, right?
Yes.
It's a very big prize. It's comfort and safety into the top 2 position, and at least showing some of the naysayers that, hey, whether we've brought in new talent or we've started up this new brand, we are still here to win.
Yep, exactly. And with that being said, I kind of hope that Evos lose.
No, this guy, what?
No, because I want to see.
Okay.
I heard news that Soul,
yes,
is playing. You know, I want to see more of Soul.
Okay.
So I want to see him play more games.
Speaking of Seoul, let's take a look at the players as they're ready to make their entrance onto the stage.
I think the rematch with Evos SG will be very interesting.
The first round when we went against them, it was a close fight. I think maybe they are scared of us also. That's why they got so out of his retirement home. I feel it will be interesting.
1-1 is still alive. Super Go, he's still jumping around. He could find the kill here. Onto Gear, all he has to do is kite this one out. But Adamir and Jock, they're still holding on strong. The Clint has the damage, but he has no health here at all. Oh my goodness, the burst coming in. Jock is the next target. He's gonna die here to another fall.
I think the rematch with Evos SG will be very interesting.
The first round when we went against them, it was a close fight. I think maybe they are scared of us also. That's why they got so out of his retirement home. I feel it will be interesting.
1-1 is still alive. Super Go, he's still jumping around. He could find the kill here. Onto Gear, all he has to do is kite this one out. But Adamir and Jock, they're still holding on strong. The Clint has the damage, but he has no health here at all. Oh my goodness, the burst coming in. Jock is the next target. He's gonna die here to another falling Star Moon, and that's gonna be the game.
I think that our first match against Zion would definitely be a very tough series once again. Most definitely because Potato knows all of our hero pools and our play styles. I'm just hoping to not get banned out since I only can play Beatrix.
We have to have a change of play style, so we can't be like just read off the book like that.
JPL here, the hook in. This could be the fight that Evos wants. Look at the burst coming in, but it's gonna be Zion that actually picks up the kills. The enemy is still trying to go on to the fight. Now Glory's on the enemy. He's still falling very low. He pops the crossbow peg. He's still alive. He manages to get on the back line with the hard guard, and now Evos can gain control of the Lord. That was a big fight from Adamir.
All right, represented by the Panda icon, it's Zion Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for, well, the relatively newcomers, coached by the legendary Potato, the ex-captain of Evos SG. Their opponents, will their captain be able to dethrone their previous team? We shall see. Zion Esports looking fresh on stage. Boys, please take a bow. Audience, please give them a round of applause. Zion, to your battle stations. And of course, not to forget the defending champions, Evos SG. Let's see what they have to say. And they're back, the defending champions here to defend their title in the first upper bracket round for themselves, Evos SG! And of course, fans of Evos will recognize that, you know, Sol is out of retirement for the 500th time this season. And yeah, he's back there. Boys, spread out a little bit. Give us a little bow. Round of applause for Evos SG, the defending champions. Going to be playing on the right side here. All right, may proceed to your battle stations. Evos SG versus Zion Esports. Who is going to take it? Potato or Potato's old team? We shall see. Casas, back to you.
Man, Lysander put it kind of brutally, yeah. Potato and Potato's old team, and out of retirement for the 500th time? At this point, he's a frequent flyer, right? But I do want to add on that the addition of Sol is going to mean a lot for Evos, right? I think one of the things that they've struggled with this season so far was having a very concise voice, having a very concise game plan when it came to executing their compositions. When we were looking at the stats yesterday, we were talking back and forth. Evos SG is
the team with the second longest average game time across the season, right? They clock a 20-minute-ish on average game. And with that, it comes to kind of also show that this is a team that likes to take their time, combined with the fact that they have one of the highest goal per minutes across the board as well. They play it slow, they farm it up, and they just look the skill.
Yeah, they kind of want to wait for Edomate to get all the jungles first, the goal, and once Edomate is up and running, then they go for the team fights. Now, with the additional of Soul here, I realized that based on the lineup, Jox is not playing.
Yes.
So most likely Soul will be in that jungle position or role, you would say?
Yeah, assuming that it's a one-for-one replacement, right? As a team, I think Evos SG, the identity is very fluid. They're a very dynamic team too when it comes to role swapping and even just draft in itself, right? I think I brought up this point last week when I was casting with Vertical. Evos SG have the most number of unique picks played across the board at each individual role, right? I think the number last week was somewhere at 37. At the end of the regular season, it might probably went up to somewhere like 44, if I'm not wrong, or maybe 43. That said, there's a lot of flexibility, there's a lot of ingenuity in this team, and one of the main reasons for that is their coach, Yang Yin, who, if you guys pay close enough attention, he has this folder that he carries with him. And if you ever get the chance to sneak a peek inside, I don't want to give anything away, but it's a very comprehensive Bible of pick ban strategies.
Wow, that's a tier 1 coach for you, right? And you look at here, the games played and the stats. I really like to look at the Pirate destroyed per game, which is even at 7-7, which means that both of these teams are very objective-oriented teams. Like they have new players, they have veterans as well. So it's understandable that they're going for objective rather than team fight. And look at that Lord Slane and Turtle Slane. It's slightly above Zion, but it's only one. So.
And honestly, these stats are an indication again of how close these two teams are in terms of playstyle and parity, right? Our head-to-head here on your screen is going to be Chris versus Sailor, the mid-lane mages of sorts. And when we talk about parity, you can't leave out either of these players. They both possess what I like to call, hero oceans, very massive pools that they can, pull out and use to great effect, and always anchoring the early to mid game for their team. As we all know, when it comes down to your objective fights, you kind of need the mid lane priority first, and both Sailor and Chris are very adept at controlling the pace, controlling the flow of mid lane, and then allowing their team to divest their attention into either the turtle or pushing out for a side lane dive, however they want to open up the map.
Yeah, but look at that kill participation percentage for Sailor is 70%.
This guy fights, man. He loves to get in there.
He's basically like a friend in need, a friend in need.
Oh, for sure.
He's always there. So that's a mark of a good mid laner.
And aside from our primary head-to-head, another thing that we sort of highlighted off the back of this too is the goal lane matchup between Adamir as well as Supergirl, right? I think that secondary sort of matchup is something that we'll be paying close attention to, because looking at Adamir, he's massive. He takes so much gold, and it's so important for him to receive the resources, like you said, in order to really output the damage. Meanwhile, Supergirl is a lot more efficient. I will go so far as to say, this guy doesn't need a lot of farm to pop off. He still puts up the numbers. What many consider, the rookie of the split, or at least one of the top performing players of the split, he's evenly matched.
Yep, of course. And talking about Supergirl, right? And he is the MVP of the regular season.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a morale boost.
That's Xiaxue and Dagger right there. So coming down to support their team. But ladies and gentlemen, we are into Game 1's draft, and no time wasted at all. Zion immediately going for the Grok ban. Meanwhile on Evos, this time they banned the Valentina, because last week, this exact same start to the game, it was Zion on blue, Evos on red. The Evos actually left the Valentina open, and I was theory crafting with Vertigo, saying, oh, maybe, Yang Yin has some sort of counter matchup, counter strategy invoked, planned, ready to go, but instead they make no mistake, Evos immediately ban out the Valentina. Now, some of the highest priority picks this draft, in my opinion, is going to be the 1-1. I think that's going to be highly prioritized, the Beatrix highly prioritized, and the Ling as well. I think Ling has been such a focal point for many of these teams during playoffs.
Yeah, now that you mentioned all the three different heroes, these are the common heroes for these both teams. So there will be a fight for the roles itself. Now, Zion will go up with that Franco ban. We know that JPL is targeted to JPL. Mean hook on that Franco.
And they always do this on the second ban on blue side. It's either the Cho or the Franco, and they always focus out a particular respect ban against JPL, because this guy can make magic out of thin air. Like sometimes when his team is stuck back against the wall, JPL with the Franco, with the Cho is able to make these plays to get them outside of sticky situations.
Yep, and with that reply, Evos going with that Angela ban, which is definitely a wombo combo option.
I think really smart because Angela not only facilitates the link jungle that both teams, might want to pick up, but it also facilitates what many might consider a gold lane-centric meta, right? You put the hard guard onto your quote-unquote hyper at this point and just let the guy run free.
Yep. At this point, we will see that Phobius is banned, which means that Karina is open, Baxia is open, 1-1 is open for the taking as well.
This is a very open draft, right? Like you kind of alluded to. And there you go, the 1-1 removed by Evos. They, despite being a team that wants to play the 1-1, wants to play the Beatrix, they will remove it in this first round of bans. And I think this leaves many things open, right? If you're Zion here, the Karina looks very tasty. Open first pick Karina, allow a bit more of a range of strategies and see what Evos wants to do on R1, R2.
Yeah, if Zion were to go with that Karina, right, most likely Evos will go with that tier 1 mid laner.
Eve could be an option, Xavier could be an option.
Yep, Eve, Xavier, and probably an EXP laner, which is Dyrov, which is another
Dyrov is still open. That's the thing, right? I think Zion is deliberating because there's so many responses Evos can do on R1, R2 that might be a little bit concerning, and this time instead it's going to be the Xavier for Zion. So they prioritize this mage so much that they feel as though they are able to get something in return. The artillery power, the team fight power, and the global pressure that this mage will bring to the table is high enough and it warrants so much attention from Zion.
Yep, and with that though, if the Evos is up for the pick, so 2 picks for them. Hilda is open, Karina is open, Baxia is open, Marsha is open. There's a lot of choices here for Evos SG. For me, personally, I like having the second pick because you have 2 choices to choose from.
Being on the red side is quite favorable in that way because unfortunately, yes, you have to ban the Valentina, but you always get the first choice of 2 comfort picks or 2 tier 1 picks, right? And immediately, there you go. There are your tier 1 responses coming in. It's going to be the Beatrix and the Ling. Again, you don't have to pick a Karina if you don't want to, but the Ling also opens up a bit more early to mid-game tempo. Now you have a lot of pressure in your side lanes because Ling's clear coupled with the ability to move around the map very quickly. If you're not conscious about how your lanes are allocated, the Ling is just going to out-macro you.
Yeah, so position 1 and position 2 has been secured by Evos. Now Zion with the reply, 2 picks coming in from them. They have that mid laner, so they can
honestly, Karina is still fine here. I feel like, yes, it's not a very tanky lineup on the Evos side, and going head-to-head against the Link Karina is still going to be, kind of a dicey. It's like a skill matchup, right? But it's still a really strong pick, I think, that they don't have to shy away from.
So there you go. They're going to go with that Karina and that Hilda as well. A good pick, I would say, for Zion.
The Hilda here makes sense because what you're looking to do is essentially just send the Hilda like a man possessed into the jungle to spot out the Ling and potentially stop that first clear, right?
Yeah.
We all know Ling is one of the junglers that heavily requires the purple buff.
Yes.
If you can delay that, you can stop that. Heck, if you could steal it away, even better, right? Unfortunately, not going to happen if you have Retry, but if you can do all of that and delay the Ling's clear, it gets the Karina off to a insane start that allows you control of the map for the first 2 to 3 minutes, maybe even translating to the first turtle for free.
Yep, and that's the thing I like about this Karina tank or any jungle tank matchup, right? Even though they scale quite late, but because they are super tanky in the beginning, it kind of allows them to be aggressive.
Yep, for sure. And the Hilda too is, you talk about tanky, we've seen time and time again during the regular season, once she is able to get a couple of levels and the passive is there, she just walks in and gets vision for her team because she's going to heal up. She has that shield from sitting in a bush. And that's how Zion probably wants to play, right? Send the Hilda to Suicide Scout, get some information and intel, and then team fight around that. Now, Evos, the response here to the Xavier is the Eve. Traditionally, in other regions, we would see something like a Sicilian. Evos here are heavily committing into a team fight comp with this Eve. They want zone control, they want high burst, and that is how the first 3 picks have sort of identified those win conditions.
Yeah, I really like this Eve. It's basically like a utility pick, if you will. And we know that Sayla, this is one of his comfortable heroes.
For sure.
Yeah. And Clint has been banned out by Evos, and Zion will be banning out that Hylos. It's a bit questionable for me because it's not Jox he's playing.
Yeah, I mean, the high loss is something that Evos does flex though, so it's not necessarily something that Jox, would pull out only in the jungle, but I think they have the opportunity to play it in EXP lane as well. Not something that is completely out of this world. To identify the strategy behind the clean ban, very simple, right? We've got Beatrix, 1-1 is banned. We just want to thin out the pool of gold lane marksmen as much as possible. So if the pattern continues, Brody is most likely going to be the next one on the chopping block, coming in for Evos. Yep, there you go.
That's it. So a lot of respect ban coming in from Evos towards Supergirl. So when it comes to gold laners right now, what is another viable option? Because Beatrix is taken, 1-1 is banned, Clint is banned, Brody is banned. Who else?
We talked about this at length and off-screen at least. Melissa is something that Supergirl has played. I don't think she is insanely strong in this particular meta. She requires a lot of setup from her team to even come online in team fights. Like basically you have to hit your models perfectly, then you have to hit an out that zones everyone, and then not get caught out when you dash in, right? So it has to be like a perfect situation. But against something like a Ling, I could see some value in the Melissa here.
Sky tells
So the final ban here for Zion is going to be Esmeralda, which means Baxia is still open and Evos is still missing the number 2 spot. No, actually number 2 spot is Ling.
Yeah. You could play the Baxia roam here if you really want to get aggressive early. So what that means is like, once he's level 2, level 3, you consistently run around the map with the Ling because of the Shield of Unity. You can get from point A to point B very quickly, right? I think that could be something that they want to explore, potentially on the block for them as well. If you are Evos here, you actually just want to go for a strong EXP lane matchup. So since Daroff is open, you could opt for the Daroff. I don't think there's anything wrong with playing, or no inherent fault in playing Daroff into what could potentially be a Hilda.
Your team is picking.
Okay, the Marsha is the choice here. This is still most likely going to be like an EXP lane and roam flex. So they don't want to give too much of the strategy away this early on at least.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a lot of flex here with Marsha. Zion still picking the final 2 picks here. So they are missing basically the EXP lane and the gold lane.
This is kind of a weird spot for Zion to be in because you don't know where the Marsha is going. If she is a roam Marsha, then your Karina is probably going to face the same issue as Ling, which is both roamers are going to run in and duel the enemy jungle, right? Yep. In the past, during the regular season, teams have used Valir roam as a response to the Marsha roam, but because they are at risk of getting counter-picked here, Zion cannot commit to a Valir roam here.
So they're going to go with Popo and Cooper and Benedetta.
All right. Popo and Cooper, I like the kind of innovation here from Zion. It's not completely outside the curve. I think other teams have played the Popo and Cooper goal lane as well. I think Almighty being one of them and Evos being one of them as well. So it's not something that is completely new. The value that the Popo and Cooper brings is that you get one guaranteed stun when he pops the Alpha Wolf, right? The bite is one guaranteed lockdown that allows you to chain it into further CC and a one-shot potentially after that. So there's a lot of pick potential on the Zion side. There's a lot of split push potential on the Zion side. In terms of team fighting, they're not actually very strong if you think about it. They're like 5v5 run at you, get smashed by Evos. So the way Zion fights this is to be very careful.
Yeah, that's true. And the last one will be Rafaela for Evos. So I'm guessing Rafaela will be the roamer.
Yes.
And then Marsha will be tasked for the split push or the EXP lane, if you will. And Soul, there you go.
So they're basically committing to like a strong 4v4, 4v4 and 5v5, right? Having the Rafaela there with Holy Baptism is a get off jail free card. If there ever a numbers disadvantage, you drop the out, you run, or you re-engage with the out, right? Marsha here exists purely to just put pressure on the side lanes. That's not to say that when she joins in a fight, she can't threaten the back line. Imagine you're playing Xavier right now and Marsha runs at you. You clench so hard and you try to stay alive,
Especially in the mid to the late game. Oh my God, that's going to be crazy. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have the final series for today. This is the big guns. We have Zion going up against Evos SG. Welcome to the land of Dawn. So as you can see, right here, Evos SG is going to be on the right and Zion will be on the left.
The first 1 minute of the game is going to dictate the pace, and I think we need to keep an eye out on how the junglers are able to clear out their first buffs, as expected right now, right? Forcer is going to try and walk in to disrupt the Ling, and Soul here is actually responding to hold him away. He's gone so far as to walk out of his lane, give up the early prio so that Gear is able to take away his jungle camps without getting gimped.
Yep, definitely. There you go. Gear will be securing that purple buff. This is the first time I see Gear in the jungle playing Ling, no doubt. And as in this early game, who has the aggression or who has the advantage if they want to be aggressive?
The fact that Ling's already gotten his buff and he's just going to clear out, like if you're Evos here, you just want Ling to hit 4 and then punish, make use of early pressure. So to answer your question, Evos on the early game has a strong kind of forcing power. Oh, Sayla has to be careful here. Yeah, Evos SG has the stronger forcing power, but they will have to make sure that they have equal or advantageous numbers.
Yep, as you can see from the minimap itself, the first turtle or the neutral objective will be spawning out in the bottom half of the pit. Now, as you can see from the rotation itself, it seems like Zion Esports has the better rotation now because as you can see, Vanix here is at the bottom lane waiting for that turtle.
I like that he's pathing bot because Soul did spend some time to walk towards mid to make sure that Gear got his first camp and his first buff. So that naturally puts him at a deficit, right? If you are Vanix here, you play towards the bot side, pressure it out, and then maybe convert into a free turtle. Of course, now Evos will recognize, hey, 10 seconds on this objective, we all need to mass rotate down. This is where we could see our first fight. Foster getting caught out though is not very good. He's taking a big chunk of damage, but as Hilda, he should be able to heal up. Now, the jump is important. Who jumps who is going to dictate the winner of this turtle fight.
Yep, and we can see from the previous fight between Evos and Zion, Forza likes to engage in the team fights. He will be the initiator for the team. As you can see here, Zion Esports will be pulling away the turtle on the right side, but look at that. Here trying to go into the back line, trying to stop probably the engagement coming in from Zion, and it seems like the turtle will be reset for now.
The reason why both teams are so apprehensive is because they know if you jump in and you take the fight, you must win, and they're going in!
And there you go, here comes that Real Manipulation trying to engage the fight, but look at Forza managed to secure the kill though on Gear goes down, and there you go, Sailor with the revenge kill, Forza goes down, but then again, Van is getting the revenge kill, triple kill, so early into the game, and why not getting the turtle as well?
This is a huge win for Zion. That jump from the Savior's stun into the full combo just burst two members down, and Evos, they got caught off guard. They weren't rotating properly, they weren't careful towards their flanks, and we take a look at this replay, right? Look at the choke at the river towards the top side. Chris gets this insane stun into burst coming in from Vanix, and they know we've won this. Once they get their jump, they win this, right? And like I was saying earlier, Evos has the better early pressure. They have the ability to force if they want to, but they cannot get caught out like that.
Yeah, they definitely can not. Now with that, we're going to focus here. Okay, there's an instant replay, so we're going to focus here up in the middle. Both teams will reset for now. There's a huge win coming in from Zion, right? 3-4-0 with the turtle as well. And with that, look at the goal difference, 10.7 comparing to 8.7.
Now this flips the script a bit because of how far Vanix is compared to his counterpart Gear. Every time the jungler roams out, you have to be worried, right? These sort of fights, you don't want to take them.
There you go, Gear, the Tempest of Blade. Here comes Sayla sending to the back line, but there you go. It's going to be GPL securing the kill. Look at the middle though, Gear is on that CC from that Popo and Koopa. Supergirl playing the right way on that Popo and Koopa.
Big burst coming in. That would have gone a lot worse if they didn't like chain CC, perfect lock him down and burst him. Of course, Evos gets some sort of assurance in return. Looking at the next objective, going to be top side. Unfortunately, Soul is still not going to be able to hold his own very well against this Benedetta, but it's fine. I think when it comes to playing this matchup, you don't really have to worry about getting kill pressure. It's about push pressure, right? You just want to shove him off the wave and then siege. You just want to be an irritating split pusher and force the Benedetta to at least get some answer there.
Yeah, we were talking about that behind the scenes, right? We say that the EX laner will most likely one-on-one on each other, split push on the opposite side, not going for the team fight. And as you can see here, Forza being on that Hilda, he's not as aggressive as he should be though.
They could still force a mid here. There's a lot of damage down to Sayla. Vanix still has a window to rotate down if he wants to, but with the chunk, they might be looking to move towards the turtle instead. Now look at the position, right? Ling is bot side. It seems as though Evos SG just want to give this one up. If they can get a steal, they'll be happy, but because of how the map played out, the macro wasn't there in time, they could go for this dive though, Zion. But it might be a bit greedy to overcommit this far this early in the game.
Yeah, they don't have to be greedy or be super aggressive, right? Because he already secured the turtle. Now Vanix trying to steal away that orange buff, and he will though able to secure that because back then when they were going for that turtle, Gear actually steals that orange buff away from them.
A Glory all the way past tier 2s. He's just cutting the wave. He was forced to pop his ult to get out, but that's fine. Like, this is a very non-confrontational EXP lane. Both of them, the Marsha and the Benedetta.
A
lot of damage.
Supergirl, a lot of damage onto Edame. Edame goes down, and with that, Supergirl with 100 KDA.
JPL has to be careful here. He can get dove if they get the angle in onto him. Meanwhile, bot side, Soul and Gear also looking to position against the Benedetta, but with her evasion, it's like really impossible to lock her down.
Yeah, there's a lot of mirror matchup going on between Zion and Evos, right? That is the objective gameplay that we're talking about. Though we're going to focus here up top. Supergirl is still being super aggressive here, going up against JPL. JPL has no damage being developed for Ella. Tier 1 is going to go down there, but Forza with that Hilda, that true damage coming in, securing that kill.
But it's not over yet. Soul and Gear are looking for this 2v3. It's looking a bit dicey. He pops the Tempest of Blades. Gear trying to get out of this fight and will successfully do so. Disengages out, but that is a heavy commitment on the Evos SG side. They lose a lot of tempo off that jungle play. Now they will have to reset a little bit. You can see everyone basing running out right now. And that puts them in a weird position because being the top objective being up in less than 20 seconds means that you got to get control of that top quadrant of the jungle before you can walk in.
Yeah. This is totally new for me, right? This is the first time I see Evos playing like this. I'm not used to this.
Yeah. it's the power of Soul, right? You add in this guy who's arguably one of the most legendary captains for a team, adds this, commanding voice. Everyone's on the same page. It's follow my call and play my way.
All right, so there you go. The third turtle will be out in the turtle pit, top half of the map now. The two turtles before has been secured by Zion Esports.
This is a no contest. Evos know that they're not in position to secure the top quadrant of the jungle, so they just back off and look for a cross map. The problem here is you can't cross map against the Popo and Koopa, Benedetta, Hilda, because they will scout you first before you even walk in, and there's nothing for you to get because they'll just clear the way. So it's tough to cross map against Zion with this current composition that they have.
All right, we are into the 7-minute mark into the game, which means that it's going to be in the mid game right now. Based on the goal difference at 2K Zion, which is Evos has been pretty impressive in terms of not making the gap bigger.
Yeah, I think they've been holding on. They haven't fallen behind too much, and their comp, like I said, exists to serve the 5v5s and the 4v4s, right? Where Zion has been winning in these small skirmishes here and there, largely off the value of the Popo and Koopa guaranteed stun, largely off the Karina power. The moment they enter 5v5s, that's going to be the problem. I think that they will have a lot of issue fighting evenly in a 5v5.
There you go, Forza trying to hit JPL there. I thought it's going to be an engagement coming in from Zion, but in fact, Zion will not go for it. Instead, they were going to go with that objective, that T1 turret in the bottom as well. Less than 1 minute before the first Lord spawns. Now, we know that Evos have not been going for the turtle, right? Yep. Should they be going for this first Lord?
If they can get the angle, if they can secure the vision, I think that's the play. If you can make sure that there's no one waiting for you in a top push or in your jungle and you can walk in, I think you can contest that because right now Ciela's getting to a power point, right? He's picking up his items, he's getting the levels in for his real manipulation. That's when you feel a bit more comfortable. In terms of how they want to execute that, approaching the Lord is going to be really tough.
Yep. Can we look at the items for a bit for both teams? We've not seen the items yet. There you go.
Yeah, Adamir is only sitting on one core item. He needs at least two, I think, where Ciela feels pretty comfortable fighting here. He is, like you said, the utility, right? Oh, hold on, bot side.
There you go. Tempest of Blade has been used to engage the fight though, but look at that dawning light from far away, trying to get into Supergirl, but here comes the manipulation there. But look at the front lines. There you go. Forza is the first one to go down though. It's going to be 1-0 for now, but Chris has to be careful. Here comes Soul. This is the mid game. Soul has that wind talker, has that damage, if you will, and Chris managed to survive though. Vanix managed to escape with a silver heart, but look at Soul trying to charge in, but then again, Vanix will be able to save himself.
Soul has additional health bars. They are looking for this dive here. Chris, he has to get out. He's so low! And he's just going to die to JPL. Now they can continue chasing onto Glory and just shove him away, get mid lane prio, and move towards the Lord, right? What they're doing here is just grouping, making use of their 5v5s, pressuring the map, forcing Zion to take these massive team fights that they don't want. They want to take 1v1s, 2v2s with the power of the Popo and Koopa. Now that they've committed and they lost that 5v5, it's tough for them to, look at this team fight the same way again.
All right, this is the Evos that I'm used to. They are fighting back right now. 10-minute mark in the mid game. Everybody's going to scale soon. Ederme with that BOD, with that Malefic Roar, trying to get a bit of penetration. Ciela has that Enchanted Talisman, and Ice Queen want to slow everybody down in the real manipulation. So Evos is yet to fight.
Ederme is at this good point now. Remember we said 2 items? He is there. He's like looking for it right now. And the moment he joins these fights, the moment the space is created, There's your window as JPL. He has to be careful here.
Okay, the manipulation by Sela. There's this indication that everybody needs to go in, but look at Gear into the back line trying to get the Supergirl. The main is going to go down. Nice play there by Gear, but Gear is trying to save himself. He will manage to escape though with his second skill. Glory trying to flick and get JPL. JPL manages to escape with that holy blessing though, but look at that Chris. Look out, Soul! The prodigal son has returned, trying to kill Chris, but Chris manages to escape now. Soul not being too aggressive, being very smart.
Look at these fights, right? They're always, kind of lost by Zion in these small inches, and it's the composition. Despite Zion having this massive lead, or at least a good amount of gold to their name, Evos is able to take these 5v5s on very equal terms, even 4v4s on very equal terms because of their composition. The way you drop room, manipulation, Gear drops into the backline with Tempest of Blades, that's how they get value, right? And Adamir, he is chunking people right now. Like, you have to respect the Beatrix damage.
Yep, you really, really do. Now, this is still the first lot. The first lot is still up for grabs. Now, both teams, I believe, they will wait it out until it became an enhanced Lord.
You can see that Supergirl is trying to cheat the Lord by pushing it and sneaking it away, and because they have control here, Forza is sitting in that bush. Zion should be able to get this without issue. And again, this goes back to our previous conversation, right? Do you have vision of your top quadrant of the jungle if you're Evos SG? No, don't walk in. Even if your comp is better at 5v5s, you still can't walk in because if you get jumped in a bad spot, you will die as Chris is getting jumped right now.
There you go, manipulation will be started up now, but look at that, into the flying line. There's go Vanix. Vanix get on his tail line. It's going to be killing spree. Gear on Gear, look at the back line, trying to get Supergirl again. Supergirl managed to escape though, but look at that, the aggression has paid on Gear. Gear goes down, look at Glory trying to escape. Soul trying to change it out. He's onto this final bar and he will escape for now. It's going to be 2-4-1 Zion.
A bit aggressive there from Gear, trying to go for the second kill, and the Alpha Wolf bite coming in from Supergirl to save his teammate, ensure that space was created, that they are able to peel away from this link. Now, Forza, he's still got a decent amount of health. He's just trying to get information, allow Vanix to pick up that mid-tier 1. As it stands, it's still really dicey because the Lord is pushing on the top side. So Evos SG now, they have to reply to this Lord and guarantee that this goes down without losing anything else on the map. They need to secure bot tier 2, mid tier 2, keep it alive while this Lord goes down.
Oh man, this is a huge win for Zion, right? They have the Lord, they secured 3 objectives, top, mid, and the bottom, and winning the team fight as well. And with that, look at the goal difference, it's up by 3.
And a concept I want to bring out here while we have this small lull is the idea of tempo and how map control translates into tempo, right? Consider this. Zion with Forza's Hilda can walk in, get vision. Yes, sit there and make sure no one is walking out. Evos don't have anyone that can do that apart from Soul, and he's always splitting away. Because they can't check vision, they don't have tempo, they can't walk up to look for these 5v5. So it's a very dicey situation for Evos. They basically need to see multiple members of Zion, then that's the green light for them to take the fight. The moment they don't have information, they have to drop back and kind of reset and almost wait for Zion Esports to commit into them.
Yeah, exactly. And that is kind of like the key player, I would say, in this matchup, because he's able to rotate around the map and provide vision, whereas JPL can't do that with Rafaela.
100%. Like, you walk in, you get caught, you die. And you lose your holy baptism, right? That's one of the big teamfight ultimates Evos SG relies on because it is a straight up disengage / counter engage. So Evos SG, they are basically walking a fine line of handshaking fights that they think they can win and not being yanked into bad fights that they'll outright lose.
Yep, and look at the items right now. Adame still has that 2 attacking items. Probably...
He slowed down a bit, right?
Yeah,
This guy's not picking up any more farm.
Yeah, but look at Gear. Gear, though, has that Berserker Fury, Wind Talker, and that Endless Battle for the utility, though. Here comes the fighter here, Glory, going on the side lanes. But Vanix is super tanky with that Karina. That's the beauty of the Karina.
They have to be repositioned around this. They can't commit too far forward, right? You saw a moment where JP was like, maybe we can walk up. No, we can't. They have to back out. They don't want to fight in this choke. I don't think this purple is worth it.
Oh, revelation here by Sela, but there you go. Here comes at least the final blow on the back line. But Supergirl manages to get that one, though. And it's going to be 1-0 on the side of Zion. But Vanix on that Gear. Gear goes down, trying to get another one. Double kill. Soul goes down with that 2-for-1 on the side of Zion.
That choke is so awful to fight against Xavier. Like, why contest the purple so much? There's no reason to risk throwing a middle kind of hole that you have in the game and lose so much over 1 buff. Yes, it's Link, I get it, you're greedy, but because of that, you lost a lot of your map, you lost a couple of kills, and now you're gonna lose this Lord, which is the most crucial thing, right? Down with this, you are able to probably open up the map even more.
Yep, there you go. The Luminous Lord will be on the side though for Zion. But look at Forza. Look at how tanky he is. The ability to stretch everybody out, to provide vision for his teammates. Now they just need to wait out for this Luminous Lord. This could potentially be a GG push for Zion.
They have to play the map very carefully. Again, Zion, with this Lord, they have to make sure the waves are synced up. They need to make sure that they're able to attack on all fronts, right? Pressure all inhibitors at the same time. Don't allow Evos to just cut in and take the Lord down for free. Of course, them being Zion Esports, I have no doubt in my mind that they will be able to do so.
Oh, it's going to be 3v1 there. Soul trying to get that one, but no way. You are tanky, but not tanky enough with that. The Lord is going to come knocking up the gut. Inhibitor turret is up for grabs. Here comes Gale with the Temple of Blaze, using that to escape though. Lord is going to go down, but look at the Zion play. Splitting push up top. Inhibitor turret is going to go down. A huge win for Zion Esports for now.
There's still 20 seconds on the clock before Soul is up, so they can regroup. Forza is in base together with Vanix. They can go for this.
Well, there you go. Remobilation trying to stop the onslaught, but don't care. Supergirl trying to get into the front lines. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the minions coming into the wave. A little final blow would try to happen out, but Edderman will try to stop that minions from coming in. But mega kill on Vanix. But look at that. It's going to be 3 for 2. But here, managed to secure that kill. It's going to be 4 for 2 on the side of Evos SG.
There's still some fight at Evos SG here. I think Zion were a bit too greedy on that play, right? They saw the win in their eyes. They're like, oh, sub 20-minute win? That looks tasty to me. And they try to go for the GG push, but they overcommit. You still have to respect the damage coming in from here. And look at this instant replay, right? I called it 20 seconds on the clock before Soul is up. They think they can end this game here, but they overcommit into the crystal and they take way too much damage. They realize they have to puke back and they don't really have the position to jostle around for this fight. Big ultimate from Adamir. Credit to him.
Yes.
Shredding everyone to buy the space, get rid of the wave as well, and because of that, they're unable to close out the game.
Yeah, a very smart play by Adamir. Just unloads the clip on the minion wave, because if you clear the minion, there is no way you're going to come in and end the game. So definitely a good defensive stand on the side of Evos SG. Now, Zion has been attacking, has been aggressive. Is there a way for Evos to come back in this game?
Like I said, it's the 5v5s, right? Even with the composition that Zion have, they've been taking these very advantageous fights. So far, the analogy is this. They've been yanking Evos in and saying, we'll fight you, but they've got their hands cocked up ready. They're ready to punch. Evos now have to kind of posture almost like a boxing stance and be ready to deflect the initial punch and then take the fight to them.
Yep, this is the late game, close to 20 minutes, right? This is where the average time for Evos is.
Yep.
So this is where they shine.
This is the Evos comfort zone, right? Where you give Adamir the farm, you let him come online a little bit more, that's when he feels comfortable, but Soul might just change everything if he gets caught out here.
Yep, there you go, Soul's gonna be there, but there you go, Sayla with the real population trying to stop a little fighting blow, trying to get into the back line though, but look at that, Adamir secures one on there, but Sayla manages to escape the symbol of health, but Vanix managed to secure that on Sayla. Sayla goes down. Immortality has been popped though, it's gonna go down, but Bray on the side is trying to get that kill on Forza, so it's gonna be 2-4-1 Evos.
That was a really good fight from Evos, right? Soul with like the perfect masterclass acting like, oh no, there are 4 members on me. And then the rest of his team is prepared behind. Soul tanks all the damage. They've got the counter punch ready. The moment Zion walk in, they unload all their ultimates and they punish them for chasing onto Soul. Now Evos, they are pulling this Lord away, trying to sequester it to their side of the jungle so that they can make a clean disengage, but it's still possible that Vanix can steal this. He has retribution, he has the ability to jump in with his ultimate. Evos have to be careful playing around this Lord.
Yep, there you go. Soul with that smart play trying to push away Vanix. Vanix would not go for it though. And there you go. With that, Gear secures that one. Oh! That light almost secured that kill on Soul. Soul managed to escape though, but the key player here is JPL. JPL with that holy blessing, that holy healing.
Soul was like a second away from dying. He gets the health bars back, right? And that's a very risky Lord. Granted, Soul put it all on the line, ran in front of his team to basically buffer and stop Vanix from coming in for the steal, and that's how they guarantee that's a clean Lord take, but it's still a tough one because you can look at how far the wave is on the top side. This is like 4 waves away before it reaches the base, right? And there's plenty of time for Evos Esports to muster up a defense to put up this sort of line of scrimmage before the Lord even gets into the base.
Yep, exactly. Lord is going to go up top. Now, what Gear needs to do, someone needs to actually clear the bottom. In order for them to get another wave in.
It's guaranteed it's going to be Gear because Ling has this global pressure. So what Evos SG need to do now is not handshake or fight. Let Gear get bot side pressure, force Forza to come down and then rotate after that. Now Soul is tanking damage. This is what Soul does best on this Marsha. Buy time, buy space, focus members from Zion onto himself and give Adamir space.
There you go. Dawning Light has been used on that Lord. Lord is super tanky now. They secured the Lord though, but they managed to secure him as well. It's going to be 2. Turret has gone down on the side of Zion, so only the inhibitor turret left on the side of Zion here. And there you go, the first inhibitor turret goes down. So in terms of turrets, they're pretty much even for both teams. Only one up for Evos and for Zion now. And Evos, what they need to do right now is to maintain this pressure.
Look at this, real manipulation coming out. They're looking for this. Chris is chunked out of the fight. He's forced away, and now Forza is in the back line. He's trying to do something. He's trying to focus out to Adamir, but can he get him? Adamir still cutting away. They pop the tempers of Blaze, and now Chris and Gira, they're trying to look for this again. Meanwhile, the base though is getting sieged down, so members are going to back off. They don't want to really take this fight. Evos can just disengage and let the minions do the work. A big shot from downtown coming in from Chris, but it's not enough to take down Evos. They've got what they came for. Only one inhibitor left standing while the minions are pushing in. Evos disengage and prepare for the next fight.
Oh man, Zion fighting back, Evos fighting back. This is the game that we want to watch. Not like the first 2 games.
Oh man, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that shade because this is looking like it's still on a wire's edge. Evos and Zion, they've hit this point where like maybe JPL needs one more item, but everyone else is like fully stocked, dude.
Yeah.
There's no more there's no more space in the wallets for them.
Yeah, nothing. Like anything above 50k is nothing right now, right? It's all 65, 66 for both teams. Items is all fully built.
Yep.
All I can say is in this late game, that immortality is very important.
And JPL has a immortality on himself, so does Sailor, and that's gonna matter most, right? These squishies that Zion Esports are looking to focus down, you get a second lease of life, you can reposition, maybe get your ults out before you die again. That swings the tide of the fight. That's very important for Evos SG. Meanwhile, Gloria has this as well. So he can, look to suicide dive into the backline. I say suicide dive. If he picks off JPL and Sailor without losing his immortality, that's big value as well, man.
Yep, there you go. This is the third Lord of the game. Now, both teams are neck and neck, 50-50. When it comes to team fight, both teams win, both teams lost. Now, this is highly contested. Both teams will want this Lord here.
You can see that Evos SG are playing on the back foot a bit in terms of how much they want to walk up because, like I said, JPL can check vision. Forza is walking up straight up on him, and there's nothing that Evos SG can really do. Now, they're waiting to pick up this purple buff first for the Ling before they look to re-engage. But there's a window here. JPL is stunned up. He might be in a lot of trouble. The damage coming in. JPL, he's gonna have to flicker across the wall, but Glory's on the back line. Now they're looking for JPL. Real manipulation down. Glory, he might have gone too far this time. He's able to get out of this fight. He's gonna disengage. Meanwhile, Soul holding all the time. It's two-man army coming in from Evos SG. The tempers are blazed, but it's not enough. Just able to jump out for now. And now Soul is gonna be focused down on Forza on the back line. Here comes the ult from Adamir. It's not enough either. It completely whiffs and the fight resets. Both teams are able to get away without losing any casualties.
Oh man, look at what Soul did. He was baiting everyone to use their ult on him and pulling him to that team fight, but smart play by Zion. They realized that and they did not engage further. These two teams, their IQ is at 2000 level.
It's both sides of the same coin, right? Same infrastructure, the way they all hold on. Forza, he's in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of CC onto him. He might be able to survive through this one. Goes into the immortality and now the real manipulation comes down. Oh, a big ultimate from Adamir. Forces everyone away. Now Forza, he's gonna have to sacrifice himself. And this is a 5v4 situation with a minute on the clock. It might as well be a century because Evos, they're looking for Vanix now. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? Where you gonna go, buddy? Where are you gonna go? Here he goes into immortality, but he's dead soon after it. Even with the winning truncheon, Evos SG just kill him where he stands.
And here comes the Tempers of Blake. Gira is fighting back again, but they don't care. They have JPL. They have the holy healing. They will fight. Now it's 2-0, 2-1 for now. But look at that mega kill on Adamir. On Adamir secures the kill as well. Here comes the press. He will go down. No question. Chris is going to go down. It's going to be 4-1 Evos SG.
Last member standing here. Glory, he's gonna try and hold on for his team somehow, but Adamir just chunks him out. JPL is gonna go into the immortality and as well, and Evos SG, they're just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, writing a tick on the checkbox. It's 1-0 Evos SG.
Victory!
Wow. The prodigal son has returned.
I just want to briefly mention how much space Soul created in so many fights.
Yeah.
With their composition, it felt like during the regular season, Adamir always had to play scared.
Yeah.
When you see Sol running into 4 members like a psychopath, Adamir's like, yeah, cool. I could probably sit in the back and hit, right?
Yeah. Oh my god. All right, with that, we're going to see the match highlights for this game. And this is the early part. This is the first objective, right? The first blood secured by Vanix. This is where they were aggressive in the early game with Forza opening up the map and all that. Evos looking like they're not comfortable.
And I'll go so far as to say, like, their composition actually doesn't really allow this. It's just a great pick that Chris forced, that Vanix forced. And once you start hitting these even 5v5s, you can see how Zion Esports have to basically focus the proper target, right? Kill the only thing that matters, which is Adamir and Sayla. If you're unable to do that, the fight feels a bit awful, it feels a bit forced, and they aren't able to really drag it out for long because they don't have the consistent damage.
Yep, and this is it. This was almost done, right, for Evos, but Adamir with that smart play unloads the clip on the minion wave so that Zion could not engage any further. So there was a huge save here coming in from Adamir.
Like this guy, man, Adamir, you give him the gold, you give him the space, he's gonna pop off. He's like the guy who tells you, bro, put your money with me, I'll get you like 5x investment. Don't worry, it's not cryptocurrency, right? And then you give him the money, he pops off, he carries your game, and you're like, thanks, bro. Easy win.
Man. Oh man, but look at that. Let's focus on the item builds here. Anything stands out for you? Anything out of the ordinary?
Besides the fact that everyone has 6 items. But again, it is a testament to how Evos SG is so comfortable, right? The 20-minute mark and onwards is like the Evos SG comfort zone. Once they get to their late game scaling, once they draft their comps that have win conditions in the late game, it's automatic for them. The switch is flipped on and they play around each other so well.
Yeah, and they don't care even if they get run through in the early game because they have been in that position since forever.
Yeah, don't forget that's kind of how they lost to Almighty in the regular season, right? They got ran through the early game a little bit too. But unfortunately in that game they were unable to recover. This time though, coming out with guns blazing in the first game against Zion is a massive win. They're starting out the series strong. Let's take a look at the post-match stats coming in as well.
There you go. The rich guy is going over to gear himself with that link. 836 gold per minute. The carry will be Chris, the mid laner for Team Zion, with 140,805. That's
look at Sol though, the amount of damage he tanked. 293k purely off running forward and soaking the attention. And that's not to say like he had no kill threat. You know, the reason why they spend so much time hitting Sol is because if you leave him alone, he is going to kill your backline.
Yeah.
So there is a concern, there's a worry coming in here for Zion Esports when they play against this Marsha. How are they going to deal with it is the question. And let's bear in mind too, the draft coming in for Evos, it was a R4, like a 4th pick on the red side, Marsha. They weren't sure whether it was going to be a roaming Marsha or EXP lane Marsha.
Yes,
and that's why it was tough to counterpick. Some people might say, oh well, if you know it's going to be Marsha, just counterpick it, right? But because they could flex it, it's tough to get that perfect matchup. And in this scenario, the best thing they could do was like, yeah, we're going to try Benedetta, open evergreen pick, and hopefully, try to match into it. Did not happen.
Yep, definitely did not. Now the forgotten one is definitely going to Sayla with that 17 assists. With that, we're going to go with that MVP. Who's going to be the MVP to you?
I feel like it should go the way of Gear, right? He did get a good... Oh, Adamir, okay. Yeah, it was going to be Gear Adamir. The reason why I think that it should have gone to Gear, this guy just literally role swapped, right? He, was, he wasn't playing that role last week. What's going on, right? And then now he goes into the jungle, he has a pop-off performance. And Adamir, we highlighted him in our pre-match conversation, the secondary hit to watch out for him and Supergirl. This time Adamir is the one that came up stronger, came up with the advantage in the hit.
Yep. He has proved his worth here. Right? A lot of people...
And then some,
a lot of people have been saying that he's the weakest link in Evos and all that. Now, he's proving people wrong. And this is what I've been talking about. Evos has a different kind of expectation. And it seems like they have been telling people that, dude, 3-peat is on us. We're going to win this.
Yeah. And if they don't, I feel like there are going to be a lot of people that are waiting in line to laugh at them when they fall, right? It's tough. It's a tough one, and this is a good start for them to kind of prove people wrong. Meanwhile, Zion Esports, I think they can dig deep here. In terms of how the draft went, there are some sort of questions in my head because I'm thinking about that late Benedetta pick. Yes, it's one that works well into unknown,
Yep.
But there was Darov still open. You could have gone for that.
Yes.
Could that have matched up against the Marsha in the early game and just slammed her to the wall? Maybe. In addition to that as well, you have to consider how much are you over-indexing on early game picks versus late game insurance scaling, right? Because their comp is great early to mid. Like when it comes to picking fights, when it comes to forcing 2v2s, Popo and Koopa versus whoever, just get the lockdown and burst them, it's fine. You take the late game fights, Popo and Koopa doesn't look like a real hero, right? It looks like like an extended CC chain. Like you just get one bite off and hope to get some damage in. It's really tough for them to fight. Versus the Beatrix, the anime here is like, yeah, now I have 4 items, guys. Watch this, right? So I'm curious how much Zion is over-indexing into their early game. Maybe they want to draft for a bit more late game insurance. Maybe find a pick or two that can answer the late game power that is Anamir, that is going to be Sayla.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. When you said about the Benedetta, right? I would say a Yuzhong would be a better pick.
Yeah.
Right? Because
keep Adami on his toes, be a bit more worried.
With that Black Dragon going into the back lines and have that life steal abilities as well, that's something that they can think about.
Yeah, and thankfully in the best of 3, you have a bit more wiggle room to kind of navigate the draft, especially if I'm not wrong, because both teams will be swapping sides.
Yes.
Zion being on red now, they will have R1, R2, which is like, their comfort of what they think works. You can answer the Beatrix, you can answer the 1-1, you can answer whatever Adamir brings out with your R1, R2. So it's not inherently impossible. I think you just have to sit down and decide who's going to take up less resources and who's going to, show up a bit more.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for Zion as well, I feel, because we talk about this. Like Evos, they have a wide range of hero pools.
Oh, yeah.
You ban the meta heroes, ban lah.
Yeah.
But we can always play. It's so difficult.
This is a team that played like Esmeralda mid, that played Phobius mid, that played High Loss jungle. Like just to name a few, right? And it goes back to our earlier point too of like talking about Youngin, the coach of Evos SG and his magical folder of draft, So there are things that they have prepared probably that they're ready to take out of that folder if Zion is not worried, it hasn't drafted.
Yep. All right, so now on the side of, okay, we're not worried about Evos. Evos have a good hero pool. Now when you talk about Team Zion, right? What do you think Potato is telling his teammates then?
The first message out of his mouth, I would think, is like, don't worry, you guys, we still got another game to go and play like it's 0-0. Most coaches would normally say, just still play like it's 0-0, it's not an issue. What do you think was the biggest issue would be my first question. Like, and maybe isolate 1 or 2 key points that you have to focus out, right? So do you think it's over-indexing of the early game, or do you think it's just the Marsha coming in from Seoul that's a problem? If it's a Marsha, we can just outright ban it, right?
Yep.
If it's an early game issue, okay, we can take Karina plus X, maybe Karina and 1-1, Karina or Beatrix, remove that from our opponents, right? And at the same time, you can see on your screen here, Seoul talking to Youngin. They're probably having the same conversation. What do you think is something that was an issue in game 1?
Yeah, they are pretty evenly matched, I would say, right? And it's hard because I would say that the amount of mistakes that each team did wasn't that huge.
There were not a lot of unforced errors. There were no like, what are you doing, bro? Situations. Like, no, report this guy, he's trolling situations.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at the goal difference as well, there is no like 5K, 8K difference.
I think it was within like 3K majority of the game. Yeah.
So it's hard for the coaches to tell the players like what they did wrong. But I would say, if it was me, if I'm the coach.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, it's hard. Like if I'm the coach, I would say that like what you said, guys, you're playing really, really well. I think it's now the micro is definitely good. It's the macro, right? Know how to pick the fights and all that. And I think it's, I always hear this saying that if you win the draft, there's 50% better one.
Oh yeah, more so in this particular meta where like you can win draft, but you still gotta execute your comp, right? And we saw figments and moments of that in game 1 where Zion was able to pull things out with the composition that shouldn't be done. Early game fights and those chokes where Chris is able to find insane 2-man stun. Like that's the best of the best case scenario. And if you're still able to do that, the execution is there. Then yeah, sure. Draft becomes less of a winning factor.
All right, so what was your prediction on this match?
I honestly had Zion like raring to go 2-1, Okay. Looking at like the influx of Seoul, and again, this is before I knew he was going to play, right?
Yep.
But looking at the addition of Seoul and how the team seems very much on the same page, very synchronized, they all know their roles, I might have to swing this 2-1 Evos now.
Oh, okay. I the first time when they asked me to predict, I had 2-1 Evos.
Okay.
Even
Okay,
though
so now you're going like reverse, you know?
yeah,
Okay.
I had 2-1 Evos, but now watching their game in my left ventricle, I would say,
Okay.
2-0 Evos.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
2-0 Evos.
I think there's definitely something up Kato's sleeve when it comes to this BO3, right? And honestly, we don't have to theory craft it anymore because we are into draft, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2, Zion versus Evos, and this time Zion is actually still on the blue side. Okay. Huh? Well, it might just be the sides mirrored, and I think in this case, like Evos should have first pick.
Okay, so which means Zion will ban first, right? So they will pick first.
I believe so.
Yeah. So okay, Marsha is definitely a problem in the first game.
Your team
Gonna be
is
Grok
banned.
again. Okay.
So they go with the Grok again instead of that Marsha. Still, they have 2 more bands to play with. Now, Evos, let's see what's going to be the reply here. Again, Karina, Baxia still open. On the side of Zion, there wasn't necessarily a hero that they can ban.
Okay, hold on.
okay.
We're gonna run it back. Appears that there is a little sort of change that we have to make, is what I'm hearing. But all that said and done, we did see one ban. It's the Grok. No surprise there.
Yeah.
I think both teams have highly valued the Grok throughout the course of the regular season and more so in playoffs. And it's just one of those things. Like, he's such a good flex pick now. You can put him jungle, roam, EXP lane, like some cases EXP lane. He always provides a reliable engage and a way for your teams to take advantageous fights to the wall.
Yeah, and especially that the first kill where the power of nature, right?
Yes, yeah.
Oh my god, 1.5 seconds to clear the wave at full charge. That's for an EXP laner, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of insane, right?
So we have a technical pause. I believe the technical pause comes from the pick and ban.
Perhaps. But
Yeah, I have the feeling that-
I think so too. Although I'm not really inclined to speculate too much. But yeah, we did see the first ban come out, Grok. If that's any indication, and if the sides aren't changed, Down might just approach draft the same way they did previously. I think some teams, there's this idea in the esports community of like the salty run back, which is, it wasn't a draft, it was just our execution on certain points.
Yes.
And if we played a little better, then the draft wins us the game. So that could be a possibility that they're considering.
Okay. So I would say Grok, Valentina, 1-1, Marsha.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see the Marsha being a big issue. Like, if you are Zion, you might just want to outright ban it, or at least put them in a position where they can't play the Marsha safely. I think it's one thing to ban a hero, it's another thing to give like Marsha a perfect game, right?
Yeah. I mean, unless if they want to secure Marsha on their own, if they have the first pick.
Dude, I wouldn't B1 Marsha. Like, I wouldn't pick out of first. I'll be honest, like, yeah, depending on the team, but like Blue 1 Marsha is so risky because you're giving up so many power picks right now in the meta.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Well, we're still waiting here for the technical.
Can you imagine you Blue 1 Marsha and then like they're like, oh, okay, cool. We're just gonna Karina Xavier you here on the red side.
Or,
It's like,
that's gonna be bad.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Which is why like B1 has to be the in terms if you have to first pick something, it has to be highly valuable. Like turn the tides of the game valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, 1-1 would be good though. 1-1 would be a good first, I would say a first pick.
In the context of this game, I would say first, second, just purely because of how both Supergirl and Adamir do excel on that particular hero. Maybe not so much first, but maybe second. Yeah. I've been told by production that we can say hi to the crowd. So if you guys can hear us, give us a kind wave because we're in the same boat as you. We're waiting for the players to load up as well. If you guys are excited, let us know. We are meanwhile waiting in the studio.
Oh, there you go. Now, all right, so
Hey.
they can see us. Nice.
No need to run, bro. It's cool. We're just chilling.
Oh, did I see? Oh, that's abstract.
Dude, this guy literally left the studio and he's there right now. Like, come on. This guy's insane.
This is fun, right?
Yeah, yeah,
you know, offline events. I've never been to any offline events before.
Okay.
I really hope I can in the future. So MPL, call me back again next week, please.
Well, the thing is, because this will be going on tomorrow and Sunday as well, you can head down if you want to. It's going on for 2 days at Grid. One Selegi Road, if you guys are interested to take part in this hustling and bustling atmosphere of LAN events, head down, say hi to the players, say hi to Lysander, say hi to all our lovely, lovely staff and production will be there as well.
Yep. Look at the players, right? I mean, like for me personally, like just to share with you.
Okay.
Like I've always wanted to be a pro player.
Right.
So I have that dream, and then I realized that I'm fat and I have slow fingers.
Okay. Went down a bit more of a depressing road than I expected, but
oh my god! But I really want to be like, wow, like one of those players out there, you know, playing, people watching, just hype up.
Along the idea of pro players, I kind of like that there are players like Soul who are evergreen and just like, yep, I think I want to play pro again. And he just comes back to the team like, bro, where's the formal application? He just says, yep, I want to play now. And then they let him into the team. It's insane. And okay, now we go. See, Evos and Zion have swapped sides properly on the screen now. Previously, it was Zion on the left, Evos on the right. This must have been why they remade the lobby at least. But then we see the Angela coming out for Evos first ban. Zion is going to remove the Valentina as is expected on red side. Like, normally on red, your R1 ban, you don't even have to think too much. It's like, yep, we're going to ban Valentina and then think about the rest as we go on.
Yep, definitely. Now Evos is on the clock, so they will ban two heroes here. So they have prioritized the Angela with that wombo combo option.
Your team is
Esmeralda as well. A lot of focus by both teams here on the Esmeralda in this particular series. And something I can understand, if you're not going to play Dairoth, and if you don't value Dairoth as a high priority, the Esmeralda shoots up a lot in terms of what it brings to your team, right? So just removing it also seems like an idea that both teams are following.
Yep, and if you ban the Esmeralda, which means that you can actually pick up the Uranus if you want to.
Yeah, we did see Uranus earlier today, right?
Yeah.
It's not that I don't like the pick. I think it's very one-dimensional because your team fighting isn't as insane as something like, say a Yuzhong, where you jump in Black Dragon form. Instead, what you bring is a lot of macro pressure, a lot of split push pressure by cutting waves, right? As to how effectively you can convert that into structures is a big question mark, right? I think it depends on the player. Right now, Zion will remove the Grok, so this still leaves the Ling open, it leaves the Karina open, and it also leaves the Marsha open here that Evos can, I wouldn't say first pick, but maybe like 2-3 on blue side.
Yeah, Baxia is open as well. Hilda is also open. So, 1-1. So
Zion if you're Zion here, you have to think that, yeah, like you said, the 1-1 needs to be banned out, right? Evos probably don't want to ban out the 1-1 here, and they can force Zion to ban it out, or, 1-2 it themselves.
Fight for your team
Okay,
is banning.
all right. So, Zion, are you sure you want to give away the 1-1?
What kind of world are we where it's 1-1, like, first pick blue? What's going on, bro?
No, but because Anime plays 1-1,
he can still play the Beatrix. No, so that's the thing too, is he can also play the Beatrix, right? So yes, I agree it's a priority pick, but it's not necessary for you to B1 it, like when you can go like Beatrix on the second and third, right? If you, yeah, there are so many stronger power picks in the form of Karina. The teams also value Xavier. Zion did B1 Xavier the previous time. Like, these are things that you should be taking over the 1-1, especially if the pool of marksman goal laners is so open, like you're not banning anything in first round. Okay, just leave it open. Oh man, this is banning it out. Okay.
Thank you, Zion.
So now Xavier and Karina are open, right?
Yeah, Xavier, Karina open, Baxia is open. Who else? Ling is open unless if Gear wants to use Ling again.
I think you could go Ling here, but it's showing a lot in your composition because you don't see Ling anywhere except the jungle. So Zion can then counter draft or at least find responses against the Ling, which is like traditionally bruisers, right? People that the Ling can't one-shot. So Karina is the safer choice. Like, yes, it's also it goes into the jungle, but she's a lot more flexible in terms of what she brings to the table.
Yep, and now Zion is on the clock with 2 picks now. Choices are endless here for now. Right? Most likely they're going to secure that first tier mid laner and also the gold lane if they want.
it's either Xavier or Eve here, but when you see the Karina, I feel like the Xavier is in a better spot compared to the Eve, because when you play Eve and you make yourself, a sitting duck for the Karina, it's tougher to get your full role manipulation off. Whereas Xavier, you have some angle of approach and how you want to conduct fights. You don't have to really just sit still. But nope, they will go for the Eve instead.
Your
Okay.
team is picking.
If and that Hylos. Okay, we know Hylos, there's a bit of flexibility, right? You can put him in the roamer position, the jungler position, and also the EXP position. So this is good. Zion not showing their cards first.
They need some way to make sure that the Eve is able to get the real manipulation off if she is a major source of damage. Otherwise, Zion needs secondary and tertiary damage heroes as well, right? So it can't just be the Eve outputting damage in these fights. Evos, like you said, the Baxia is open. Franco is actually open this time. And I think Franco the Eve is pretty solid. You don't really have to worry about committing hard in fights, just fish for hooks. And JPL does play a mean Franco, so you could go Franco plus X here. I guess Franco Xavier is okay.
The choice is mine. I do what I
Your
want
team
to
is
do.
picking.
So Xavier and Dairoth.
Okay.
So I want to say that Dairoth has the flexibility too, because I've seen him in the jungle.
Yeah, but since you have Karina, it's like most likely going to be side lane Dairoth, right?
So Sarah will be prioritizing the Xavier. Xavier will be in the mid lanes here. So for Evo's side, we are missing the roamer position and also the goal lane position.
What I'm curious about is how both teams has so far at least, both teams have neglected to opt for their marksman in the goal lane, despite it being so highly contested in game 1 during the second ban phase, right? I think the second ban phase from Evos, they banned like 3 marksmen.
Your team is
So
banning.
both teams picking up neither of these. Okay, you get the Brody now, so at least Zion pick up 1. Now their draft can default to banning the marksman in the second phase, right? You can go like Beatrix, Clint here, and then Evos don't really have anything to play. And Adamir is probably going to get like shot in the foot.
Yeah, that's true. Now Evos, still a banning phase here for Zion.
Yeah, you just go Beatrix ban, and then you go
Your team is
Clint.
banning.
You're fine, yeah. And I think Evos are potentially looking at an L here unless Adamir can find a pick that suits him. And Evos rather can find a pick that suits Adamir.
So yeah, what else is a bit? I mean, Marsha. I know Forza can play Marsha. They can ban the Marsha. And
if you're Evos, you're not too worried about the Marsha here, I think. Since the Franco makes sense. I think because when you're playing like things like the Xavier and potentially like the Karina who wants to have like a good start to the game, the hook is so annoying in your first clear.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you can invade the buff, and I mean, Franco is super tanky, right? Even if you don't hide in the bushes, you just show yourself, people will run away because they're afraid of your hooks.
And Xavier is one of the few picks that is susceptible to just getting walked up and forced on. Like you can Franco plus 1 and just kill the Xavier under his turret, right? So I think that's one of the big issues of the Franco here that they want to remove. So I don't have to think too much. I think Clint is the natural choice. But if you watch Adamir's previous Clint games, they're not like a paragon of good play,
Your team is banning.
Okay, so Matilda is off the board, so they are really chunking away the roamer position.
You can still take Cho with your Evos here, it's not a big issue. I think if Cho is left open and JPL fancies himself a shot, it's not the worst pick here. It gives you a way to reset fights and force picks, right? We saw how lousy on that Cho was insane earlier today.
Yeah.
So that's something that is still like in the back of my mind when it comes to Evos. Last ban here, it should probably be targeted towards the jungle role, I think. Like you maybe want to remove
Baxia?
You could do Baxia or Ling, I think. It's not a big issue. If I was Evos, I'd ban.
Your team is picking.
Okay. So still targeted towards blue.
Yeah. So Cho is available. Forza, I'm not sure whether I've seen Forza played the Cho before. I know JPL played the Cho. So if Forza don't pick,
I expect this to be a Forza high loss, I think. In my opinion, I think it's more likely to be a Forza high loss. And then against the Dyrov, they'll probably go something like a bit more unorthodox.
They're still contemplating here. So if Hylos is going for the roam, which means that they are missing still the jungle position though.
Ling is open, Baxia is open. Both of those could fit in pretty well.
Your team is
Oh,
picking.
Oh, Barat.
Okay. This is, if this is Barat's picked up here for Zion, oh man, the comp is not the best when it comes to like the early game pressure. I think when you look at Brody and Eve in isolation, you're very worried about fighting at your first objective. Like there's no way you get a clean fight in your first objective against like Dyrov, Karina, Xavier, right?
Yeah.
It's tough for Zion to approach early objectives, despite their team strength in the regular season being early game power, decisive fights. This comp is not like, let's fight them at the first hurdle.
But so far, when I look at both of these teams' composition, right, there's not a lot of CCs coming in.
Yeah, that's especially, I mean, apart from Barat's out, but that's especially prevalent when you draft like heavy priority on like the Eve and the Xavier, right? You have conditional CC, but it's not like a pick style that you want. And Evos now, they default to the carry as the final pick. Good amount of targets to shred through for the carry, but I think it's actually a decent carry game here for Evos. There's not a lot of lockdown for Zion. You're probably going to get free reign onto the backline and be able to kite around with the Rafaela. So like I was talking to you earlier, carry is one of those marksmen that wants to walk forward. She doesn't want to kite backwards, she wants to kite forward against opponents that are running away, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at Zion right now, they don't want to they have no ability to run at you, even though they have high loss, right? It's not a clean fight if they run at you.
Yeah. And with that, JPL is opting for the Rafaela again, which means that they can sustain in team fights. So in the late game, we are looking at probably similar to the first game.
Yeah, Evos late game is monstrous here, I think. It's still the same level of power with the addition of like some early strength in the Dyros. The Dyrov is probably going to dominate lane as well.
Yeah. So
Even
far,
if-
just go ahead.
I mean, even against his matchup, which is potentially Barat's, I don't think that the Dyrov is going to come out any worse for wear.
Yeah, the last minute just now, I saw they're switching up the roles itself. So Forza will be, like you said, going with that high loss at the Roman position, and Marsha will be in the EXP lane.
Because I was thinking the same thing as well when they were looking at draft. Like, do you want what is the better hero to take the L on against the Dyrov? Is it going to be the high loss or is it going to be the Barats? And I think they came to the conclusion that like, yeah, it's easier to just send the Barats in to deal with the Dyrov, and it's not as big of an L.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the final series, potentially can be the final game as well. Evos SG is up by 1. They want to get that 2-0 clean win.
So it's the Marsha going up against the Dyrov, and they send the Barats into the jungle, and that's...
This is like the old meta, right? The Barat's jungle.
Yeah, but then the problem is like, where is your consistent early power coming from? Because your Brody's going to take a while to get there. And how effective is the Barats at coming online? Like, can you really skirmish at first turtle?
Well, we will definitely see here. We're going to focus here up in the gold lane where the majority of the gold will be going for the both heroes here. I think Supergirl will definitely have the advantage in the early game going up against Carry.
Yeah, that's probably safe to say that Adamir is going to need some time, right? Like, usually in the early game, he doesn't really have that kind of impact that we normally see his compatriots have. So he takes a while to come online, and eventually it's these 2 item, 3 item spike that makes Adamir look good. The early game, he usually sits quiet and farms.
Yep, and there you go, Zion Esports. They rotate up top initially, but now they're gonna make themselves. They're gonna make their way to the bottom where the first turtle will spawn out. The neutral objective for both teams here, less than 20 seconds. Evos SG on the other hand, yep, they are still in the bottom as well. So I have the feeling that it's going to be a contested first objective.
But Zion, again, like, how are they really going to fight this? Because it's effectively double melee plus an Eve walking forward, right? You're going to get chunked out, you're going to get zoned, you're going to get poked out. Like, these fights are not clean. They're not easy to engage. They're not easy to handshake if you are Zion Esports here.
There you go. It's going to be Vanek starting out the turtle. It's going to be 3v3 for now. They still have the help of Soul and also Glory in the bottom. As you can see, they are rotating up top here. Here comes Soul with the engagement. Vanek is low. Dawning Light securing the kill on the side of Sailor. It's going to be 1-4 and nothing. And Evos will get this turtle uncontested.
And that's what I mean, right? By the Barat's jungle. Like, alternatively, if you put the Marsha in there, at least she has 3 health bars to work with. There's a moment where you're like, okay, I don't want to commit any further, let's back out, let's limit test. But the Barat, once he walks forward and he gets caught, he's dead. There's not a lot of window for you to really play on the edge here.
Yep, Forza trying to cut them out there. Here comes the Void Blast, the real manipulation coming from Chris. Forza manages to escape with that glorious pathway. JPL with that holy healing manages to save Sailor and himself.
Evos have this strong early tempo now where you're just waiting for Gear to get his ult back online again, and then you want to make a play on the side lane. Or potentially even on both side lanes if you want to split the map up, right? So I could see the Direwolf getting like a kill with the assistance of JPL. I could see them diving towards the top side onto Supergirl as well. But it's all eyes on the Karina right now to make something happen.
Yeah, and when you mentioned about Barrage being slow, especially in the early game, this is where Evos need to be aggressive in the early game, right? They need to take advantage of this and try to snowball because they don't want to face the Barrage in the late game, that's for sure.
JPL, he's just scouting, right? They kind of smell a rat. They know that there's a opportunity for them to move topside to punish Adamir. So this is something that JPL does quite often, actually, if you watch like the Evos games. He will like spend a lot of time. I think last week when they were playing, he was on Angela and he just sat like in Adamir's lane for like 2 minutes, making sure he doesn't get killed, right?
Again, Soul with the engagement, Dawning Light from the back, aligns and Gear securing 1 kill. Forza again lays down that Warrior pathway. Instead, he's going to go down in the hands of the Prodigal Son. Soul secures that kill, and there you go, Brody there. Supergirl managed to get 1 for the team, but it's 2 for 1 Evos.
You got a kill on JPL, like clap, that's great, but the moment the window opens, like, again, it's the same thing. Gear has ultimate, they see a window, they just jump. And Vanek on this Barat feels helpless in these fights because how are you really going to turn and fight, right? You are ostensibly triple melee plus 1 range and these skirmishes. It's never going to work out.
Yep, look at that. Adamir is in trouble. Supergirl with that burst damage we're talking about in this early game. Adamir is in this disadvantage here, but look at Supergirl getting that CC in. But look at Adamir, this is going to be the fight. Oh!
The 1-for-1, but
here comes the Golden's pathway getting into the front lines, but Sailor get caught into the real manipulation. The real manipulation secures that on Sailor. Sailor goes down. Chris trying to escape with a silver of health, but look at Soul with that abyssal strike trying to escape though, but it's going to be 3v1, and there you go, Forza securing that kill. 2 for nothing Zion.
Yeah, those situations with Zion work out in a choke where you have Glorious pathway into like running at them. But if you're not the one starting the fight for Zion Esports, it feels a little iffy, right? So I think if Zion can continue down this path of making good use of the map, make use of the chokes, Glorious halfway your way into a good fight, that's how you handshake a fight. But Evos SG, meanwhile, they have to be very wary about how they're getting forced upon.
Yep, Zion Esports just then secured the T1 turret in the bottom, which means there's something that Soul needs to work up on. And as you can see the items here, Supergirl secured the BOD. You know, there's going to be a huge chunk of damage coming in the early game. Adamir, just that Demon Hunter sword.
It's not as big of a spike. And I mean, again, Adamir's, we talk about him a lot. He's a 2-3 Adam carry, right? I think you more likely want Supergirl to be the guy that is low econ, high efficiency. As Glorious halfway into a fight.
There you go, manipulation as well, coming in with that combo wombo. But look at that, Glory getting on JPL, super squishy in the beginning, which is fine. But wait till the late game.
Yeah, Zion Esports here, every time Glorious pathway is up, they'll be looking for these angles. It doesn't matter if it's like a 1-man pick or a 2-man pick. They're happy taking that to kind of prolong whatever siege that they want to push down.
Yep, Evos SG has been aggressive. You know, they have been initiating fight with Soul, you know, getting the Abyssal Strike. But here comes Gear, though. Gear will be able to escape. But look at the objective play coming in from Zion. They already secured the T1 turret, both up top and the bottom.
Supergirl's getting the better of Adamir in this early matchup. Able to pick up that tier 1. If they're forcing on the Soul here, it's going to be a big commitment. You don't really have to spend anything for that play, so they're just chunking him and shoving him away, right? Right now, Soul is actually going to aggro this one up. Now, Evos have the inside track. They're already cutting in mid, so they're going to arrive to this fight first. They have to be careful not to get forced, though, because the Glorious pathway into a fight will lose them. As Forza gets caught,
Go to pathway, trying to get into the flying lines though, but look at Glory trying to get into the back line. He has his 3 bars though, but look at Evos with the smart play, not to engage any further, but here comes Gear being aggressive, trying to get Forza though. Forza is super low. Supergirl manages to flicker out.
Oh,
Forza manages to escape as well. It's going to be 2-for-0. Zion winning that team fight.
they're just a little too far behind to get back these, revenge kills on the Evos SG side. And it is Zion Esports that picks up the total there. I thought Forza would have been out of mana, but he was able to just get the Glorious pathway off and allow Zion to run at them. Evos SG still not really getting the memo just yet. Like, you can't really take these run-at-you fights right now. Like we said, carry is the type of hero that wants to kite forward, not kite back. It's tough for you to put damage when you're kiting back, so they need to be able to look for these angles where they're fighting front to back, not running away.
Yep, exactly. Now, Evos SG, we're talking about them being aggressive in the early game. Now that they are losing team fights, losing objective, they need to let off the gas a bit.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Right?
The problem is when you have your foot on the pedal and you're going 90 miles an hour forward into this Zion Esports, the composition that they have is like a mountain, right? You have these very huge brick tanks that are ready for you to force on them. You need to get their items first. You need to find ways to slowly part them out and chip them down and get your damage in before you take these fights.
Yep, knowing Evos SG, they will be doing just that. They will be waiting for JPL to scale, Edelman to scale.
Yep.
And this is not the first time, but look at Glorious Private getting into the back line though. He's trying to jump into the turret, but look at Soul getting into front, but Van is getting there hard. She's in. The manipulation has been popped. So far, no one's going to go down, but there you go. Forza secures that kill on Soul. Soul going to go down. And it's going to be that 1-for-0 Zion Esports winning the team fight again.
Adamir's joining in now. They could look to walk towards Zion Esports because two big ultimates are down. The Barat's out and the Hylos out. So there's a window for them to force this if they want to. Decent chunk coming out, but it's not the Glory. That doesn't really matter. Marsha has multiple health bars to work with. 10 seconds on the Lord. Without Glorious Pathway and without the Barat's out, it's actually winnable for Evos SG. Even though they don't have their own outs, you could still find these fights with the carry.
Yep.
Just gotta kite, make sure you space properly, right? Don't get caught in these awkward scenarios where they run at you and you have nowhere to go.
Look at Gil with their smart play. Even though Forza is right in front of him, he's not going to go for the damage. He knows that he has 3 health bar. Instead, going for the Little Wanderer, getting the additional speed in the riverbanks for his teammates as well. Now, the first lot is out. It's going to be up for grabs, though, for both teams. As you can see, the rotation is there for the taking.
Now, Zion Esports are the ones with the inside track. So Glory and Forza are standing in the mid bush. JPL is going to spot out one. Has to be careful about his spacing here.
Yeah. I mean, JPL can't be in the front lines, right? Get caught off guard. That's going to be bad for Evos.
On the contrary, I think it's okay if he can get his Holy Baptism off. If he's able to get his out off when they run at him, it's fine. You can disengage from there. If you die before you get it out off, that's a whole different scenario, right? So Evos now, they recognize the plan, which is mostly to just back off and don't really take the 5v5 here.
Yeah.
You can give this up, you can chunk them a little, but give the side lane pressure to Soul and let him push and let Adamir collect some farm first. You can delay the lot, but you don't have to fight for it.
Yep, Zion will be baiting the Lord of Glory, trying to get into the front lines. He still has his 3 health bar, so he doesn't really care. Look at Soul in the minimap. So Soul is trying to get in here.
Here's a flank angle, but it's against a Marshal. It doesn't really matter. Soul is actually getting caught out here.
Soul's gonna get caught out though. The aggression is gonna be paid down. There you go. Supergirl secures that one. And there you go. Gia with that play, getting the retribution, stealing the lot away from Zion and hitting the kill on Vannings. Vannings go down. It's gonna be 2-for-1 Zion, but the lot is gonna go on to Evos.
That was insane from here to salvage the play. It could have been a lot worse, right? And so the flank, he thought he got the angle on his opponents, but it's into a Marshal, like I said. That's not the fight you want. At Evos SG, I honestly am not a big fan of that play just because you can see how poorly the fights go when Glorious Pathway is thrown down. They're scrambling to run, right? And that's not a situation you want to be in as Evos SG. Adamir, he's still a couple items off right now. If I had to wager, maybe 2.5. He's looking for one more before he gets a successful fight off. Good news is with this Lord, they're getting a lot of map gold.
There you go, looking at like game 1.
Oh, this wins in the fight.
Is fighting back. Those pathway have been used by Forza trying to disengage from the fight though. With that lot, they secured the T1 turret down in the bottom. There you go, the Dawning Light trying to open up. I think Dawning Light opens up the map for a bit on the side of Evos SG.
When you see the Glorious Pathway used away from your team, that's the green light to walk in and fight, to take that angle and take that 5v5 if you are Evos SG, right? That's very winnable if you see them running away from you because you can chase down. You never want to fight face to face.
All right, here comes Soul. Soul in the front lines. Dawning Light has been used there by Sailor. They're trying to fight here for this orange buff. Here is that he has that retribution if he wants to steal it. But, smart play by Adamir.
They're just buying time because they know like there were a couple of seconds more before the Glorious Pathway came up from Forza. So there's no real threat from Zion Esports in that jungle because you can't out and just run at them. What you do is you take their attention, you take some of the attention away from mid, let Adamir collect that gold.
All right, so this is where we're talking 35k, and look at Adamir. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter. You have the golden staff, and you have that.
Thunder Belt as well.
Yes, correct. The Thunder's Belt. So
this is a good point for Adamir. Yep. Like now you can fight. Now you feel okay taking a front to back, as long as you don't get singled out, right? I think again the win condition for Zion is still drop Glorious Pathway, run at them, and see if I can burst down the front line fast enough with the barrats. JPL exists as insurance to ward that off. Adamir exists as like the payout if you're able to insure him.
Yep, Evos SG is playing really safe, really smart, and a very good macro player coming in from Evos SG. You can see here.
Okay, hold on. Pause. Bit of a pause coming in. Before we even fade out from the screen, I want you to take a look at the top left minimap, even though it's a bit grayed out. Evos are consistently playing for mid lane priority, right? They want to shove mid as much as possible so that they have the inside track into this bottom half of the map. If they're able to do so consistently, that's when you find people that rotate out poorly, that are maybe not looking at their flanks, and you can catch people that way. So that's a good way to like break stalemates if you are in a 50-50 situation, maintain mid prio and catch anyone rotating using your inside track.
Yep, that's true. Now, based on the last rotation and the last team fight, it seems like Evos SG is having the momentum, right? They are smart and very calculated when it comes to taking fights and engagement. So on the side of Zion here, being in the back pedal, what should they be doing?
I think there's a lot of pressure on Supergo to output the damage when you have this composition that they're boasting right now. It's even and Brody, right? That 75 or well, closer to 60-40 in terms of damage output. The Brody has to put out about 60%, the Eve has to put out about 40%, and all of these numbers have to connect onto prime targets for it to feel good.
Yeah.
Because your front line is very big, it's very tanky, Hylos and Barats, you don't really have damage from them. You have CC, decent amount of holding power, but you don't have damage. So keep your eyes on Supergo if he's able to output the damage. Keep your eyes on the Chris if he's able to output the damage. And if they're able to find the priority targets with torn apart memories, with real manipulation, looks a lot better for Evos, for Zion Esports.
Yep, look at that. We are at 14-minute mark, which is we are at the late
This is what I mean, right? They're sitting in that bush because they know they have the inside track. So anyone that walks through that choke is going to get caught out. So that's why they're playing for mid-prio, they're looking for these picks here. And that choke is very deadly. If you are Zion Esports, you can't walk up. Only Vanix, most likely, can walk up, maybe Forza, but even then it's still an awkward angle.
Yep, now with that said though, this is the Luminous Lord, the second Lord of the game. It's up for grabs. So Evos SG will be starting this Lord and baiting at the same time. Dawning Light has been used, so no ulti coming in from Sailor here. Lord will most likely...
They don't have to hard commit onto this because Adamir is just consistently getting mid-prio. So they're just resetting the Lord, forcing someone to answer multiple angles on the map, and then getting priority and then catching people that rotate poorly.
Yep. This is the thing I like about Evos, right? When they're doing this Lord, Soul was up there. Yep. Look at that wave,
the wave
up there.
is shoved in now. But I think this is the moment that Zion have to call the 50-50 and just go in for the fight.
Yep, there you go. And here comes Vanix. Vanix will initiate the fight here, trying to get gear, but the legend has been popped. It's going to be made against Sailor with the Dawning Light. But look at that. Vanix manages to steal the Lord. JPL secures one kill for himself. Soul gets one kill on a Chris. And Glory trying to escape though. But Anime manages to secure the kill. It's going to be 3-4-1. It's going to be 4-4-1. Forza was the only one managed to save himself.
Yeah, they get the Lord, but at what cost, right? You lose so much, and there's a potential here for Evos to split mid and top, take at least the inhibitor in mid, if not top side. I think there's a decent amount of time on the clock still. There's like 10 seconds before Chris is up. You should be able to open up the map a bit. One person is all it takes to really go back to deal with this Lord pushing in. So yep, there you go, mid and hit instantly drop. And there's nothing much you can do as Zion, right?
Yeah.
If we have an instant replay of the previous fight, I want to call out how Adamir was left completely untouched because of the spacing. So look at this, right? Look at the bottom of your screen. The moment this fight starts, Glorious pathway in, but it's not bringing anyone into the fight. It's only bringing Forza. And from here on out, Adamir gets the green light. He's like, okay, I'm safe, I'm hitting. No one is on him except from Glory, and that doesn't matter because he's a carry who's just chunking him out. The rest of his team is creating space while Adamir and Sayla are able to output damage. And remember, we called out Supergirl and Chris as being important to do damage. They weren't doing much there.
Exactly. I like it when you put it like, at what cost? You secured a lot, but at what cost? You know, and it backfires basically. So we can see here, Evos SG is it's going to be 5v5. All of the Zion team members have respawn now, so it's going to be 5v5. We're going to focus here up top. Now, Zion Esports is at the back pedal, right? Evos SG is being very smart. They're being very passive right now. As you can see here, Supergirl in the front line. He's got to be careful though. JPL in the back lines now. JPL's at level 14, which means he has that late game potential with that holy healing.
They're posturing around this top side, but there's no reason for Zion to be grouping up here. I think you should be answering the side lanes first. So like bot and then mid get prio, because you're not going to be able to force anything. If anything, you lose here.
Oh, there you go. Revelation has been put by Chris, but Anime will chase him down. Forza will cut into that front lines though, but look at here, being super aggressive. Forza is there as well with that law and order. So coming in at the backside. Chris trying to run away. They're going to go for their dawning light. Chris is going to go down in the hands of Sayla, one of the best mages in the world. And they go both sides in the front line, going down in the hands of Anime. They're going to go there, they're going to chop.
It's a disaster.
Glory's at the last one. Glory's going to go down. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Here, Evos is fighting back, fighting strong. Venex is all low.
JPL?
But look at that JPL, look at that stun coming in from Sayla.
Oh, it's GG.
And there you go, Soul coming in. It's going to be GG here. Team wipe for Evos. Evos is going to win this. 2-0 clean wheel. Supergirl is going to use that recall clap. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to say it here, Evos is going to win 2-0.
Holy. That was a clean fight coming in. And again, it goes back to like maybe 5-6 seconds before they caught Supergirl out, right? Why are you grouping top side? There's bot prio, there's mid prio to be gotten. You guys overgroup and you get caught out by the one shot coming in from the Xavier. And once Supergirl dies, they know like, okay, 60% of the damage is gone. Who else is going to fight us? No one? Okay, let's just run at them. And Adamir is fully unlocked at that point. No one to really rival him. He just runs in. Of course he's going to clean them up.
Wow.
Evos SG, man.
Hey, they're proving me wrong. Wow.
I'll be honest. When I heard the interview last week and they said, oh, Soul isn't going to play, you know, he's just there for like decoration. I think it was like Gil or Sayla that said that in the winner's interview last week. I was like, oh, that's bad news. But then they bring in the old timer, right? The resident captain out of retirement, and he's able to make these things happen for his team.
Yep, and we know that, you know, Soul has been playing the EXP lane since forever, right? Even back then when he was MYSG.
Yes, that's true.
So this is not new for him. Like his micro is 100% there.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's not like his senses died or anything while he was in the retirement home, right? This guy's probably still been keeping sharp somewhat. Comes in this time with the die-off, and full credit to him and his team. I think it was very much a team effort. As we look at this final fight here before it ended it all, right? Supergirl, he got caught out rather poorly. And the moment he dies, like I said, Evos SG, no, that's the window to go in.
Yeah.
Because what, is Marsha going to do damage? Is Baraz going to do damage? No, right? Hylos is certainly not going to do damage, and none of them can effectively pressure out Adamir. So once you kill off that carry, it's a simple matter of just walking them down.
Yeah, look at how Glory just melts that last team fight, right? Adamir, look at the items here. Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, that Thunder Belt, and the Brute Force, giving the extra speed as well.
And I'm questioning why the draft went this way with the last two, I think it was like Barat's Marsha last two, right? And to me that raised some flags when I was looking at it, because there was no ideal situation where you have one of them in the jungle and still come out ahead. There was a situation where you put them against Darov and one of them loses less, but they don't run away with the game in the jungle, right? Neither one of them do. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and you really have to outmaneuver yourself out of that draft pickle you put yourself in.
Yep. Let's see. Anything in particular that is... Nope, I think it's pretty standard.
Oh, I have one. The game ended before 20 minutes, so this is like below average for Evos, I guess, right? That stands out to me.
Yeah, 17 minutes, 54 seconds. That's awesome. Now, let's look at Supergirl, Brody. He wasn't showing this game, I would say.
He had a good laning phase, but I think the draft wasn't set up to let him demonstrate the full extent of his abilities. And what I mean when I say that is, you have a solid, big front line, but you don't have the ability to really do damage safely, right? You're always running in, and you can't reposition that well. So it's tough for you to play Brody in this kind of situation.
There you go. Here comes the post-match stats brought to you by Frank OCBC. The rich guy again, goal per minute. It's Gear yet again. Sayla was the forgotten one. Oh, it's forgotten one again this match. And also the carry for Evos SG, and the sandbag goes to Glory.
When we were looking at the head-to-head for mid-lane mages, both games, right? We're talking about how Chris and Sayla both have a similar playstyle. They are, for lack of a better term, forgotten ones, right? They are strong anchors for their team and are there when it counts. It's just that there's only so much you can do as a mid-mage in this particular meta, apart from straight up solo killing your opponents twice, right? It's all about positioning, it's all about collateral damage. How much can you chunk your opponents out before the fight starts? And in this game and the previous game, I think Sayla did a fantastic job in doing both.
Yep, exactly. And Edderman, look at Edderman, 82,687 compared to Brody. It's only 40,642. I mean, there's a lot of difference coming in from the main damage leaders from both teams.
3-item Edemir hits different, bro. 3-item Edemir hits different.
Yep.
He's like a completely different person. When he plays those particular heroes, whether it's Beatrix or Carry, when he hits 3 items, he just plays different. Let's take a look at MVP and who do you reckon is this time?
Sayla.
Edemir again.
Edemir.
2 times in 2 games, Edemir receives the MVP nomination, and well deserved as well. You know, he, like we said, didn't have the best laning phase.
Yeah.
Lost his tier 1 very early, but send him some gold, he'll double, triple the rewards.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the whole game, I'm not sure whether you realized this during the game. It seems like Soul was the one calling the shot because he was the one who engages in team fights. He initiates it.
This is what I meant, when we were talking about this pre-game. When you add Soul into your roster, he has one voice. He's like the general.
Yeah.
You know, he has one voice, everyone listens to it. And that was something that was sorely lacking from Evos SG in the regular season. Their fights were a bit messy, the macro wasn't there. Remember when I was talking about mid-priority and setting up picks? That is such a classic Soul thing to do. We just push mid, don't have to fight here. If they walk into us, we kill them. Either way, we'll get something here. And it's you put yourself in win-win situations, not win-lose, not lose-lose. And that's, I think, some of the biggest value that he brings to this team.
I'm going to pull a vertigo here and say that Soul is the soul of Evos.
Yeah, one might argue, right? And he is so called to this. Yeah. Let's take a look at the brackets on your screen. I believe it's going to be RSG SG going up against Evos SG in the updated bracket. Of course, it's not updated right now. Evos has bested Zion Esports in the 2-0, so that's going to be your upper bracket finals, RSG versus Evos. Meanwhile, Zion Esports will drop to the lower bracket to play Flash. And that in itself is going to maybe tug at some heartstrings as well, because guess who is also on Flash? It's surprise, surprise, Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. So it's going to be a good game.
Yeah.
You know, Flash. Okay, Evos RSG. Who's going to go through?
This is a tough one because I thought this was going to be the potential finals, right?
Yeah.
On either them or RSG Zion. So looking at today's RSG and looking at today's Evos, it's going to be a tight series, but I'm partial to giving it to RSG.
RSG, okay. I would say I want to give it to RSG, but I want to say Evos just because for the past 2 seasons, every single time, even this season, even though RSG there's a heavy purpose to win this season, but every single time they go up against Evos,
they got some mental block,
it's
kryptonite. All right, let's take a look at the updated brackets, right? While we talk about this Evos kryptonite against RSG. There you go, finally updated this time. 2-0s all across the board today. A very dominating performance by our winners. That's not to say that the teams that drop to the lower bracket have no chance, right? Yeah. We've known RSGSG is the team to make the miracle lower bracket run in the past, and maybe Zion or Flash this time will be looking to live up to that, sort of reputation.
Okay, Evil Almighty. Match 4, best of Q1 PM. Who's going to go through?
I feel like Evo might have this one purely because they're a little bit warmed up already, they're hot to go. And I would say that they look like they're in better form than Almighty, at least. I haven't seen Almighty play at all during the playoffs, so I'm hesitant to put any cards or any bets on them.
Okay. Zion and Flash.
Zion. I think it has to be Zion.
Zion.
Lower bracket. Yep.
And with that, SMG, goodbye.
RP, I fully had it because I had an SMG jersey. I was like ready to bring it out on stream, and then they lost 2-0. I was like, okay, I guess that goes back into the closet. So they will have another chance next season to requalify. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss it over to Lysander, who is standing by, I think, with our winners MVP interview. So with any luck, it's So, right? We get to hear from the old man himself. With any luck, it would be So in the winners interview. But for now, Lysander, it's off to you.
Hey guys, welcome back to the grid. We're here live, and it's been a long day of tournaments. 2-0s all the way. Not what we expected. A lot more close fights were expected from them. But it is esports after all, and anything can happen in Mobile Legends. And of course, I'm here at the Throne for Champions, the winners interview presented by Austin. I'm here with the man with the most amount of retirement announcements in MPL history, Sol. XP laner, legendary captain of Evos himself, needs no introduction. How are you doing, man? Why are you unretired once again? How many times is it now? 5? 6?
I think it's about maybe 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
2 or 3 times? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's a little bit more than that. But you know what? I think this time you've got an actual reason to come back because the SEA Games, you need to get some practice in. So you know what? You're forgiven. But yeah, I can't wait to comment on your next retirement post. It's gonna be great. All right, jokes aside, this series, Zion versus you guys, the last time Zion actually gave you guys quite a tough time. This time around, you guys seem to win a lot easier. What changed?
Honestly, I didn't watch the last week of regular season, so I wasn't sure. I know Scoreline was 2-1, and we were 2 against Zion, 2-1 against Zion, and I know it was hard games. I wouldn't say today wasn't hard. Clearly, both games, at certain point in time, we were actually losing. Yeah, so it was still hard, and thankfully we win out really crucial team fights and ended the game from there.
All right, so now we're here with Evos RSG. It's the same old story. It's happened every single time in MPL SG. Match, you saw the brackets earlier on. RSG, Evos, and every single time, the last 2 times, you guys knocked RSG down and RSG had to crawl back up. What is your prediction for tomorrow? RSG are looking strong this season. All the casters are saying it. And everyone's saying that the only reason they can't beat you is because it's the mental. They're scared. Do you agree with that statement?
I think the mental aspect definitely plays a part, but every season is different. We cannot judge based on past results. I think it really depends on how hard I train tonight, because clearly I haven't been playing for a long time and I'm definitely lacking. So if I can get my heroes up tonight, but then I think we can take it home.
Okay, very nice. What can we expect from tomorrow's match? Do we see something different? Are we going to see, business as usual for Evos, or is this going to be, a tough fight in your opinion?
Definitely a tough fight. However, I hope we will do better than we did against Zion. Having it, so hopefully we won't at some point lose out in the game and have a cleaner games overall.
Okay, we'll look forward to that series tomorrow. And of course, this is Souls. He is the legendary captain of Evos. He's back for the MPL SG Season 3 Playoffs. And before we signed off, I just want to make a quick announcement for all of you guys that were here in the grid today. Thank you so much for coming down. Thank you for participating in all the prize giving. I think OSIM upstairs at level 1, they have a giveaway. It's still running, I think, till the end of the tournament. You can go there, fill up a form, fill up a questionnaire, take photos with the chair, and stand to win up to 3,000 diamonds. The 1v1 King of the Hill activity at level 1 as well was won by Jaden today. So I do believe he wins 1,000 diamonds. This is also going to be for tomorrow and the last day. On the last day, it's going to be worth even more diamonds. I believe it's going to be 2K. And for all the IG photo wall participants, you guys will be receiving your you'll be receiving the good news through DMs if you want. All right. So good luck for those. And yeah, their meet and greet tomorrow. Evos will be up for meetings at 12:30. So that's half an hour before the game starts. And then Almighty at 4:30 and RSG at 7 p.m. So plan your meet and greets accordingly. And you'll probably see this guy here as well. All right, thank you so much. And once again, we're on the Throne for Champions, the winners interview brought to you by OSIM. I'm Lysander, and I'm going to be bidding you guys good night. See you same time, same place tomorrow.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
Why is everyone always faster than me?
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
You're not so loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.